this. We'll see how it goes. If it doesn't work, then we'll bring it back. Hey, Jane. And the YouTube link does disappear tonight. So the VIP YouTube link will not be the same one if you see the notification this as well. We'll see how it goes. There's me. Okay. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. Hopefully you got your VIP emails if you're registered for VIP. And if not, we sent emails to everyone this morning. And we also sent out text. So if you have a number on text with us, we sent you a text reminder for this morning as well. So we're getting fancy over here as well. But welcome. My t-shirt says, I do hard things. In case you're wondering, because you'll probably see it throughout the day. And I only wore black so that when I wipe my fingers on me, it doesn't show on my nice pretty tops. So good morning. I hope everyone has got their coffee ready. I have my cup of tea and my Tigger cup here, my full strength cup. That cup is actually older than Maddie. I've had that forever. It was the first thing I bought was 3 cups from the Disney store for my first ever apartment when I moved out on my own. So I think we still have 2 of the 3, so they've survived pretty well. Yeah, it just says great strategy on wearing black as well. Yes, I have black jeans on and a black older t-shirt. This is one we got given at a conference. It's actually a really cool story to it. Maybe I'll share that later, but yes. So good morning and welcome to the Inktoberfest party. I'm super excited. We will be crafting now 10 a.m. Eastern through till noon. We'll take a quick break around 11-ish, so you can all grab a coffee and have a toilet break and things. And then we'll come back, we'll do a little bit more. And then 12 till 1 is lunchtime. And then we'll craft all afternoon. And we aim to finish around 4:30, 5 o'clock. We put 5 because 4 sometimes is a little bit of a rush. So I want to make sure we have that time. So expect it to finish like 4:30, 5 o'clock kind of time as well. So there's that. I do have a little bit of housekeeping I want to go through. We are streaming this also on YouTube. So if you're watching over there, hello and good morning. Just know if you are watching this on YouTube, unless you are signed up to be a VIP, you are not eligible to win the prizes. You need to be on the Zoom link, but you can come and watch, and we'll also drop any links for products and things as well. And Lisa will drop you a VIP link as well into YouTube, so you can see that as well. Lisa is here in the chat. Please bear with us. It is just me and Lisa today. There is nobody else here with us. Normally we have a few of us here. It's just kind of the way the timings worked out. So please bear with us. We're doing our best. And we will keep up with as many things as well. And also, just to let you know that Lisa will be out the office Monday and Tuesday. She has some family commitments. She needs some time off. I've told her she works too hard, so she will not be in Monday, Tuesday. So any prizes, any customer service and that, they will be addressed on Wednesday onwards. I will be in the office as well, packing and shipping with Kim. But if you need anything on the admin side, Lisa will be back in on Wednesday. So yes. Okay. So yes, Lisa Alper, if you need her, she is a co-host, so you can send messages specifically to the hosts. I would recommend sending it to Lisa because I'm going to be sitting here talking to you all, and so I don't always see all of those comments as well. But welcome. So I'm going to do the housekeeping. Let me open Lisa's email so I can read everything. She wanted me to make sure. She sends me this most amazing itinerary. If you come to the crafter parties, the big weekend long ones, she now also sends out like these links in a little pack, and you can print it out and you can write notes. Like, she's super organized. So yes, so welcome happens at 10 a.m. housekeeping, go through till 12 for a lunch break. And we'll take some breaks, like 5 minutes every hour, because it gives me time to clean up, because you'll see we get ink and stuff everywhere. I also want to make sure I'm answering your questions as well, so that you know, we can, you know, if you're sitting there thinking, oh my goodness, I don't know what goes with what goes with what, I will try and address them as much as I can. You can also email them to me. I will check my emails at breaks and at lunch. It's just alexandra@makerforte.com. I just saw something out the corner of my eye. It's actually the cat swishing its tail, so we're fine. I thought it was a rat. I was about to scream. So we'll do that as well. Okay, so if you are a VIP, you have a special code that gives you 15% off everything you buy today. If you're not a VIP, Lisa will drop the link for you. You can become one. There's lots of benefits, things like you get lifetime access. We send you a PDF with everything you're going to learn today. Amanda goes through, and she turns it into a PDF for you. all those kinds of things as well. So trying to think what else is going on. So yes, so VIP, you have some codes. You have a $15 gift card if you signed up early. I sent those out last night in an email. So check that in the one that says VIP codes enclosed. There was 2 different versions. There's also your 15% off code. Please, 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 please do not share that in the chat. You paid for that code. It is just for VIPs. If you need to know what it is, email Lisa or Ecom, and we'll tell you what it is as well. But please do not share that on there. And all codes are not valid on the Fab 5, which are subscriptions, so like ColourPop, classes, gift cards, bundles, and Misties. You cannot use your gift cards on top of those, but you can use it on absolutely everything else in the store. I do have some exclusive goodies we're going to release here today, and we're using them all day long, so you can kind of see and try out and see what's going on here. I also put my pile of cardstock down somewhere really safe, and I can't remember where I put it, so I'm going to grab some more in a second. So we have that going on. We also, let's see, also gift cards are only usable on makerforte.com. Codes must be used at the time and cannot be used. We can't add them retrospectively. Our systems don't allow for that. USPS is seeing some delays. It doesn't scan until they arrive at the processing facility. So if you receive a shipping notification, it went out that day or is being picked up the following day, please keep that in mind. Once it leaves our doors, it's in the hands of the delivery service. So also just let you know, so I am in Sarasota. Fort Myers is like 25-30 minutes away, which is obviously where the eye of Ian hit. So our mail is messed up. They are picking up every day, but it's like we've had packages go in and it doesn't scan, and then it goes out for delivery, or even just delivered. So just know that the post office is a little bit messed up because we have had the storm. We are in the middle of it. We were lucky we had some roof damage, but there are people who are way, 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 way worse off than us. I actually have 2 friends who lost their houses in Naples. So just to let you know, we are up to date on orders as well. Kim and I have worked so hard this week. I was saying to Lisa, our feet and our legs, it was like the best workout ever, absolutely ache like so badly because we have hustled to get all of the orders up to date and out as well. So yes, so there's that too. Let's see. Do not share class links or codes. Yes, please do not share them with anyone. We have had a few people sharing the links. You pay for these links, or I mean, the party is free, but if like the VIP and the codes and things, you pay for those. Please don't share them. Also, please, before you place an order, check your shipping address is correct. Lisa's had a few where packages go to outdated addresses, and you're responsible for shipping charges if that happens. International people, just know we have no control over tariffs and duties. I know they suck. I remember living in England. I remember ordering my stamps from America. Sadly, there is absolutely nothing we can do about them. That's imposed by your country. We do all of the appropriate stuff. Lisa just wanted me to remind you. Lisa's not in Monday, Tuesday. We already did that as well. If you win a gift card or a free order, you can only win once. Everyone is put back in the drawing for the grand prize. Prizes will get sent out at the end of next week. So Thursday, Friday next week. So if you don't receive your prize within a week, then let us know on virtual stuff anyway. As I say, Lisa was out Monday, Tuesday. And let's see, if you win a free order or a gift card and then you win something else, you will get your free order and then you gift cards get given back out. Lisa will then assign them randomly to our VIPs. Okay, there is free shipping all weekend long, all weekend. So you can check out as many times as you want, because the stamps are first come, first served. Just we've ordered what we've ordered right now. We will order more, and if something goes on to pre-order, then we'll try and figure that out as well. But that's it as well. Okay, did I miss anything in housekeeping, Lisa? Did I cover everything?
I think you got it all.
Thanks.
It's one me. If I miss your message in chat, send it again because they're just scrolling by. So, and if it's outside the party, please email me. I'm trying to stick to the party and I can't make my head spin that fast. Yeah.
The only thing Lisa will post on YouTube is the product links. But other than that, the Zoom is where we're going to be answering the questions. If you want to sign up for the Zoom and come join us, you can just go to allaboutfreeinkparty.com, allaboutfreeinkparty.com. No, all about ink party, no free, allaboutinkparty.com. So yeah, I've got myself in a total pickle this morning. Lisa, do we have free international over 150 on?
Yes, that is standard.
Yes. So Janice, free shipping to Canada, over $150 order. Internationally, there is free shipping. Ooh, okay. So we've covered all of that. Let's see what else. Okay, so we do have a special release for you, of course, today, because we're coming towards Christmas. And so we have our final holiday release. I'm going to be using it all. It's over here. It's all in a box. And I almost have everything too. This is a miracle. The other stuff may even arrive on my doorstep while we're today, but we'll see. I think it's only like 5 stamp sets, so we're okay. We have the Hanukkah release today, and then we have a Christmas winter release. There are bundles. Lisa will drop links to the bundles for you, which is on there as well. You cannot use your coupon on the bundles, but the bundle discount is better than your VIP discount. So just to let you know as well. Okie dokes. So a little bit about today. I'm just making sure I've got everything open. A little bit about today. So today is all about Ink Party. As I say, if you have questions, you can email me. I'll do my best to answer them this afternoon and check on them in breaks and things. It's just alexandra@makerforte.com. So what I want to start off with is just kind of, I know we've had the Inktoberfest emails every night. Oh, by the way, we also have an Instagram hop starting today with Picket Fence Studios. So if you want to, you can go check that out in the lunch break as well. But I just wanted to let you know that's going on, and there's some really cool stuff going on over there too. Anyway, so I wanted to just kind of run through all the different types of ink. I actually want to grab one more that I said in my head I wanted to grab, and then I didn't grab it. So let's just get it out. So I want to just run through the different types of inks, or ink pads rather, today, just to kind of get us started, just for a little bit of an overall base, and then we can go on there as well. Okay. So here I have kind of one of every type of ink. I mean, it's not exhaustive, but definitely one of every type of ink. So we have distress inks. We'll go through the difference between those two in a minute. We have our regular ink. We have our clear. We have a pigment ink. We have our remarkable formulation. We have our archival, and we have a rara skirt. Now there is also a hybrid ink, which is kind of like our remarkable. And when I get to remarkable, I'll talk a little bit more about hybrids. But I'm going to start off with distress, because people always ask me the difference between the two, and then we'll work through all the different kinds after that as well. So most ink pads, including ours, are water-based. Now this is the original distress ink. So if I grab some paper, and I had black and white cut in a nice little neat stack, and then I cleared up my desk, and I'm guessing I cleared that off at the same time. We're just going to use this. And I apologize if I lose my voice. I've been losing it all week, so I'm going to just keep going, and that's why I'm going to keep drinking my tea. So these come on a felt foam, felt pad. So you can see it's not squidgy, really. Okay, so when you put the ink in there, that ink goes in, it stays in there. You can re-ink them as much as you want. And I'm going to talk about re-inking when we get to mine, because I need to re-ink one. So I left it for this as well. And so what you're going to see is when you go down like this, it's a little bit harder to get the ink out, just because of the way the felt releases the ink. And there's a reason that I chose a different sponge. But distress ink is kind of the original. It's water reactive, and it's going to give you a more fuzzy edge. It's going to give you that distress look. When you use our water reactive ink, it's going to give you more of a crisp look. But the same, you can spritz it and add watermarks to it. This will go in a second. And it's going to move around a little bit more. That's the whole idea of distress. And that's why out of all of the ink pads I owned, when I released my own, the only ones I kept were distress, because there are certain techniques I like doing with distress inks. You can blend with them, you can smush with them, you can do all sorts of things. Then Tim released an oxide, and we're going to talk more about this later. This is for this afternoon. We're going to talk about like oxides and stuff. This, you can see it's a little bit more chalky and muted compared with this. Again, it's water reactive, but when you put the water on it, it's going to react a little bit differently. We'll give it a second to mingle in there, and you'll see the reaction is a little bit different. So while this is going, let's see. Okay, I brought all my stuff in, and now, you know, I put it down somewhere. I'll pick it up in a sec. So this is going, so you can see, lift this up. So you can see here, you kind of get those nice water rings. This is going more white. How well this is picking up, but this is going more white, and that's the oxide in it. But the cool thing about oxides is you don't just have to use them on white cardstock. I'm going to grab a piece of black or dark. So this is the one thing about oxides that's really cool. So if I take a distress pad and I put it on a dark cardstock, you get a dark streak. That's all you're going to get. And if I had it on black, you probably wouldn't even see that. But with an oxide, that color sits on top of the paper, and that's kind of the cool part of it. So what I love about the distress oxide is you can do techniques, and it's still water reactive, and it's the only water reactive ink that will work on dark cardstock. Okay, so it's the only water reactive ink. One tip I'm going to give you is, because I did direct to paper, you can see it shows up really well. But when you are stamping with distress oxide on dark paper, I'm going to recommend that you stamp twice. So use a stamp platform, a Misty, or whatever stamp platform you like, but just stamp it twice. You'll find the first time will be light, and the second time it will pop. So the first time it might look more like this, but then when you stamp it over the second time, it's going to look more like this. Now, the reason is this is a pigment dye fusion. Okay, so I know I talked earlier about hybrid inks. This is not a hybrid, it's a fusion of the two. So it has dye ink in it and it has pigment ink in it, and they're not combined in the traditional way of a hybrid, which we'll get to in a bit. And the reason they did that is so that you get this water reactive, but then you can also use it on dark. So that when you stamp down the first time, when you actually just stamp, the dye soaks into the cardstock and a little bit of pigment sits on top. And then the second time, the cardstock saturated, so the pigment really sits on top. So that's kind of where it is. The other nice thing about oxides is because they behave like a pigment, but because they're water-based, you don't have to heat set them. You don't have to heat emboss them, heat set them, any of that kind of stuff. That's the kind of cool part of this as well. But yeah, so that's the difference. So this looks like a pigment ink, but it behaves like a dye ink, and you don't have to heat set it. That's one of the things I do like about it as well. So just so you know. And I see the comments of like, they're not for everyone. Absolutely. I just want to make sure you know all the different kinds of inks that are out there, what you use them for, when to use them, those kinds of things. So this is kind of just like a little bit of a review session, if you like, just to kind of go through all of that stuff. So if you know some of this, bear with me, but I want to make sure that we cover everything, whether you're new or old, and you might learn something too. So there's that. Same goes with the distress ink sprays. The distress ink is going to be like so if you've got the distress spray stain, that's going to be like the traditional pad, which is the black pad. And then the oxide spray is going to behave exactly the same again. Okay, so there you go. So Kate, we will have VIPs will get a PDF, and all of this info will be in it. There'll be pictures and info, and all that stuff will be in there for our VIPs. Okay, so now I want to talk, before we get into our inks, I want to make sure we cover what else is out there, because it's important. There's not just Maker Forte inks out there. So The other one, and this is another one I've kept, is you do not need to heat set any distress inks. No, Kathy. I'm just saying, because it looks like a pigment, and you'll see when we get to pigments, then you do have to heat set pigment inks, but this behaves like a pigment, but you don't have to heat set it. So the next one is archival ink. Another one that would behave in exactly the same way of this is stays on ink. I just hate stays on. I'm sorry, I can't stand it. Yes, I love the smell of it. It smells like cherry marzipan, but the rest of it, I just can't do it. So yes, so there's that as well. Yes, Janice, Lisa will drop a link down, and you do get all the codes. So everyone gets the codes. And I'll send them back out again tonight to our VIP. So if you sign up during the day today, if you also need the VIP codes, you can email Lisa at makerforte.com with your receipt. If you send it to her, she will reply back with the coupons for you. So here's your archival ink. Archival, so you've got acid-free, permanent, waterproof. So if you want to stamp on acetate, if you want to stamp on tile, on fabric, on anything non-porous, ceramics, if you want it to be permanent, like you want to stamp, I don't know, a scarf or an apron or something like that, then this is it. Archival ink. I like this one. Again, it comes on a felt pad, which is not my favorite. It does come in black and a few different colors. But I like this one the best. It's nice and crisp. It's not too thick. Again, it's something I do find I like to do with the stamp platform, because sometimes I want to do that twice. If you want to stamp on acetate, you just stamp on it. It will dry. If you want to stamp on something non-porous, again, stamp and it will dry. The only one is if you are doing it on fabric, you have to stamp and then you have to iron it. Okay, so you have to stamp and you have to iron it. And then it will become archival, like, you know, waterproof and things. I would still probably hand wash it, but that's the deal. Okay, so there you go. All right. Any questions on either of those inks? Any questions on distress inks, distress oxides, or archivals? I'm trying to cover all the different types, but I just want to make sure that everyone has everything they need. Bo says, got it. Here says the smaller ones. Yeah, you can get smaller versions, the archivals too, which is kind of nice. And there's a little tin that they go in. Info of, like, I know it's a lot of info. That's why we do the VIP. So one, you get it printed so you can like refer to it, like when you're crafting, you can be like, what did Alex say about which ink to use for this or that or the other? And also, of course, you can come back and watch this video too. So there's that as well. Here says they're good to use on polymer clay. Excellent. I have not used them on clay, so it's good to know. Does the weight of the paper or smoothness matter? Paper does matter. And actually, once we've been through all of these inks, we're going to take a break. And then the next session, I'm going to focus on papers, mediums, and that kind of stuff. Because I think, again, that's another thing that's important, because there are so many different papers and vellums and acetates and tags and I don't know, all the gazillion things that are out there. So I'm actually going to focus on paper next, and then what ink we can use on what paper. So we're going to cover all the inks, and then we're going to cover all the papers, okay? Because I think that's there as well. Glad I got the VIP in the last 20 minutes. My pup found and say, oh my God, Wendy, I would be freaking out. What about cleaning stamps when using archival inks? So there is an archival stamp cleaner. You can use our stamp cleaner because it's gently stamped, but there is an archival one. What I do with my stamps is I use the archival cleaner to get off the worst of the archival, and then I use the squid buster afterwards, because that archival cleaner is like super greasy. And if you find you can't get that archival cleaner off, prime time, that greasiness on your MISTI lid and on the stamp, the prime time will take it off for you as well. Okay, so let's go down and look at some other inks. So I'm going to start with colors, and then we're going to go into these. So we have color Hive ink. So a little bit of history here. So you can imagine there are a gazillion inks out there, but I was always this girl. I had Catherine Paula inks, I had Ranger inks, I had Simon's inks, I had Tim's inks, I had Wendy's inks, I had scrapbook.com's inks, Taylor Expressions, Gina K. I mean, like so many different inks. They're still all sitting out there. And I was like, okay, I want one ink that does all the things. Obviously, I can't have an oxide and a distress together, but I really just want one that I can do everything with. So I sought out to find a chemist who understood ink, and here is Color Hive. So that's how this was born. And Color Hive is just because obviously the shape. So it just reminded me of a little beehive. And I love bees. And I love Bee Movie. So this is Flamingo. So you see the difference. So this is a silicone sponge, silicone foam that's on here. It's squidgy. That's why I wore black jeans. It is squidgy. You can press it down and you see the difference. So I just dragged that across versus when I dragged across the distress, and you get that kind of grainy effect. Then that just drags across on here. Okay. Marianne, I'm going to cover Primetime and Squidbuster in the next session after we cover paper. So just bear with me. I'm going to get to everything. It's just going to take me a minute this morning to kind of lay the foundation. And then this afternoon, we're going to focus on techniques. So I chose the silicone foam. Another reason I chose it is these are absolutely full of ink, absolutely full of ink. And what happens when you press down a stamp on a felt pad, you just get the ink that's on the top. When you press down on a silicone sponge, any ink that's in the bottom of that sponge is automatically absorbed back to the top. And I won't bore you with the physics, but that's kind of how it works. So every time you are pressing this onto your stamp, you are re-inking the top of your pad. You don't lose any of that ink that is in the bottom. So that's one reason I really, really like them. So that's why I chose the silicone. It releases the ink really nicely. You can see you get this lovely rich color. They are quite thick inks. They're pretty opaque. They're not that translucent. So you're going to get really nice coverage. They're super crisp. They are water reactive. So if I spritz this, you can blend them, you can smush them, and you're going to see lots of techniques later. But I also wanted them to be really water reactive so that when you put spritzes of water on, look how fast that starts to react and do stuff. So you can really kind of have fun with it and add those on there. And the colors will blend together. We have a really nice rainbow. We have a few more neutrals coming, and then we'll kind of have a start on there as well. So there you go. So that's what this is. So you can stamp with this. This is water-based, so you can watercolor with it. You can use the re-inkers to watercolor. I'm going to show you some different things about re-inkers later because I flippin' love re-inkers. They're one of my favorite mediums, as lots of you know. And I'm trying to think what else. You can stamp with them. So they are water-based. So you cannot, if you stamp an image with a water-based pad, if you put water over the top of it, you're going to get a watercolor effect, which, trust me, that's a cool effect. Don't get me wrong. But just know that this is really going to work well with your alcohol markers. So anything that has an alcohol base to it for a coloring medium. So if you want to stamp out in the pink and then you want to color in your Copics, your Olos, your Altenew alcohol markers, anything like that, that's where you're going to use this. Okay. So you're going to be using this with anything that has an alcohol base in it. Maybe you have some alcohol-based glitter markers. Again, you're going to be using this. Okay, so opposites attract. So if you have a water-based pad, you're going to use an alcohol-based coloring medium. If you have an alcohol-based pad, like Archival, you're going to use your watercolor medium. So you could paint inside the lines of this that way. Okay, so opposites attract. You want to color with something water-based, you're going to use an alcohol ink. You want to color with something alcohol-based, you're going to use a water ink. Okay, so opposites attract in terms of ink. All right, what should we do next? I'm going to cover this because it's kind of same but different. So we also have a few ink pads that have clear lids outside the snow flurries. These are our neons. So there is a green, there's a yellow, there's a blue, there's a pink, and there's a purple, and there's a teal. These, look how bright that pad is. I mean, this is crazy how bright this is. This is our neon. So again, you can see, look how super, super bright neon that is. Okay. So again, it has the silicone foam. This is a special, it's a slightly different ink formulation. Okay. It's still water reactive. I'm just putting a little bit of water down so you can see. Still water reactive, slightly different formulation. This has a special neon, like a phosphorescence to it to give it this super bright tone. And you're going to see like the water reaction in it is a little bit different. So you see how this lightens up. This one here is just going to kind of give you like, I call it a dimple effect. I'm trying to catch it. The light doesn't quite want to do it, but you can kind of see on there. So it's not as water reactive. It's a little bit different, but that's the difference. These are completely light fast. That's why we can have clear lids. I wanted clear lids on everything because I thought it'd be so cool to be able to see the color inside, but they wouldn't let me do it because they said these are not light fast, but because of the extra formulation they have to put in here, this is light fast. Okay. So that's the difference for those, because I always get asked, like, what's the difference? Why do those have clear lids and those don't? Okay. Next up, we have our Remarkable Black, and mine needs re-inking, so I'm going to do it live because lots of people always ask me, how do I think there is a purple. Yeah, Purple Rain. There's a neon purple. So this is how I do it. There is no real right or wrong way to do this. I did this before and people are like, oh, you shouldn't re-ink your pads like this. This is how I've always done it. So I just kind of go over, and you'll know to re-ink it because it just doesn't give you that instant crisp impression that you were getting before. So I like to just put some drops down. Now, here's my tip. If this instantly just soaks straight in, you need more. If it's sitting on top like this, then you're probably about right. Okay. And then all we're going to do is I just take some scrap paper. You can use a credit card or something, but just be warned, if you use a credit card, it can damage your pad. I'm going to do a smidge more because that went straight in once I spread it out. Okay. So I just take, like, that's a little bit of copy paper that I just had sitting here with some notes on it. So again, I'm just going to do that. And then I just scrape it around. Because if you take a credit card to this silicone foam, you're probably going to ruin it. Unless you know, maybe you got skills. I don't have those skills. So that's on there as well. Okay. So next up, I want to talk about our Remarkables. There's only two colors in the Remarkables right now. We have Eclipse Black and we have Fog. Fog is meant for like your no-line coloring techniques. And it also makes a really nice kind of background that you can stamp out in the fog and then go with it. But the reason we called it Remarkable, and you'll notice we emphasize the mark, is because these are designed to work with your alcohol markers. I loved my Copics. I now have Olos. I haven't used them as much as I'd like, but I'm a big Copic girl. And I think at one point, I counted and I had like 12 or 15 black ink pads. I was like, well, if I do this technique, I want this. And if I do this technique, I want this. And so it went on, and I was like, this is not happening. So when I set out to make a black ink, this is what I created. So this is Remarkable. It's Eclipse Black. It's a really intense black. Like, I'm gonna lift it up here. You can see it's like a true carbon deep black. Okay. And it's fast drying in the sense of this is instantly alcohol marker friendly. I say by the time you get your ink pad out, ink up your stamp it out, take it out your MISTI and get your marker out, it's dry. If you literally did it second to second, it's probably not going to be dry. But literally by the time you've been through that process and cleaned your stamp and you're ready, and we're talking like 15 seconds, it is dry. And you can take the lightest BG0000, the 4 zeros, and go over it. And this is not going to budge. It's not going to smudge. It's not going to do any of those things. I think I might have some coconuts behind me. Open my drawer up. So I've got this light. Okay. So I'm really going to saturate it just to prove the point. There's nothing on the tip of my marker, nothing. Okay. And there is no smudging over here. It's instantly dry, just like that. Okay, so it's instantly alcohol marker friendly. And that was my biggest thing because, you know, that was important to me. If you want to use a water-based medium with it, just give it a blast with the heat gun. Once you heat set this, it becomes permanent to watercolor. If you work quickly, you can heat emboss it. And by quickly, I mean literally like stamp, tip, done. Like you need to work fast, but yes, you can heat emboss it if you are quick, because it is a thick formula. It will sit on top of your paper for a little bit of time, and you will be able to feel it. It has a little bit of a velvety feel to it, which I also kind of like. I think it's kind of fun. So that's what the Remarkable is. So it's designed to be instantly alcohol marker friendly. It's designed to heat set, and you can use it with water-based stuff. And if you are quick, you can also heat emboss it. Okay, so that's that. All right. Are you all learning lots so far? Is everyone like, oh my God, this is so much about ink. I thought ink was just an ink pad. What on earth is going on in this place? I'm watching for the comments. It's great. What's hoping for? Yay. So yes, this morning we're really going to focus on the foundation. We're going to talk about what inks. We're going to talk about cleaning. We're going to talk about, I'm trying to think what else I was going to talk about. Cleaning, inks, and papers. And then this afternoon, we're going to focus on techniques, because I think then, you know, once you've got the foundations, it's a lot easier to work on the techniques, but getting the foundations is important. So we still have 2 ink pads to go, and then we'll take a little bit of break. You can all have a little bit of a mental break. And also I'll show you some cool stuff, because I'm going to need to stamp out with these. So we have 2 more. We have Snow Flurries and we have Clear. And I'm going to start with Snow Flurries because this is a little bit of a unicorn of inks. So first of all, this is a pigment ink, and I'm going to find something to stamp with it. What should we do? I'm going to do this one. I'm going to use this new one, Holiday Magic stamp set. So it says magic times. Here's the season for. Hope you have a magical holiday season. Be merry. Magic, magical memories, magical moments. I also think you could maybe use this for like some Disney journaling. Maybe for a scrapbooker. But I like this. I love these bows. I think they're super cute. Like hand-drawn bows. Okay. And it is free shipping, so you can grab stuff as you see it. I'm going to grab some dark cardstock. In the break, I'm going to find what I did with my part. My pile of blacks, right? I was prepared. I pre-cut it and everything. I never did get around to fixing my Misty, so I don't know what's up with this Misty. Like the lid's kind of like all funky on me. Okay, so I'm going to put this in here. I'm going to use some black cardstock. This is our Eclipse black cardstock. Okay. I'm going to ink this up. So there's 2 parts to this. So first of all, this is a pigment ink. And pigment inks will work on light and dark cardstocks. I'm using the white on black because obviously if I put white on white, you wouldn't see it. But the thing with pigment is I'm going to say stamp twice, because it's like the oxides. Like I told you, there is pigment on here that's going to sit on top of your paper, and you want to make sure you get the best impression. So we're just going to take this. This is a smusher. If you've never seen it, it gives you automatic, just nice even pressure. Okay. And it means you don't have to sit here and CPR it, or, you know, stand up and press on it or anything. And so you can see already we have a nice impression, but I'm going to do it a second time. And the reason is there are pigment particles in here. This is a much thicker ink. It is not dye. Dye absorbs into the paper, and that's why it gets locked away instantly. Pigment sits on top of your paper and is a much thicker particle. Another reason that I do the silicone foam, because it releases that pigment particle, in my opinion, a lot better. So I'm gonna do the same thing. And also don't be afraid. You don't have to just flip your piece over, leave it, you know, and pick it straight back up again. Just let the ink soak or transfer into the paper. It's okay to just leave it there for a second like this. All right. And then you lift up and look at that gorgeous crisp impression. So this is a pigment ink. This is our white. You can see how white it is. We'll drop the link to a smusher for you, Julie, as well. And this is our little white ink. Now, here's the kicker about pigment. So I'm going to just take this off for a second. Throw this back on here. I'm just trying to keep everything together a little bit, just a little bit. Do my best. Okay. Yeah. So this is what the pigment ink looks like. The problem is if I did this, pigment ink will wipe straight off. Yeah, this is a new one, Melissa. This just came out right now, 10 a.m. this morning. I've got some other cool stuff for you too. But yeah, so pigment ink will just wipe straight off. You have to heat set pigment ink in some way. You can just heat set it. I don't find that gives me the best long term. And I don't like the look of it. It kind of goes a bit dull. So the way I like to heat set is with some embossing powder. So here's my little heat gun. And plug it in over here. My laptop charger is so flipping big that it takes up most of this block. Right there. So I'm going to use some of our clear embossing powder. I think I picked it up. I did. So that's the one thing about pigment is you have a little bit of time to work with. Yeah. I'm just going to tip this out. And you don't have to, and no, I don't use an anti-static thing or any of that stuff. I know I'm probably supposed to, but our powders are naturally anti-static. We have our jars treated and things. So all I did was put a little bit of clear embossing powder on top. No, Zoom filters that out. And then here you can see that that looks like that as well. Okay. Yeah, no anti-static bag or anything like that. I just kind of go for it. But also you could put white embossing powder over the top. You could do the diamond glaze. You could add a color and then you can post it, Lisa. You can post it. And so you can also do it so it shines through. So if you put the white and then put the diamond glaze on top, it gives you a really cool like white glittery ink. Super, super cool. So don't be afraid to also play around with it too. But you can just heat set it if you want to. Personally, I like that. And it also gives it that nice like enamel-y effect. And I kind of like that enamel effect on it too. So that's what pigment ink is. So pigment ink, you have to heat set it or heat emboss it on top so that it will stay on top of there as well. We will be having a break in a second because I know Lisa just posted the link. I've got one more ink to go through and then we'll take a quick break so you can all go and have a look and you don't miss anything. And then because that this is our white, it's worked a long time. Anyone who's been here a while knows this probably took us like 9 months to a year to formulate this white because white ink is one of the hardest things in the world to make. Okay, and then the last one is a clear ink. Now there is a ton of stuff you can do with clear ink. Okay, I mean a ton of stuff. So clear ink, you can heat emboss. So the way I put the pigment ink down, you can put the clear ink down and you can put your embossing powder on top and emboss it. You can also use it with kaleidoscope powders, which we'll be doing later today. I'll talk a little bit more about kaleidoscope powders and stuff you can do with those too. And then you can also use it for watermarking. So if you take a color, say for instance, you don't want something too dark, you don't want something too light. The craft colored, like the browns, also look really good as well. You can see I maybe made a little bit of a boo-boo on mine the other day. If you were at Lift Your Spirits, you'll know. But when you put this one down, you see how it creates the tone on tone effect. So if you wanted to stamp a background, see what stamps I've got here. Yeah. Oh, let's try this one. I know all the ideas we've got. We might be here till 10 o'clock tonight. Joking. My friend bought comedy tickets for tonight. I didn't miss that. She'll be mad. So this one here, this is the one without the church. Lisa, is that Snowy Lane? I think. It's the only downside of clear. Of course, you have no idea what you put on top of it, or if you've got everything. But that's the nice thing about a Misty, is you can go multiple times. So I'm going to do it a second time. And I appreciate purple might not be what you want for a winter scene, but you know. Okay. And so what it creates is a really pretty tone on tone. So now you could just add a sentiment on and you have this really cool background. This one's called Snow Down the Lane. And it's one of our white rubber stamps. If you've never seen them before, this is our own thing. We developed white rubber so that you could see what ink you put on there. So normally, you know, we'd put on a color and things as well. So this is called a watermarking technique, and you could do like a craft color and those kinds of things as well. But I can't show how to use the mountain builder because I don't have it yet. We'll have to wait till it arrives. If it comes during the day today, we'll definitely use it. We're waiting for it. So that's another thing that you can do with your clear ink, and you don't have to then heat set it or do anything with it. It will just dry. It's going to take a little bit of time to dry, but it will dry. You could also throw on now a kaleidoscope powder if you wanted to, or you could throw on some heat embossing powder, and you can do that as well. None of the new stuff will be in the color pot box. If you do the gotta have it all bundle, Lisa, no, there's nothing in there. But if you order like the gems or the inks or any of that kind of stuff, that's in there too. So that's that. So that is kind of the basic of ink pads. We will talk a little bit later about alcohol inks. We will talk about re-inkers. We will talk about that kind of stuff as well. And the clear ink also comes in a bottle like this that has a little like nail varnish applicator brush thing on it. And if you saw Gloria's Inktoberfest video the other night, she did a really cool technique with stencils with this, which I thought was really cool. So that's that. I just put that stuff there. I don't know. You know when you put something down and then you don't know what you do. Trying to make a pile. All right, so we've covered the basics of ink pads. We're going to take a quick break. It's 10:51. We'll break till, what should we do, like just 11 o'clock. If you have any questions, you can pop them in the chat. I will be monitoring the Zoom chat. If you are on YouTube and you want to be in the chat and you want to have a chance of winning prizes, I'm going to pick 2 winners in a second as well. You need to go to allaboutunk.com. All About Ink. Was it All About Ink Party? Yeah, All About Ink Party. I'll put that in the YouTube. allaboutinkparty.com. So that's where you want to go to, and you can sign up, get the Zoom link, and then you can come join us and you can be eligible to win prizes. Isn't that cool? So I'm going to pick 2 winners, one from our VIP list and one from everyone who is here in the participants list on Zoom as well. And I just picked them randomly. Again, you can only win once per day until the grand prize at the end, giving away a Cricut Joy at the end of today, which is super cool because you can use it to cut out your stamped images with our SVGs as well. Okay. All right, so I'm just scrolling up and down and I landed on Debbie's iPad. So congratulations, Debbie. You are our first winner. And then I'm going to go to this list. And Kimbo, you are a second winner as well. So congratulations to both of you. You need to email ecomm, ECOMM @makerforte.com, and Lisa will get your prizes out Thursday or Friday. No, she is off Monday, Tuesday. I'm going to keep saying that over and over and over. But yeah, we're going to take a quick break. By the time I finish, we'll probably push it to 11:05 Eastern time. So just let you know. So there are 2 winners. And then what was in the nail polish? Oh, it's our clear ink. I know someone saw that. It's the clear ink.
Excuse me, Alex.
Yes.
What did they win?
Oh, $25 gift cards. Thanks,
okay,
Lisa.
thank you.
Lisa, Shelley Anderson sent me a chat. She said, I know Lisa's busy, but I sent her a message. I don't know if you can find it. Shelley, if you can email us, that's probably easier because it's really hard because the chat just goes and goes. And even as someone sends us a new chat, then it just disappears again. So if you want to email Lisa, ecom, ECOMM at makerforte.com. If you sign up for VIP, forward ecom your receipt and we will send you back the coupons just to make sure you've got them. And Lisa just dropped the link to our new collection. All the stuff is here. You're going to see me use it throughout the day. But if you want to go shop, as I say, it's first come, first served on the first amount coming in, which is due in either today or I think Monday. And then I have to keep these for Amanda, so I keep putting them to the side, not in the trash box. So there's that going on as well. We also do free orders every hour. So when we come back, any orders that have been placed since we started at 10 a.m. and when we come back from break, I will do 2 free orders as well. You'll get those refunded. You can either have a gift card to shop again, or you can do that as well. Are you showing the Hanukkah banner? I'm going to show everything throughout the day, Carmen, but I can show that quickly before we go to break. So some of the things I say I'm waiting on. And these will have to tell me if I miss items, but I think I have them all. See what I got. All right, I'm pretty sure that this is what's in the Hanukkah bundle. So we have the white rubber stamp set. So this has the background, like so. You can see that mine were not fully packaged. You also have this fits perfectly in the A2 spotlight circle and then muzzle tough on that one. There is the Hanukkah paper, which is right here. So this is the paper pack. 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'll flip it over so you can see from the different patterns on there as well. Lisa just pop the link down there as well. And then these 2 are 6x8 stamp sets. I had to print them out, so they will be this size. But I just printed them out, and this is the size the printer decided they were going to be. So there is this one, which is called Slimline Layered Menorah. So here you've got the menorah, and you can layer it up. So you have the flames, and also you can add these to the flames. Family, holiday, light, spirit, friendship, home, laughter, happiness, and peace. They also, you can either put them directly in here, or you can add them to the top of the flames. Excuse me. And then you've got all your different sayings you can embellish. And then we have this one here. So you have the big happy Hanukkah that goes on here. This is a clear stamp. And then you've also got ones where you can just add sentiments. And then these flames fit perfectly on the top of this menorah up here as well. Okay, so that goes on there too. So I believe that's everything that's in the Hanukkah bundle. This will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's everything that's in the bundle. So 3 stamps, 1 paper. Yeah, I got it right. Look at me. Occasionally I can get these things right. All right, so we actually went on till 11 a.m. because I talk a lot. So I'm going to grab some different things. I'm going to go grab some different papers to talk about. I'm going to go and grab the Prime Time and the Squid Buster. So we're going to go through all of that as well. I'm going to drink a little bit of my tea to keep my throat going so we can go all day. And then I'll be back. So we'll be back here in 10 minutes. So we'll be back here at 11:10. And then Lisa also needs a pit stop. Wiggle chair dance is real. Yes, it will. So just give us a sec and we'll be right back with you. Okay, we are back. So, okay, I was just getting notes from Lisa on questions. So lots of you have been asking about all the inks. So what I'm going to do is over lunch, I'm going to get Maddie to pick me one of every color. After lunch, we'll just spend like 10 minutes or so going through, and I will show you where each color fits in and how they all go together. Okay, so we'll get that as well. For those of you watching on YouTube, yes, winners and comments are picked here. Yes, I will turn on sound, Melissa, at lunch, so that everyone can unmute for lunchtime. But if you are on YouTube, you can go to allaboutinkparty.com and you can get the Zoom link. And if you've already signed up, you can sign up again and just get the Zoom link again. So that's as well. Yes, I will get every color out so you can see how many colors there are, and you'll see how they fit in as well. So we'll go through that too. Now, I did kind of go a little bit extreme, but I just want to share with you that there's a method to this madness. Okay, and we're going to not fly through it, but I'm going to make sure that you have a good understanding and a good basis of everything with this as well on that. So bear with me. All right, so now I want to talk to you about an Instagram hotbar. So you can go to @maker.forte. It's with picket fence. So I want to talk now about mediums and bases and stuff like that. And you're gonna think, oh my God, this woman is crazy. But bear with me, stick with me on this one, because yeah, we have ink, but the ink has to go on something. And that's where it's really important to talk about what ink goes on what, for what reason, etc., etc., etc. So I don't have everything here, but I walked around my craft room and I grabbed out a ton of mediums, and then I went and walked through the warehouse and I grabbed like one of every type of and I say type, not one of every kind of substrate medium that we have in the store, because I want to talk to you about, you might have one of these, you might have all of them, all those kinds of things. I'm going to do an empty tote to throw this in afterwards, I think. Let's do this. So keep it separated, a little bit organized. So I think it's important to kind of just run through as well. Like, yeah, literally, this is a lot. And you might have one or all of these in your craft room as well, and really not know what to use with what. Okay. So first of all, I grabbed out, this is Renea metal. I don't even know if Renea still exists, but basically, this is metal. You can get all sorts of metal to stamp on and do other stuff with. So this would count as a non-porous material. I know Ranger do some metal sheets you can stamp on. You are going to need to use an alcohol-based medium. So you can either use alcohol inks, and I want to talk about alcohol inks this afternoon because they aren't really colored ink pads, but I do want to talk about them. So you have alcohol-based mediums, or you're going to want to use the archival ink. And Lisa did just restock the black archival ink in the store because I think that's something that, you know, you might want as well, because it is a nice fine ink and you're going to use it on non-porous surfaces. And you're going to see that this ink you're going to use a lot. Okay, so I do think it is worth investing in one. Okay, so that's that. Shrinky dinks. So you can stamp on shrinky dinks. Amanda does this all the time. She makes me cute little bracelets and charms, and she makes me earrings and all kinds of stuff like that. So shrink film, again, you're going to use your archival ink. Now you can, once you've done the outline, you can watercolor on it. You can use color pencils on it, all those kinds of things. So if you're going to use the watercolor pencils or anything like that, you're going to use the archival ink. But if you want to use colored pencils with Gamsol, or you want to do alcohol marker coloring on your shrink film, then you're going to use your Remarkable Black. Okay. Yes, you can die cut shrinky dinks, Lisa. Isn't that cool? Okay, so that's how you're going to use it. So if you're going to use something with alcohol, you're going to use your Remarkable, because you can't heat set it because it'll shrink. So if you want to use anything that's water-based, you want to watercolor on it, then you're going to use your Archival Black. Okay, so that's how that goes. Acetate. So if you stamp on acetate, and there's going to be a caveat to this because there's always a but. You're going to use your archival black because it's going to dry on acetate. Same for anything glossy. If you want to stamp on a CD case, on some plastic, on a tile, on some ceramics, any of that stuff, you're going to use this archival ink. However, on Amazon, there is something called heat embossable plastic, which is freaking awesome stuff, by the way, which means you can use any Maker Forte dye-based ink on it and put clear embossing powder over the top and stamp in color on your acetate. Okay. Also, you can use your clear and heat emboss with it in any color. So this is tonic acetate because it's super thick. I used to use it for card bases. So regular acetate, you heat it, it's going to warp. If you use get the heat embossable stuff, I think it's called heat embossable plastic acetate, something like that. I don't know the brand. If you just go onto Google and put heat embossable plastic or acetate, it'll come up. I'm trying to think who made it. I don't know, but I have some in the drawer. I guess I can look if I still have the package for it. But yeah, heat resistant, anything like that. I'm sure someone will find it and they'll drop the link in the chat. So yeah, so that is the thing. And then you can use your regular inks. You just put some, they won't dry. You'll have to heat emboss them with clear, but you'll be able to do colors and you'll be able to use any of your embossing powders on there as well. So there's a cool one. Okay. If you foil something and you want to be able to stamp on top of it, then you have two options. If you want, okay, so this is where I'm, going to go down the rabbit. So if you, for instance, did a really bad job like this, I can't remember what happened to this, but something clearly badly went wrong. If you want to stamp where there is foil, you're going to use archival ink. So if you want to stamp on top of this, you're going to use archival ink. But if you foil on white or any light cardstock, you can take your colors like this, and it's not going to show because it's on black, but I'm going to show you the idea. You can ink blend, and then I bought a whole roll of kitchen towel in here. I don't know how I can't find it. The foil will resist the ink. Okay. So then if this was on white, anywhere would be pink in between. So you can use foil as a resist. Then you're going to use something water-based. If you want to stamp on top of the foil, you're going to use this. Okay. And for those who are VIPs, you're going to get a PDF you can print out that has all of this in it. So you don't have to take notes to remember it all. There'll be charts and pictures and all that kind of stuff on there. And you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Okay, we'll do that for you. That's for our VIPs. That's another good reason to do the VIP, because you get that and you can just print it out and put next to you. Plus, you can come back to this video again and again. So that's foil. Okay, I'm going to come back to that one because that one's a doozy. So something like chipboard. This is our chip off the block. It's like a thin chipboard that you can die cut. You can mixed media, alter, all that kind of stuff. So it's not as thick as regular chipboard. It's like a really thin chipboard. This you can use any ink on. So you can stamp with archival. This is going to behave just like paper. You can grunge it up. You can, let me think, what else can you do with it? You can use your water reactive. You can use your clear. You can do this and color on it. You can use your white pigment and heat emboss. You can archival and watercolor, like all that stuff. Okay, so all of that is going to work on the chip off the block. Regular paper, this is our regular card front. It's just 110-pound white cardstock. Of course, it comes in a million different sizes. I just grabbed this one out the warehouse. Again, you can use anything on it, any medium, anything. The only thing you're not going to be able to use, only because it's not going to react, is an alcohol ink, like this kind of alcohol ink. Like you're not going to be able to use this on it. Same with chip off the block. You can on acetate. I'm going to go back for a second. So on foil, you can alcohol ink over the top. Look, and I've done it. We have one called Snow Days. Oh my God, it's amazing. I'm just going to do that. Look, that dries and it pops on top. You can foil and then you can alcohol ink on top of it. Don't know if Carrie's done a video on that. Maybe she'll do one. But you can foil and you can alcohol ink on top of it, and you can get all the alcohol ink techniques going, and you do it on the black and it only sticks to where the foil is. It looks super cool. Snow Days, the Silvers, the Moonlit Lake, all that kind of stuff. This one is called Diamond Plate, this foil. And this was a bit that went wrong. I just saw it right there. I was like, oh, that's perfect. And please note the PDF for VIPs will not be out until the end of next week at the earliest. It takes Amanda time to take my whole day's worth of content and distill it down into a PDF for you as well. So you won't get it instantly. It will take a few days for us to make it. Okay, so that's another cool thing you can do. You can also use your alcohol inks on acetate. Okay, there you go. You can use that in acetate. Did this foil ever land in the shop? I never saw it. I believe so. Do we have a link, Lisa, for the diamond plate, whatever? The PDF will be sent to VIPs. Okay. Is that toner or hot foil? That was toner foil, Sharon, but you can also do the same technique on hot foil. So again, if you have a hot foil plate, you can do this. It'll work on any foil. Okay. You can use your alcohol ink on acetate. You can also use your alcohol inks on shrink films. Just be careful. It is combustible when you heat it, you know, just be warned. But you can do alcohol inks on shrink film. And you can do alcohol inks on any kind of metals as well. Lola says, makes you feel extra special as a VIP. Yes, our VIPs are extra special. They are very important people. Pricklers, maybe very important pricklers. Who that'll be, I don't know. Anyway, so yes, you can use your alcohol on this. You cannot use alcohol on your regular cardstock. Oh, I got you two free orders. I forgot. Hang on. Before the list gets too big. Hang on. To Lisa. Okay, so 2 free orders I promised. So let me just grab those because Lisa needs to write those down as well. I'm loading up from 10 a.m. I have the memory of a goldfish right now. Okay, so the first one I landed on is 22527. That's Victoria Lynch. So congrats, Victoria. You are our first free order winner. And I also have to check that it was placed obviously within the right time frame as well. So that's that one. And our next one, I need a drum roll or something. We always say this and then we never get one, is Linda Ballard. And that's 22517. Okay, so congratulations to both of you. All right. I remembered because one popped up on my phone. So there we go. All right, back to this. All right, next up, I'm going to talk about Ranger substrate. So Ranger have an alcohol ink cardstock. There's a black one. There's a glitter one, and then they have the UPOs. There's like a translucent UPO. There's a cardstock UPO. There's a white UPO. All of that stuff. So if you don't know about UPO, it is an acrylic paper. I'm trying to think where mine is. Let me just grab mine out because I don't want to open a pack out the store. I just grab these off the shelf. I'll grab my own pencil. So UPO is a paper from the Netherlands. This is translucent UPO. If it touch it, it kind of feels like a plastic acetate. That's exactly what it is. It's an acrylic paper. You cannot tear it. Okay, because it's acrylic. The cool property of it is you can put alcohol inks on here. Look, it's just little, like, can't you see it? There's no tear in there. Just like warped a little bit from where I ripped it, but it's no tear. You can die cut it too. So you can alcohol ink this and then die cut it. You can put it in your Cricut or Scan and Cut or any of those kinds of things as well. It comes in translucent, it comes in cardstock, and it comes in white. This is the translucent. You can see my hand through it. And it's a really cool paper. The other thing is you can put alcohol inks all over it. As long as you don't use the alloys and you don't use mixatives, you literally can take alcohol blending solution and you can wipe the whole thing off and start again. Okay, you can literally just wipe it off and start again. There are also, I don't think we have them in the store, but Ranger do sell these alcohol ink panels like this that you can alcohol ink. And it's not UPO on there, but this stuff behaves just like UPO. It's a special plastic acrylic based coating. And they come in squares, they come in like 8.5 by 11s, they come in shapes, they come in all sorts of stuff. But these are boards. So if you like doing alcohol ink art, then that's good. It's also good for practicing. But again, you can like alcohol ink all over this and then just wipe it off with blending solution. You can get those from like, scrapbook.com and all those kinds of places. Okay, so that's UPO. All right, so that's what UPO is. You're going to use this with alcohol inks. Okay, we'll just pick up the next one. Let's see someone. You're going to use it with your alcohol inks. Okay, and we do have some alcohol inks in the store if you want to try them out. I'm going to play with them later this afternoon. You can play with them with me. The other things I'm going to do this afternoon, we might be here till midnight. We'll just have to break for the comedy show and come back. So that's what you're going to do. If you want to stamp on this archival ink, okay, archival ink, that's what you need. And you can also use, I'm not going down this rabbit hole right now, and I didn't include it in ink pads because it is a one-off, like its own unique thing. Alcohol lifting is one of the coolest things. I do have a video on YouTube. I don't know if someone can help us and find it and drop the link about how to use alcohol lifting. It's a super cool medium. You put your alcohol ink down and then you can lift the color out. You can do a ton of different things. I think the video I did was pretty long, so I'm going to refer everyone back to that video. Everything you need to know about lifting is in there. Super cool stuff. Also, get the re-inker because you can use the re-inker with your stencils and you will love it. But we're not going down that rabbit hole today. We're just doing foundations right now. If we have time this afternoon, I will come back to the rabbit hole, I promise. But that's what UPO is. Then the alcohol ink cardstocks. They are cardstocks with a special coating. So they are just like your regular cardstocks, but they have a special coating on top that means you can use them with alcohol inks. Okay. So that you can use your alcohol lift ink on them. And if you want to stamp an image on them, we're going to use our archival ink. You see how I said you need an archival because you're going to use it a lot. It's one of those inks. We are working on archival, but I'm just not happy with the formulation. So the one I'm happy to recommend to you is the Ranger one. I love it. I've had it for like 10 years and I would recommend it. And I'll only tell you things that I use in my own craft room, the things that are right here that I'm using all the time. All right, what should we go with next? Let's talk about vellum. I love vellum. I have a ton of vellum. So. Vellum. Okay, so these are the vellums I picked up. So it does not matter whether we are talking about a colored vellum like this, a thicker vellum like this that's more kind of opaque than translucent, or just regular translucent vellum. So when I say vellum, you probably are thinking of this stuff. It's a little bit like parchment. Remember when we were kids, we had tracing paper. That was vellum. You can see your hand through it. It creates a really nice little hazy effect. So on vellum, again, it's a really versatile medium. You can use pretty much most things, pretty much. You can use, I don't know if you've ever tried it, but go and try it. Try your alcohol inks on it. You can alcohol ink on vellum. Okay, you can alcohol ink on vellum. You can use your clear ink on vellum with embossing powder. Kaleidoscope powders, not going to be so successful because it's not going to dry. This is not porous. That's why you can use alcohol inks on it. So if you're going to use your clear, you need to be heat embossing. It's not going to work for watermarking. It's not going to work for kaleidoscope powders. You need to be heat embossing. Okay. You can use your dye-based inks to stamp. You're just going to have to heat emboss them. You're going to need to put clear embossing powder over the top, or a diamond glaze if you want to make it glittery or something. So you can stamp with color on vellum. You just have to heat emboss it. Okay. If you don't want to heat emboss, Archival. You're going to need your Archival. If you love to Copic color and you want to practice your Copic coloring, what I recommend is stamp out some images on here with Remarkable and either heat dry it with your heat gun or use some clear embossing powder over the top, because it's not going to dry very fast just because of this. You can also use your pigment inks, again, heat emboss them on here. I should have said you can use your pigment inks on any medium, you just have to heat emboss it. That's another thing about them. So with this, you're going to either heat emboss or heat set it, and then practice coloring with your alcohol markers, your Copics, or whatever you happen to do. And you will find your blends will get so much better because this is non-porous. Your ink on your Copic is going to stay wetter a little bit longer, and you're going to be able to practice those blends and practice with your markers, and you're going to see a real improvement in your coloring. So I do all my practicing. If I want to try out color blends, I'm going to do it first on some translucent vellum, and then I'm going to try it out after that. Okay. I know it's a lot talking, and I'm sorry you might be sick of the sound of my voice by the end of today. Now you might wonder why I grabbed some envelopes. Okay. The reason I grabbed them is envelopes in general have a coating on them because they go through the mail. They're going to stand up to, weathering and stuff like that. So same thing applies. Treat these a little bit like a non-porous material. Test out your waterproof inks. You may, your water-based inks, like the color Hives, you may have to heat emboss. You'll just have to see, or heat dry. Okay, so just remember that these do have a coating. Most envelopes, whether you get mine or Gina K's or Simon Stamp or whoever you buy them from, just know most envelopes have a coating on them because they're going through the mail. Okay, so yes, Natalie, you can. Yeah, just try it out because there's different qualities and finishes and stuff, but yes, you should be able to. So heat emboss on there. Again, Remarkable, same deal. You might need to heat dry it or heat emboss it. Clear, again, same deal. And you can also use your Archival. Okay, so that's where you are. Then I grabbed out some of our specialty cardstocks. So we have our rose gold ripple. This is like one of my favorites, particularly for Christmas cards. Oh, so pretty. Chameleon sparkle paper. This is like the coolest paper in the world. It's so hard to get. I think it's actually made in Italy originally. And then it's come over and processed. This paper, look at all that sparkle. It looks like old static on the TV. That's kind of what it reminds me of. But this is super cool paper, and it has a special coating so that it's completely smooth, and this will never shed, but you get all of this sparkle. But this paper is super cool because you can ink blend on it, you can stamp on it, you can use colored pencils on it, you can Copic on it, and you can alcohol ink on it. Now there's not many papers you can alcohol ink and do everything else on, ink blend and that stuff. So what you can do with this is take your flamingo pad, go over it, or ink blend with it, and make your own pink glitter paper. So you only have to buy one and do that as well. Yeah, Lisa's working on links, Marie. She'll catch up as quickly as can. So someone asked for the VIP link as well. Normally we have a couple of us dropping links on here, but today it's just Lisa and I. Everyone's been dropping like flies. So yeah. Yes, this is different from Geminio. We're going to get to Geminio as well. Yes, papers and info in the PDF as well. It's going to be a PDF to handle. So bear with Amanda. It might take her a few extra days, but she will get it out to everyone. So that's Chameleon Sparkle. Lisa just dropped the link for VIP. Chameleon Sparkle will be next. Just bear with it. We're doing our best. Okay, so this one is Rose Gold Ripple. Same deal. Like, this is a really special paper. I mean, like, I can't tell you how special these papers are. And so again, you can do everything on it. The only thing I wouldn't do on this one is ink blend. I found it doesn't dry quite as well. And with my water-based inks, I do have to put a clear embossing powder over the top. Okay, so just so you know. Lisa, can you drop Chameleon Sparkle as well for us, please? So yeah, so that is Rose Gold Ripple. So you can stamp on it, color on it, alcohol ink on it, like all kinds of fun on it. And the same with Heavenly Skies. Oh my goodness, this paper is insane. We have sold so much of this paper since I showed it. And I was kind of, at first, I was like, I don't know if anyone's going to like this paper. Okay, I'm going to show it to you. Can you see? Like, imagine doing angels. We have a You're an Angel stamp set we came out with before for Christmas. And so, but the cool thing, okay, I said I wasn't going to ruin anything at the store. At least, Kim's going to kill me. Is again, you can ink blend on it. Can you see how that now creates my own pink version of this? Maybe you want to put blue on it. Maybe you want to put, I don't know, green on it for Christmases. Like, yeah, the camera does not do this justice, but it's like one of the most amazing pieces. It looks like, you know, when you see the angels blowing those gorgeous puffs of air, like those beautiful things, that's what it reminds me of. That's why we called it Heavenly Skies. So that's Heavenly Skies paper. Okay. I'm gonna leave that till the end because that one I'm going to talk about quite a lot. So then I grabbed out so these are premium vellums. And this is what okay, so I'm gonna backtrack. You know what I didn't grab was perfect stamping paper, but what I used over here was perfect stamping paper. So we're going to take this. So there's a thing about paper. No, I don't know. All right. And this confused the heck out of me until I was buying paper. And then I had to learn all of this. So when you go to the store and you see 40-pound paper or 100-pound paper or 110-pound paper, and you may have done what I did back in the day when I had a favorite white paper, I ordered it on Amazon, it was 110-pound white, and it arrived. I'm like, that's not the heavyweight cardstock I normally get, because there are some key words on papers. So this is considered 100 pounds, but you can see it's thick. You can hear it's thick, but it's not the same as this, which is 110, but pretty close. And it's not the same as this, which is 100 pounds. Okay. Because there are words that make a difference. So this is a 100-pound bond. So it's actually a 40-pound paper. I'm not going to go into the conversions because it's a pen, but just so you know, when you see the word bond, index, cover, cardstock, that changes the weight of the paper. So if you have a 100-pound bond, 100-pound cardstock, 100-pound index, and 100-pound cover, they would all be different weights of paper, just so you know. Okay, I'm not going to go into the if, buts, whys, and wherefores. So this is like vellum. This is vellum paper. And we probably should update the website, so we'll have to put as a note. So this, you can see, is a lot thicker than like the translucent vellum. I know, trust me, it's crazy. Enough to drive me around the bend. I can't tell you how much paper I ordered before I figured all this out. And nobody tells you any of this stuff either. But I actually happened to find a really good paper mill in Manhattan, and the guy sat for like 2 hours and explained it to me. I must have sounded like a complete idiot the amount of times I was like, huh? Now I kind of have it straight in my head. I am no expert, like to the point where I can't, you know, explain it completely, but I understand. So this is vellum paper as opposed to translucent vellum. So it's a little bit thicker than paper, but it's thinner than cardstock. It has the feel of vellum. It has a texture to it. When you feel it, it's very tactile, and you can see it has that mottling, but it's not translucent like vellum. Okay, so just so you know. So these you can use like regular cardstocks. We have a seafoam, and I can't remember what this one's called, antique maybe. And you can use this with your clear ink, your kaleidoscope powders, your embossing powders, watermarking techniques, your Remarkable, your dye-based inks, your Flamingo. You can use Archival on it. You cannot use alcohol ink on it. No alcohol ink on it. Perfect stamping paper. Perfect stamping paper is really cool. It's a 40-pound bond. I know. It's, if you have our Maker's Surface Pad, it is basically the same paper as that, just cut down to the right sizes. And the reason I love it is because sometimes you need something a little bit thinner, or you don't want to add too much weight. When you get our versatiles, which I thought I picked some up, they're like really, here we are. They're really cool printed inserts that you could go in your cards. These are printed on our perfect stamping paper. You can stamp on this, you can ink blend on it, you can alter it, you can really have fun with it, but it doesn't add too much bulk as well. Okay, so these are also perfect stamping paper. And if you go back to not the Lift Your Spirits I just did, but I think the one before, I used perfect stamping paper in that. And I also used it in the Dying for Die cuts. We did it there as well. So there you go. That's what that is. So it's a paper version of my favorite cardstock for when you don't want to add too much bulk, and you can do all that kind of stuff as well. Have you ever heard the saying, I'm stuck between I need to save money and you only live once? Yes, that's my permanent state of life. So I'm with you. We also have something called Perfect Blend, and we do have a little bit left in the store. We're struggling to get it. There is a global paper shortage, which really sucks. But there is a little bit left in the store for A2 card front sizes and slimline sizes. This is a really cool paper. It has a special coating on it. You can stamp on this. You can use a little bit of, you can use your archival ink on it. You can use alcohol ink on it. You can not heat emboss on it. It will buckle. It is not heat stable. Oh, you can heat emboss on Yupo. I don't know if I told you that, but you can heat emboss on Yupo. But you can use your alcohol markers on this, like this. You can use your alcohol markers on this, and you will absolutely love the effects. Again, your blends will be flipping amazing if you do any kind of alcohol ink coloring and you use the Perfect Blend. Okay. Regular cardstock, same deal. When I showed you the white, you could use everything on it except alcohol inks. And of course, if you use the clear on something like this, you're going to get that watermark effect that I showed you earlier. Okay. I know this is a lot, like I've spent 40 minutes talking about paper. So, but I do think it's important. So hopefully you are all learning something from it as well. Not already. We have lots of different colors of tags. For those of you who ordered the Oktoberfest bundle, you might have got manila, you might have got white. They're exactly the same. They do have a light coating on them, but you can use absolutely everything on them except on here, all sorts of different stuff and things. Everything like kaleidoscope powders, mediums, foils, all that kind of stuff. Stuff. Okay. I told you it's all about ink. I actually told some of my friends I'm doing a party all about ink, and they looked at me like, does anyone really want to do that stuff? I was like, oh, we have 1,000 people coming, so I guess, you know, somebody wants to learn about ink. If you get any of our ephemera, so this is our tarot deck ephemera, it's printed on 110-pound white cardstock, or if you get any of our die cut ephemera like this as well, these are all printed on our 110-pound white, so they're going to behave exactly like your card bases. You can foil these as well because they're printed with toner, so you can foil them, and once you foil them, again, it will work like resist. So you can put your foil down, it will stick to the black, and then you can go in and ink blend and you can change the color of the background. Okay, so you can do that and it'll work like resist. And if you come on Foiling Fridays, Carrie does all these different techniques. I don't know if she's covering any of these this year, but they're absolutely amazing as well. Okay, so there you go. Same deal with our printed paper and our foilable simple sayings. You can foil these and then you can ink them, or you don't even have to foil them. You can just ink them. They're printed on our £110 white, so they're going to pay exactly the same. Just know you can't alcohol ink on them as well. Well, there you go, Carrie. I added a few to your list for future Foiling Fridays. Then we have our paper packs, same deal. We have ones that are colored like this old world maps. I'll show you a couple of the new ones. Spoiler alert. We have 3 new paper packs for you. I'm gonna put that one to the side. Here we go. We have vintage Christmas. I don't know what my favorite is right now because I love all of these. Look at these. These are like so pretty, these old pages we found. And then on the back, look at the backs. Like, they are just gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Look at that. Just amazing. Well, don't forget, Karen, if you're a VIP, you will have lifetime access and you'll get the PDF. So if you need to go to bed, we understand at 1:45 in the morning. I think that definitely was commitment. So this is vintage Christmas. Love it. But wait, there's more. Then we have vintage holiday music. So yeah, just have to figure out how they're put in the pack. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Trying to figure out so you get to see all the different sides, but here you can see like how pretty. I know it's like I'm a little bit giddy. They sent me this one and I'm like, Chris, who runs our printer, I'm like, Chris, could you make me like 10 packs of that just for me? And he went, what, for an order? I went, no, just for me. I have a ton of it in here. I just love this paper. And then we also have holiday cheer. So this is our kind of like more modern funky one. So you don't notice I'm a little bit funky sometimes. So again, look at that ho ho ho, super cool. You could even like die cut one of those out. Pretty cool. 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we'll turn it over. So just like the nice clean simples. But again, you can ink blend on this. Just remember that you can ink blend on these. Okay. You can ink blend. And if you're shopping today, remember it's free shipping and VIPs get 15% off everything except the Fab 5, as Lisa puts it. I love a Fab 5. We also have some papers like this that you can foil. They're all black and white. I just grabbed selection out my drawer. This is a Christmas one from last year. This is like black to basics. So you can foil these, or for instance, like here, you could color in each of the little things. You can ink blend on these to create your own backgrounds. You can do absolutely everything. You can stamp on them. You can smush on them. You can alcohol ink on the alcohol marker color. You cannot alcohol ink. It's all day, Bo. You can use that code as many times as you want. Okay, follow Foiling Fridays here on the YouTube channel. Carrie does them once a month and you'll be a foiling pro. She's amazing. Okay. Geminio paper. Oh my goodness. So lots of people ask you where the word Geminio comes from. It is a play on words because 1, it is a gem of a paper, and 2, I'm a Harry Potter nerd. So this is where it comes from. Jim, I can't remember the exact curse, but basically Geminio comes from the curse in Harry doubling. Carrie says everyone stock up on translucent vellum because she'll be using it in Foiling Friday this week, hint hint, or this month rather. And yes, we do have a overstock sale going on, and you can stack your VIP code on top of that as well. So Lisa will drop the overstock link in as well. And then the VIP I'll cover again in a minute. I'll come back to that for those who are asking about VIP. So Geminio is the doubling charm. And the reason is this is a double-sided paper, but each side is different. Okay, so this side, and this is a paper I had made for us. Okay, so I went to a mill and I told them, and they thought I was crazy. And then they made it, and a ton of other industries found that they also can do this too. Okay, so this side you'll see is glossy. Okay, and that is going to work with your water-based inks. You can smush on this, you can ink blend on it, you can color with alcohol markers and use your Remarkable. You can also watercolor and use your archival inks on it. Okay, you can also use your alcohol inks on it. Okay, so it's super cool. And this one here, this feels like smooth and acrylic-y. It behaves just like Yupo. So the back of this paper behaves just like Yupo paper with your alcohol inks. So it's a lot cheaper than Yupo. It's like half the price. So if you want to practice with alcohol inks, and the other thing is back and front, you could use alcohol inks, but when you use the same one, then thanks Lisa, she's putting the nerd definition down there as well. When you use these same alcohol inks on different sides, you'll get different effects. They behave differently with the two different coatings. So it's a super cool paper, as I say, we had it made for us. So really fun, really cool. And yes, for those who ask, this is my Harry Potter tattoo, is the Deathly Hallows. And I love Harry Potter, and I love what this symbolizes. If you go and read what the Deathly Hallows symbolizes, basically we all live this world as equals and you can't hide from death. So there's lots of reasons for that, but that's what it means. So, and I had this guy draw it out for me. I think he did an amazing job. So that's that. All right, a couple of other things I want to cover before lunch break. I still have prime time to talk about Squid Buster, but I will do those after lunch because I am already running on. And I'm going to talk to you after lunch about re-inkers, and I also have to get a whole set of inks set out by Maddie. She can do that during lunch break because I'm going to feed her. So let's just talk for a second about there we go. Gems, bunny butts, buttons, and then I'm going to get to fairy floss. So when you talk about embellishments, okay, you can change the color of any embellishment. So if you buy Tim Holtz, he makes these really cool little white roses I often put on cards. He has all those like little nuts and bolts and all that kind of stuff. You can change the color of all of those. So anything like buttons, his acrylic pieces, his metal pieces, basically like any metal ephemera you've got, gems, any of that stuff, you thanks Lee, now I'm gonna laugh. You can take alcohol ink and you can change the color of them. Okay, so you can take alcohol ink and change the color of them. I'm also going to show you something later with glitter that you can do the same thing. But yes, you can change the color of them. So lots and lots of fun there as well. When I talk about alcohol inks this afternoon, we will go deep into that rabbit hole and we'll have some fun with it as well. So whether you use Crown Jewel Gems, these are the new color, Frozen Fog, lovely like silver, take it out so you can see. It's like a gunmetal-y silver color. And these ones are not translucent, they're opaque. You can see. True kind of frozen fog thing. So there's that as well. And you can color those with alcohol ink. You can color your buttons with alcohol ink. You can also color your buttons with the Distress Foundry wax. We're not going down that today, but just so you know, you can take foundry wax and put them on the buttons, heat set it. Oh my goodness, it is gorgeous. It grunges them right up and it looks amazing. So just an FYI. Just an FYI. Bunny butts, you can dip them in alcohol ink, or you can even just take your re-inkers and you can change the color of them and make them match your project perfectly. So again, you can change the colors on that. Okay. So fairy floss, I'm not going to cover it in the sense of like showing you how to use it. All I'm going to tell you is that if you want to, once you've made the paper with this and you want to stamp on it, you can, well, two things. One, once you've made the paper with it, you can alcohol ink on it. Okay, I don't know if anyone's tried that. I saw Vicky's face like, oh my goodness, you can do that too. So yeah, you can alcohol ink on this too. And then you can also stamp on it with archival ink. Okay, so once you've made the paper with the fairy floss, you can take the archival ink and do that as well. You can stamp on top of it, or you can alcohol ink on top of that as well. And that's pretty much it for medium. So does anyone have any more questions? Is there any like medium or paper that I didn't cover? I've probably gone overkill a little bit. But as I say, if you are a VIP, Lisa's going to drop the link to become one because somebody asked. You get 15% off the whole store. I'm going to send the codes out again in a second. I'm going to pull a list of VIPs again, and we will send out that links, all the links for the VIP codes again, just to help Lisa as well. Also, you get lifetime access to this video because this YouTube link, if you're watching it on YouTube, goes down at the end of the day at 5 o'clock. So you'll get lifetime access to a special link. You get a wrap-up PDF, and you get some extra bonuses in there as well. But all that stuff is in there too. All right, it's time to pick some winners, and I am picking winners. For those of you on YouTube, we are only picking winners in the Zoom or from our VIP list. If you want to join the Zoom, you can come after lunch. It's still open. You just go to allaboutinkparty.com and you can sign up. You'll get the Zoom link and you can log straight in and you can join us after lunch. Do I have any videos on the fairy floss? I do. Couldn't lay my hands on them right a second, but we definitely have them if you search the YouTube channel as well. Okay. All right. Ready? So my first winner is Sally Paul Harold. Sally Paul Harold. So you are our first one. Email ecom, I'm going to put it in the chat, ecom@makeupforte.com. Lisa will be issuing prizes Thursday, Friday. She is not in Monday, Tuesday. We'll give her Wednesday to catch up, and then things as well. Carol, if there's something you specifically want that's sold out, let us know. We'll see if there's anything we can do about it. And we'll just go from there. I'm just loading up the VIP list. And our VIP winner is Chris White. Congrats, Chris. Hey, Chris. So again, email Lisa. She'll get those $25 gift cards out to you as well. Does anyone have any questions before lunch? As I say, I'm going to pick out the VIP list. I got to run out, grab Maddie some food. So I will be away from the laptop for a minute. I think Lisa's going to pop out and get some food as well. But I'm going to do it so you can unmute yourselves in a minute. I'm not there yet, but you'll get there. Take a real break. Yes, I'm going to refill my cup of tea, although I haven't actually drunk that much of it. And I've got to get Maddie some food, and I'm going to get Maddie to pick us a full set of inks as well, so we can go through the colors and just kind of let you know where they all open. Lots of you have been apparently messaging Lisa asking her about where do the colors fit in, etc., etc. So we can go through that. The new release is there for you as well. I'll give you a little sneak peek of a couple of things that are in my bucket here before we go to lunch. This one I've noticed lots of you picking up already. This is Hung with Magic and Care. So you've got the frame here of the angels with the home, and these sentiments all fit in this little piece here as well, so you can see them. So I might have some after lunch if the UPS man's been. And then this is an ornament. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's the perfect like centerpiece for a card, and the circle fits in the A2 spotlight circle. So it's on there as well. There is another one that goes with the A2 spotlight circle, because you know I love that as my basis for everything. This one's holiday spotlights. It fits in there. So it says, I believe, Noel, red-nosed reindeer, jolly, Christmas, love, Dasher, bells, dancer, cheers, jingle, now, joy, Noel. And then you've got the lovely wreath with the Noel in it, the joy to the world. Oh, holy night. I love this one. This is going to be so, 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 so pretty. There's free shipping for absolutely everybody today as well. And then this one up here is Believe. And I'm going to pick one more of my faves. Do this one. I love this one. It's called Ice Bouquet. So you've got the ice skate down here, and then all of like the Christmas foliage and plumage in here. Walking in a winter wonderland, make it a December to remember, warm wishes. And again, all of these fit in this too. So we try and do it that everything mixes and matches. So like the believe fits in here. Like the holes over the top as well. Shipping is automatic. You don't have to do anything. So it's free US shipping automatically and free over $150 internationally as well. So there's just a couple of the stamp sets. I'm just picking a few things out here and there. So there's that as well. Oh, no, that didn't work. Oh yeah. So all of that is going on too. Oh, Tilly is with Miss Marsha today. They've gone to the beach together because I'm doing this. So she wanted to go. I said, you can stay with me and just hang with Maddie. Or Miss Marsha said, I'll take her to the beach. So she's actually at the beach. So if I get some pictures, I'll give them to you. I'll show them to you because yeah, super sweet. So we've got that. It's just how timing worked out. Greg had her last weekend. I had her this weekend. So she might be back by the end. I don't know if we'll be back by 5. But yes, lots of fun for her. So that's super fun as well. Yes, anyone who makes multiple purchases, don't worry, we combine them. It takes us a little bit of time, but what we do is we print off all the orders and then we combine them together. So if you have multiple orders, they all get combined together as well. I know, beach versus hanging with sister. Apparently beach was better. Sister did not want to go to beach. She's probably still laying in her bed. I probably have to go and wake her up. So, you know, that's life. It's all good. We have fun around here. Lots and lots of fun. So we're going to take a lunch break. We did the 2 winners. We will pick some more free orders after lunch as well. And you have your VIP codes. I'm going to go wake Maddie up. And then I'm going to come back, pull a VIP list. So you have a few minutes to do that. Do we have the link? Someone just asked us for the link. I think it's this one. Copy link. What's the VIP link? Lisa, why don't me copy it out of YouTube? So there's that as well. And we, so we'll do some free orders. I will go wake Maddie up, come back, send out the VIP coupons to everyone. So make sure ecom@makerforte.com is on your safe list because I will do it again. And then we will take a break until 1 o'clock. So I'll be back at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to do this. Melissa, can you make sure you can unmute yourself for me?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. All right, it worked. So I'm going to unpin me. And so then you can all chit chat and do whatever you want to do. And I will be back shortly. Time for lunch and shopping. Yes, I can't wait. I'm going to give away some fun free orders as well. Yay. See you in a bit.
Hi, Franklin.
Hey, hi.
Maggie. Hi.
He's like, my mouth is full of food right now.
Yeah.
We're having a pouch. But he was just spitting and throwing water all over everything.
Well, are you crafting?
No, I'm in the
Oh,
kitchen.
you're in the kitchen. I can see that. I was just, as soon as I said that, I'm like, oh, I know where you are.
No,
Hey,
my
Melissa. Hey, Bethany.
Hi, is that
Hi,
Gina?
Tina.
Oh, it's Debbie.
Debbie,
Who
yeah.
is it?
Debbie,
Where
I'm
are
like,
you?
you sound
Oh,
like
no.
Gina, but Gina's still
You
muted.
sounded
so-
like Gina.
I
Yeah.
do not have my camera on.
I see
all
that
you'd see
now.
is all you'd see is my keyboard. I'm still
Oh,
editing.
I will watch the premiere one later. I have to go get
Sandy
dressed,
says, I
you
know
guys.
Debbie's voice, lol. Love you, Sandy.
Love you too, Debbie.
Well, it only sounded like Gina for the first couple seconds, right, Bethany?
Mhm. Yeah, and then I looked and Gina was at the top of my screen and it showed she was muted. I'm like, nope, that's not Gina. That's got to be Debbie.
Yep. Well, Debbie,
And
I'm
then you
glad
hear
you
me
popped
laugh,
in.
and then you know. You
I was
just
gonna say
know.
it's the laugh.
It's the laugh. It's always been the laugh.
I'm concentrating today. I'm trying to
I-
get my cards made.
I saw you
Yeah,
get your mink out.
Yeah,
Are you
I'm
foiling
bad.
them?
I'm trying to focus on editing, and it's not working. So I have to mute myself again and mute you guys too, or I'm never going to get this thing up.
Well,
And-
my foil is not foiling, and I thought maybe something's wrong. So I don't think that my laminator was getting hot enough, although it goes up to 7 mils.
But
And
are you sure you're not, are you sure you're using toner foil and not hot foil? Huh, that's weird.
yeah, but it's like the impression of the piece that I'm foiling is coming out on the foil, but the foil isn't sticking to it. Has anybody ever had that problem?
Usually if you're using the wrong foil.
Nope, I'm not.
And if you don't, well, it depends. Are you
Is
print?
your
You did print
toner
with
dark
toner.
enough?
Yeah.
Is your toner dark enough?
Yeah, it's Alex's versatile card inserts and stuff.
Oh, that's weird.
What color
Yeah.
is the foil?
Show
Pardon?
us.
What color is the foil?
It's rose gold, and the other one was bronze.
Okay, because I have a problem with my silver toner foil all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
I finally got this one. Oops, I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, that looks good.
I finally got this one to do it, but now I'm trying on the same. So that's why I got out the mink. I thought, well, I'm going to try a different.
I think the mink works way better than laminators myself.
Absolutely. I need to put that on my wish list. My laminator works fine, but my printer doesn't really print as dark as I need it to. But still, even I've tried sometimes doing the pre-printed ones, and it doesn't always work on my laminator. But that's just because it's a laminator. It does do hot, but nowhere near as hot as the mink. I definitely need to get one of those.
I
Yes.
love my mink. I have had trouble with some of Alex's pre-printed ephemera being so thick. The cardstock is so thick that sometimes my results are a little sketchy, but I have a laser printer and it works brilliantly. And I am really into foiling, like printing anything I want. Like I'm even altering photographs and foiling photographs. But I will say that sometimes it helps to run it through the printer twice.
I'm wondering if sometimes the ink dries, like it dries on it or something.
Well, ink from your toner, the toner is actually what is the adhesive. So even if it's
Right.
dry, that won't have an effect on the.
No.
Yeah, it's actually the adhesive. When you heat the toner, it melts enough to hold on
It's
to
like
the
a
foil.
plastic.
Yeah.
Also, make sure when you do print, if you're going to do foiling with your ink, make sure you're printing at the best quality.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've been playing with mine, but for whatever reason, my brother doesn't want to do what it's supposed to do. It's and I've reset it and reset it.
Your friend broke it.
Ian, I think broke it this last
that's what I'm
storm
saying.
because
He
it
broke it.
started working. I got it to work right before the storm. And then of course the power went out and everything went out. And so I've tried doing it since then and it's back to printing gray. And it's like, no, I want my images to be black. If I've got a black image, if I've got a black drawing, I need it to print black, not grayscale. So I've got to still play with it some more. I've got it on the highest setting. I've got it on all the other things to make it work better. And I don't know. I've just got to, I probably have to uninstall and reinstall it again.
The only other thing that I have to say is if there's any dust, then it does not
forget it.
The
Oh,
foil
absolutely.
won't stick.
Dusty.
Yeah,
this
usually
is
you want to
printing
have
it
a
in-
feather dust or like a little fan brush, and you just
I've got
brush it
brushes
off.
specifically for that.
Mhm.
I've just got to experiment more when I've got time to do it. And yeah.
On a side note, I wanted to mention at lunchtime, there are a bunch of things on the website. I'm working on fine tuning collections and things like that because Shopify runs on collections. So if you noticed a few of the links I dropped, like Vellum, it will pull up everything in the Vellum collection. So all the Vellum papers, you don't have to try to remember the name. Hey, I remember it was a Vellum. Type in Vellum, scroll to the bottom of the search and you'll start to see collections. So that'll go in there. So like alcohol ink is a collection. Color Hive ink pads are a collection. Color Hive re-inkers is a collection. Color Hive in general will be a collection.
That's a
And
great
there's
idea.
an Easter egg. I'll call it an Easter egg because nobody has found it or said anything to me about it yet. On what I call the splash page, the main page, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, in the black bar on the bottom, you'll see organizing your Maker Forte products. There is the Color Hive chart with all the ink colors on it. Well, as of the 42 before our recent ones, Amanda hasn't updated that yet. There'll be charts for the re-inkers. There'll be charts for the gems. There'll be charts for the embossing powders.
Cool.
Because everybody likes checklists. I also threw in the Tim Holtz checklists in there, and they're the same ones you get off of his page. But I just
Where do I find this?
Lisa?
Yeah, I
Scroll
need
down
this
to the
like
bottom
yesterday.
of Maker Forte.
Yep, go to the main page, scroll all the way to the bottom.
it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I can't get there fast
Awesome.
enough.
Because I know people were asking, and it's like, I like putting these things in because everybody searches things differently. And
Yeah.
I do get a list of what people search by. So, you know, if they search dinosaur, I'm like, okay, well, we have more than one dinosaur, so I'll make a dinosaur collection. So it's just those things that there's different keywords because it's all built on tags and collections. So if there's something you're looking for or something you might want to see, drop me an email and I will see if I can get it in there. So
Where
because
is
it
it,
is-
Lisa?
you are most welcome.
So if we go to
Hey,
the
you guys, I gotta go get dressed and take my cat to the vet for a pedi. She's gotta get her nails cut. I'll be back, hopefully
Okay.
before we start again.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you soon, Melissa.
All right, I've
Where
already
is
downloaded
that?
one, Lisa.
What is it called on the page?
What is what called?
What you're talking about, the search and things like that.
So when you go to our website on any of
Okay.
the, like if you go to the main page, there is on your upper left, there's a bar, search store.
Okay.
So if you are looking for a vellum and you put in vellum, whoops, if I spell it right, it'll help. You will see the individual vellums will pop up. But within that scroll bar, that search results, if you scroll to the bottom, you'll see collections. If you click on the collection for vellum, it will pull up all our vellums.
Okay.
So it's the same if you put in Color Hive ink pad. It just takes a while to build them. You can see the individual pop up like the top 4, 5, but you'll see a collection Color Hive ink pads. So when you click on the Color Hive ink pads, it will bring up all the Color Hive ink pads.
Oh my gosh, it says 226 matches.
Well, because it's going to go and pull, well, it's only going to pull up the Color Hive ink pads in the result. But when it says results, it's pulling every web page item that talks about Color Hive ink.
Okay.
So that's
You can also search by, you can filter by the newest too, which is
and then
helpful
you
for
can
the
go in.
colors.
Although it's not showing that on my page for, oh, there it is. Yep. And then there's a sort. So you can do featured. You can go by name A to Z. You can go the newest to oldest. You can see what the best selling one is. So, and there's filters within that. So there's a lot of little tips and tricks in the website to find things that you're looking for.
Oh.
And
I'm sharing a screen. I'm sharing a screen for the website. If you want to see it down at the bottom, this is for the organizing your Maker Forte products.
Hold on, let me pin you 1 second. There you go.
So if you click right down here, it scroll down all the way down to the bottom on any of the pages and you click organizing your Maker Forte products, it takes you to this page that's got all the checklists.
Oh.
And
So
it's
I'm
even at the
trying-
bottom of that page. That's what's funny. It's like, it's part of the footer on the website. So I think it's at the
I had
bottom of
no
all the
idea
pages.
Where to stick it. I had
It's
literally
not-
No, it's
not mine.
perfect. It doesn't clutter it up at the top and then it, I think
Oh,
it's a
there.
perfect placement on it. It's
Oh,
an
cool. All
absolutely
right.
perfect placement.
I found it now. Cool. Thanks. Found it too.
Yeah, I turned on my OBS just so I could share that.
Thank you. That was helpful. I could have done that
You're
too. If
welcome.
you didn't think about it.
I'm going to leave that up as my picture for a while.
Oh, there you go.
In case you
yes.
guys want to see it. So
So
there
I
you go.
try to take everybody's comments and suggestions. Hey, I'm looking for this. I'm looking for that, and filling it in. And it's just been a thing. The amount of time certain things take to add in, And it, unfortunately, some of the things get pushed kind of the side while we're working on other things. So that was my weekend project last week. I was playing around.
A suggestion. I don't know if it's something that you could help with or not, but I am vision impaired.
Are you looking for more color theory?
Yes.
Yep, I'm working on that.
When I click on something, it's so light, I can't read it. It makes it really hard to shop.
One of our other customers actually mentioned that this morning to me. I know I've had somebody else ask. It's just one of those things, I've got to get the time to work on it.
Gotcha.
And I have somebody who's actually legally blind. They only see in gray.
Yeah, I'm legally blind too.
To come up with and explain Independence Red. It's that classic cherry red for Christmas, 4th of July, like things. Like I'm already, if you see in grayscale, how do I explain that? I have a friend who only sees in green, but it's varying shades of green. So
I have problems with just light colors. I can see dark colors fine, but the light blue and the light gray.
So it's, for me, it's coming up with a description of what that might marry up to. So it's just a little bit of creative energy I've got to be able to spend to say, you know, how do you explain?
And how do you explain it if somebody doesn't see reds, if they've never seen a red? How do they? That's hard to explain.
Yeah. How do you explain?
Maybe associate it with like an example, like red is like in an apple or something like that.
Yeah. Well, which color apple?
Right. And if they've never seen a red, how do they know what that looks like?
That's true.
Right.
I deal with a lot of crafting for blind and vision impaired crafters, and it's a struggle sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, Teresa, reach out to me in an email to remind me, and I will send some examples once I get them written up, especially on the lighter colors, and see if that helps at all before I publish them. But it's.
And how do I find your email address?
You can either email me at lisa@makerforte.com or ecom@makerforte.com. They both, ecom filters to me. So yes, if you ever have a question, no matter which email you use, please just stick to that email.
Okay.
I use somebody who's emailed me on 4 different emails. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, I think I answered this. And then I'm like, wait, but did I answer this?
Well, I have a dumb question.
There are no dumb questions.
I am local and I would love to come visit you guys. I'm up in Sanford.
Sanford, how far is that from Tampa?
You guys are down in Tampa? For some reason, I thought you guys were in Winter Park, like around Orlando.
No, she's actually in the Tampa Bradenton area.
Oh, okay. So you're about like 2 or 3 hours away from me.
Yeah, so a little bit of a ride.
Well, really not that bad. I got married down in Venice, so I got married further away than where you guys are. But still, you guys don't have a brick and mortar, so there's no way I could go visit.
No, it's not a brick and mortar.
I know.
Brick and mortars, unfortunately, like I used to have one of my favorite. I'm actually in Rhode Island, so I'm not even down in Florida.
Well, I can't go visit you because that's too far away.
And Lisa's only about a half an hour from me, and we still yet have to get together.
I know.
I know.
The stamp store that used to be local to me, literally was like a mile down the road, and she ended up closing. COVID did her in. But it's very hard to run a brick and mortar and keep up with online, and I mean all the expenses that go on to having a brick and mortar store.
And anymore, everything is online. So that's the route that the world is going to.
Yeah.
Here's what's funny. I've got a Michael's and a Joann's that's within like 3 miles of here. And I very rarely go to them anymore because I get everything online. Well, they don't have a lot of the stuff I want anymore.
Michael's and Joann's, the big box stores, they have dropped most of the main crafting lines to push their product, which in my opinion, my personal opinion, this has nothing to do with Maker Forte, does not stand up. I've bought some of them. I don't like it. And you will not get somebody in there who knows how to explain how to use a product.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
No.
Nope.
I got Hobby Lobby within walking distance to me, and I never go there.
I've
Well,
got a
Hobby
Hobby Lobby about 4 miles from me. So I've got all
Hobby-
3 of the big boxes right down the road, but they don't, Hobby Lobby, you have to wait in line forever because they have 1 register open. And then none of the stores are carrying a lot of the stuff anymore. They've got very small quantities of anything, unless it's Cricut. They're now moving. I mean, that's about all that all that Michael's has got anymore is Cricut.
Yeah, Hobby Lobby just decided that they're not going to have a die cutting section anymore. I heard that on another website.
Oh,
In fact,
no. I think
they had
that
a special color Sizzix switch machine, and now another online brick and mortar store that I follow. She's getting them. She's getting their colored machines.
Wow.
So we're done for them. So yeah, Hobby Lobby, they're not going to be doing die cutting anymore.
Actually, I talked to we know people who work at Hobby Lobby, and they actually said they're rolling it back out. So I don't know, maybe it's some stores might be doing it different, but they just got rid of everything and they are re-rolling out the new brands that they are going to stick with. So I don't know.
I wish they would get would get some different color, like some of the updated ink colors, like for the distress inks and stuff.
Hers is good. There may be too much.
The distressings, from my understanding, is Tim Holtz, and this was something I had heard in one of his videos. They only have the older colors because they're still trying to support the brick and mortar stores. Nice job, Bethany. Yes, we will get the new.
What did you do, Bethany?
I printed it out. So don't print it from the website. You have to download it.
Yep.
Because that's what it looks like when I printed it from online. It looks like crap.
Yeah, it was really.
So print it, download it, then print it. So yay, one
So
done.
my daughter works at Joann's, so I get to use her employee discount.
Lucky you.
So a lot of the stuff, like my papers and like even the Cricut stuff, when it has a sale, like I think it was the switch I ended up getting. They had the cheapest price. I think there was a coupon, and then I got her 30% off. So I got it for like the price of what I paid for my Gemini Junior.
That's not bad. That's a good price.
Yeah. And it's like a lot of the stuff that you can't use coupons on, her store employee discount still works. So I get some really good deals.
Yeah. I'm probably going to get rid of my Gemini. I never use it anymore.
Yeah, I got to get rid of mine too. I'm like, I don't need 2 of them.
If anybody lives in Jacksonville and doesn't mind a little drive, you're welcome to come get it.
Yeah, I have them both on my desk. I have a Platinum 6 and a Gemini Junior.
I just find I'm using the manual machines more. And I also have the Empress if I need an electronic one. So
I still have the mini one you gave me, Lisa.
Oh, yeah?
That one's so darn cute. That's what got me into the die cutting, was that one.
Don't blame me. It's not my fault.
Oh, yes, it is.
Are you enabling? I don't know.
This is not an enabling station. No. Yes, it is.
Excuse me. I give away stuff for free. I don't charge for anything.
This is true, Lisa.
I just give it away. If I'm not using it, I give it away. But I'd rather give it to somebody here that I know is going to use it, right? Not somebody who's I'm going to give it to, and then they're going to turn around and sell it on eBay.
Exactly.
Right?
Give it to somebody that is really going to use it.
Right.
Agree with you, Lisa.
Can I ask you ladies, which is best? The Switch, I know that's the newest one. I want to get an electronic cutting one. Which is best? If I don't want to be like getting one of everything. I just want a good one that will last. What should I get?
It depends on what you want to do, right? A Switch is just a die cutting machine, right? You need a die. It's not.
Yeah, I have the dies and stuff, and I have the hand crank. That's why I need to get an electric one, because as I've gotten older, I get arthritis in my hand, so the cranking is too much now. But I don't want to have like all of these machines. I want.
Will you want to do hot foiling?
Yes, I
another-
want to do that. Yes.
Okay, so you need to decide which hot foil system do you want to use. For the Gemini Junior, it uses the Gemini hot foil system.
And
I
that's the
have
only
of
one that will work. Yeah.
Yeah, I have that one. My problem is that if you're using foils like say for glimmer foils that require higher heat, you have to run it on the hot setting. I have broken a platform because it warped so bad and then it broke. I had to buy a replacement platform for that system. I also now since then have gotten the Spellbinders Glimmer system. Spellbinders Glimmer system, but that one only works in most of the hand cranks. So before you decide which electronic machine you want to get, make sure it's going to work with whatever hot foiling system you want to use, and you should be able to see that on the Hot Foiling Systems website.
So
I'm just
Debbie,
letting you know because I now have a hot foil system, the Glimmer one the Gemini one that I don't use anymore. And I've got my Gemini Junior, which I bought it because I had gotten that hot foil system initially. And I don't use them that much, but it is nice having that Gemini on my desk because it doesn't take up much space. But I usually use my Platinum 6 more than anything. And it works perfect with my Spellbinders Glimmer system.
Yeah. I've been using the Platinum 6 and the Glimmer.
The Spellbinders will also work in the switch.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking it would probably work in most of the hand crank ones, but I didn't know if it worked in the switch yet.
It does. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I don't know that there is an electronic thing yet for at Spellbinders that will work with everything, but that's why I say you have to check the websites to see what's compatible with what. The Gemini stuff, I believe they're from the UK and they're only compatible with each other.
so
At least that's what my experience has been.
I had the Gemini Junior because that was like, I didn't really know a whole lot about dyes, and I got, again, a really good price on it. So I got that, but I had some thicker 3D embossing folders.
Yep.
That I found that I really loved, that I really wanted to use, that I found out I can't use.
There's just not enough space in the gap. Nope.
Right. So that's why that's probably the only reason I moved up to the switch is because I had a bunch of those 3D embossing folders that I really liked that I couldn't use with my Gemini Junior. So that's
and the only downsides I see to the switch at this point, and I don't have one, I have not tried one, I'm just going by what I've seen, is just that it's the full size humongous thing. I'd much rather it be one of the smaller machines so it will fit on my desk with the multitudes of everything else that I have.
I don't have a crafting spot, so I have to pull everything in and out anyways. Like I have a hutch in my corner of my kitchen. I have an entertainment center filled with my Cricut machines, my vinyls in my living room where the TV is. And then in the den, I have my carts with all my stamps, my stencils.
Which means the hubby doesn't really like that. At least my husband gets irritated when things migrate to the kitchen, to the living room and kitchen, he gets irritated.
Well, it's on, it spreads to the couch too, but he's so easygoing. And then down in the basement, I have my heat machines, all my extra frames for my 3D stuff. And so, it's pretty much all over the house.
You get your exercise by going to get your craft supplies.
That's
your workout.
Craft too, because I have like all the animals and everything too. So my crafting time is usually only at night.
I don't know if anyone's ever to find another one, but those 3D embossing folders, because I'm with you when I bought the Crafter's Companion. The original electric one, that very first Craftwell machine, the embossing one, I still bought that one, and that one, everything will work with it.
I've never heard of that.
It was the very first electric one they did. It was by Craftwell embossing machine. And I bought that one because I was like, I could use an electric embossing tool. And it was the very first one. And so maybe because it was the first one, they made sure it could handle every product because, who else was making one yet at that point? So I do use that one for the other embossing folders or dies or things.
Is that electronic or it's hand?
It is electronic.
I have the same thing and I love it. I've been using it for years and years and years.
Yep, the Craftwell. So I do have the Anna Griffin one. I have that one as well. But for those other ones, like you said, when they started coming out, especially the Crafters Companions line, because it does not work with my Provo Craft supply with Cricut, but it does work with that original Craftwell.
So is the switch good for 3D embossing? Because I have a lot of those.
Yeah, I think it can do the 3D embossing.
I
It
double
does.
checked the website. I think it should.
I have a lot of the 3D embossing folders and it works just fine. You just have to play with the shims that go in with yours and see if you need to take out one of the extra shims.
That's my biggest thing with the die cut machines, is trying to understand what shims you're supposed to use.
Yeah, sometimes it just takes a piece of cardstock.
I use the 3D embossing folders in my Gemini. I mean, I don't know about the Junior. I have the regular one with just one cutting plate and that that white, like not the other clear plate, but that light white foggy one. I don't know what they call it, but the one that's like translucent, not really clear.
Yep.
I use one cutting plate, the 3D embossing folder, and that translucent plate, and my 3D folders go through.
That's what I do too. It's a plastic shim. It's called the plastic shim.
And I'm using like the Tim Holtz 3Ds. So those seem to be like the thickest ones that a lot of machines will take, and they go through that. I don't have a problem with it.
The Junior won't take them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have the Junior.
Yeah, I always say, start off with the least amount of pressure you think might go through there, and then work your way up. I have warped a couple of embossing folders because I tried to put it through with too much pressure. If it just does not want to go through there, don't force it. If you force it, it's liable. You're going to ruin your stuff. We don't want to ruin any of our supplies.
You gotta play with it.
Yeah. And then you can always add a little bit more pressure. It's just like with ink. You can start off light and add a little bit more. Same thing with ink. To the pressure.
The best thing about that, the Platinum Universal Play System, is those plastic shims you can buy.
Oh yeah, that plastic shim is doing wonders.
They help
That's
a
on
lot.
The Spellbinders. Yeah.
And you wouldn't, looking at it, you wouldn't think, what is this little piece of nothing gonna do? And
it's better than card, but card tends to smush. Even when you use a heavyweight one, you use it enough times, it doesn't put any additional pressure anymore. This thing's plastic. It's real thin plastic, but it's just enough to give on a lot of your dies a little bit extra.
Yeah, I have also found, ladies, that if you dampen your card stock with just like a spritz of water on both sides, your image will come out so much better.
Yeah, it starts to break down the fibers a little bit.
I'm in Florida, so I've got enough humidity here. I don't usually need it for embossing because I've got so much humidity here in Florida.
I'm in Florida too. I still spritz it.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I do sometimes. Not all, usually. I don't need.
I'm in Jacksonville, a little bit north Florida. Northeast.
I'm in Central.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm in Ohio where it freezes.
Yeah, that's where my in-laws live. It's like, no, I don't want to go where it's cold. They come down
in Rhode
here for
Island. We get the humidity, the freezing, and everything else in between.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm a former New Yorker, so that used to be me, right?
Yep.
You get the dampness and the cold that would with the dampness would get in your bones.
Yeah. Yep.
And you go out like to work in the morning, and the wind chill factor is like -degrees.
Right.
Then I used to wait on an elevator platform to get my train.
Yeah.
By the time you got to work, it would take like a half an hour to de-thaw.
Yeah. Yeah, you get those nights over here. It's like doing the animals at night, and then it's like you get cold and you just never warm up the entire night. Like no matter how many blankets you add.
That's why in the winter, my mother always had a pot of soup on the stove, right?
Yeah.
Like we would walk in from school, off work or whatever. The first thing she would do is sit down and have a bowl of soup that'll warm you from the inside out. Yeah. And I'm not talking Campbell's.
We just had to turn on the fireplace today because it's that cold in Wisconsin. We had frost last night.
Yeah. And we're running the AC.
Yeah, I know.
So I love running the AC.
We're running
love
the
you
AC
too, Bethany.
Texas too.
Yeah, Dallas AC. No fall weather.
Yeah,
here
I don't
yet.
think I've put on the heat in years.
We had the
Yeah.
heat and the AC on in 1 week. Either I think it was 2 weeks ago. The AC was on in the beginning of the week, and by the weekend hit, we had to put the heat on. Like we tried not to, but it was like 67, and we're like, okay, the heat's going on now.
Yeah,
At 67, you put your heat on?
Well, we keep because we have babies who get cold
That's
fast.
true,
And they live in the
yeah.
basement, so the heat downstairs is 69, and the rest of the house is 70. So.
Yeah, I had to turn my heat up to 65 because my house got down to 60, 61 degrees and my feet don't do well in the cold. So I'm like, oh, I got to turn the heat on already, but very minimal.
Okay, so we determined that the Gemini electric is pretty good, but if you're going to use hot plates, you should do that, or the switch. Like, what did we determine?
If the Gemini Junior works great, does have great pressure. Everybody's machine is going to be different, so you don't know for sure what you're going to get until you try it. If you want to use the Gemini hot foil system, the Gemini Junior is the one you're going to want to use. However, the Gemini hot foil system, because so many of the foils out there need higher heat, you're going to have to run it at the hot setting, and that may cause your platform to warp and then eventually break, which means you have to buy a new platform for it. So that's one that I would not recommend going the route of the Gemini, although I love my Gemini Junior, if you're wanting to do hot foil. If you're wanting to do hot foil and use the glimmer system, I like that system a lot better. I don't have to worry about how hot it gets. I can leave it plugged in and keep on going without having to worry about it, because when you do a foil session, an hour later, you're still foiling because it's fun. For that one, you're going to need a system that will work with it. And from what I've been hearing, the switch is supposed to work with that. Did I miss anything, or is that kind of what you guys said, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm just focusing more on die cutting and 3D embossing and stuff like that, the switch is.
I think that's the best option for you. If you want an electronic machine, the switch is probably going to be it, unless there's another electronic machine that works other than the Gemini Junior. Gemini Junior is not a good idea for those.
Lisa, you said you have Anna Griffin's one, right?
Yeah, I have the Anna Griffin Impress. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that still available anywhere?
Yep. HSN's got it. She's got it on her own website.
Do you like it? I've heard, I know Jennifer McGuire said between that one and the Gemini that she liked those two as far as electric.
Yeah, they're about the same. I wouldn't pick one over the other. They're about the same. I mean, the Empress, you can't use a foiling system with it. Not that I know of. She doesn't have a foiling system with it, with her Empress. She's a big Cricut person, like one of their spokespersons. So she pushes the Cricut foiling system, which I'm not getting into. I don't need another.
Yeah, I've got a scan and cut, and you can use the foil quill and stuff on that. From what I've heard, the Cricut foil really doesn't work all that well. So I'm not even going to try it, but you can use regular hot foil with the foil quill in any of the machines.
Yeah, you just need the pen adapter, right? To use
exactly. And that comes with the quills. And every time I've gone into Joann's, they've got them like a half off.
Yeah, because nobody's using them. Everybody's using,
it's easier. I guess if you're more hands-on, it's quick and easy to pull out your glimmer system and use the hot foil plates and all of that than it is to set up all the stuff in the software for a Cricut or Scan and Cut or whatever and set all of that up.
I
love them both.
I like the glimmer a lot. I love to foil all those sentiments that they have.
Well, you're gonna make me buy one.
I'm editing a video right now doing the new Simon Hurley glimmer sets from Spellbinders.
Yeah,
they're just so precious.
I'm trying so hard not to. I mean, Spellbinders lately, I mean, they're gonna make me go bankrupt. I'm not kidding. Yeah. The stuff that they're coming out with is just like oh my God, it's like
I know.
Like
sorry. I'm really into Spellbinders a lot.
I don't feel bad because when I buy from Spellbinders, it's die cuts and Alex doesn't do die cuts, so I don't feel like I'm competing, right?
Yeah, I bought a set of the spell binders and it makes little pies in a little box.
Oh, I love the little pie set.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm looking forward to making Thanksgiving cards with that.
Yes, yes, yes. The pies are adorable. Well, I'm one of their influencers, so I get to try out a ton of the stuff. So I've got the pies, and they just came out with Simon Hurley just wound up doing a collaboration. So they've got right now. I've only got the glimmer sets, but I've got 2 stamp and die sets that are on their way to me that I'll be playing with this next week. It's like, oh my God, this stuff's so cute. Okay, I'm gonna show. I think I need to mute right now because I get too excited over some of this stuff.
No.
If I can ask somebody a favor, because I've got one hand on my mouse and my other hand has Cheeto dust on it. Can someone check the organizing your product confetti? I just fixed the link. I wanted to make sure it worked.
Absolutely, since I've already got that page up.
I can't type at the moment.
Okay, so I just do a search for confetti.
Nope, go down to the bottom of the main page, the organizing your products.
Okay.
And the
click
shape
on that again
confetti.
and let it refresh. Okay.
Confetti or
chart.
glitter?
Yes.
Here's the confetti chart.
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. I'll leave that up for everybody to look at when I happen to speak.
Thank you.
but anyway, but spellbinders make me go bankrupt.
Yeah, well, they've also always got something on sale, so I'm always checking the clearance and stuff. Like, I think the gnomes, last year's gnomes from the, I think it was the stamp of the month, the little Christmas. I forgot what it's called, but it was so cute. I think that one is actually on clearance right now or on sale right now. So I thought that was super cute. So I'm always checking the sales. So even though they do send me some free stuff, I still want all the other stuff. So I have to go shopping a little more often. I've spent more money on spellbinders this year than I've spent anywhere else.
Hey, Bo, you put a question in the chat about the Sizzix steel dies. Are you talking about the big ones or those really gigantic ones?
She's probably talking about the steel rule dies.
Yeah, the steel rule, but there are 2 different sizes, right?
Oh, I've only got a couple of those. I always use the thin lids.
If it's the
probably
bigs,
because
the
I started
BIG,
crafting
the
after the other stuff.
BIGS, yeah, they'll fit in the spellbinders plat.
Awesome.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Hello, Miss Melissa.
Whoa.
Let me talk. Yeah, it's only down the road. But I cannot trim my cat's nails. I can do 1 foot. So as we're getting ready to fly out of here, I thought I'd.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're going to Mexico.
And then she had 1 mat on her chest and she shaved that off too. So that was nice.
Awesome. Yeah, Melissa lives up in Alaska where it's cold. So she's going to Mexico where it's going to be warm.
It's so foggy here right now. I don't think you can see past 100 feet in front of you when I was driving.
Oh my gosh.
I see the cat in the background.
Diane, where are you?
Debbie?
Okay, for the shipping, I have noticed that it does have kind of high shipping. I don't know
depends.
why.
If you spent, I don't know. What I did is, this is what I did, right? Because if you're a member of any one of their clubs, you get that 10% discount.
Absolutely.
Right? So I joined the Embossing Club. It's like $9 a month, and I get my 10% off my order. Right.
And
but
here's
if you spend, I think over $75 or $100, it's free shipping.
Yeah. Also, there's going to be new kits out at the beginning of the year. So I don't know what the prices are on that, but I do know that they're adding a bunch of kits this year.
What do you mean new kits? I already get kits.
The clubs, they're adding different ones. And there's one, and I'm not going to tell you what it is because I am sworn to secrecy. There is one that I know you're going to want. Because
great. It must be a sewing one. I had to go get December's big and small so that I could get, I was just doing small, but then they came out with a new big one. So then I had to go back to big and small.
So that you're talking about the stitching dies?
Yeah, I love the stitching dies.
They have some new ones.
You know what I had to order as soon as I saw that somebody put it up on YouTube, one of the girls that I follow. I had to order their advent calendar. I was like, I have to get it. I have to get it.
I need to look at that because I haven't. I've been so busy. I haven't even had a chance to look at some of the newer stuff other than the stuff that I've got. Like,
but I mean,
Simon
it's
Hurley.
like it's on pre-order
Yeah.
and nobody's opening it. Nobody's allowed to open it until till December starts. But I was
I
like,
ordered.
I had to
Yeah.
get it. I had to get it.
And
And I had
the
to
wax
one this
seals are
year.
coming out. Oh my goodness. I'm on the coming soon page right now for Spellbinders, and they've got the wax seals up there, including one that says do not open until December 25th.
But I gave up. I literally gave up Starbucks and lunch because of my crafting.
I guess I saw that scrapbook Make Simple or whatever. She's doing a whole thing on wax seals. I'm gonna go watch later.
Well, at Creative Nation, they told me they were going to be out during the summer, so they're not. They didn't come out when they were supposed to be coming out.
Well, I practiced making them. Oh, I was in Discord with Dawn and was practiced making them, and they're not as easy to make as
it
Carrie
takes
made
practice.
it look on that. Yeah, you got to practice.
It just takes practice, honey.
Carrie makes everything look easy.
That's true, but I made a whole baggie full. So, and I don't know that I just have a kit from Amazon, and I don't know that these are the best waxes.
Oh yeah, yeah, Diane. The advent calendar, the shipping was pretty expensive if that was the only thing you were buying. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if I'm betting like everything else, inks and all that. I'm betting waxes have different properties and some do better than others.
Yeah, well, I remember Carrie mentioned that. Right? Remember she said that she bought some from Amazon that were really cheap.
Yeah, mine in my kit, they spread. Yeah, but that's all right. It gives me time to practice.
Yeah, practice with the cheap stuff. And then when you get the good stuff, then you'll be perfection.
I made some more advent calendar boxes.
Penny.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah, I just have to put the little twirly thing on the bottom. But, I got more nieces and nephews now. And so I had to make one for the new one. So I made 4 last year and I made 2 more this year.
Oh, those are cute.
Matchbox box thing that Tim Holtz has. It's a steel rule die like you were talking about. The first one, I made the first ones, I covered the outside with pattern paper, but I discovered I didn't need to do that. I only needed to put it on the front. Because the rest of it's all covered up. So
those are really cute.
Yeah. And then these little boxes are I used the We Are Memories that has the box and the envelope maker. And I just made these little boxes to go on the top for the 25th.
Those are cool. I bought dies last year to make advent calendars, little box ones. And of course, by the time they came, I didn't have enough time to make them and do it. So, and then now I'm leaving this year, so they'll sit.
Melissa, where in Alaska do you live?
I live in Ketchikan in Southeast Alaska. I'm the first city coming into Alaska. So if you look at Alaska, so we got the big section here and then a handle out here. I'm on the first handle going into Alaska.
I was going to show y'all, most of you like stitching. This is what I bought to put in the little boxes. They're little teeny tiny ornaments on paper.
Oh, cute.
It has 3 packages to do all 25.
Oh, those are cute. Yeah, that's what I'm doing is stitching on paper. I really like it.
So what I figured, I can make multiples, but I can make cross stitch paper with one of my Alpha dies. They have a die that just makes your cross stitch paper.
I haven't ordered that yet. I've seen it.
Yeah, I haven't used it.
Debbie J's got up some. I should.
I've got the wax seal showing.
I see that.
Yeah, that is just super cool.
Penny, what company has those stitching things?
Spellbinders has got a lot of stitching ones, but I think
I know I have them all.
Oh, for her little
Penny's got a little kits.
It's
where do they buy, Penny?
It's Mill Hill. I got it on 1, 2, 3 cross stitch, I think it's called.
Those are. I wish I had seen those before I was leaving. Those are cute. I like it.
They have wallpaper, and so but I'm going to do some of mine on craft. You know, with the holes from that Altenew dye.
So do those come with Ada cloth or do they come with paper?
They come with paper.
Nice.
They come with paper. Yeah. So I think they're 1 by 1.
They look cute. I like it.
Then I'm thinking,
oh, look at Sandy. She's got hers up
here in these little boxes.
Yeah, those would be perfect. Sandy, that looks really nice.
Come on, Oklahoma.
Sandy needs to say something so we can see what she's doing.
She's showing us in her little tiny box.
I'm sorry, I have laryngitis.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, that is precious. I love that one.
Yeah, but it's the spellbinders. I'm working on a birthday card.
Love it, love it.
Yeah, I don't have all the spellbinders, but I would say I have the majority of their stitching ones.
I just ordered a couple because I've never done like that kind of stitching before, but I want to try it.
If you can do cross stitch, they're super easy. I mean, they're even easier than cross stitch because they actually have embossed lines that shows you where the thread's gonna go.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't done cross stitch since I was in high school. That's a long time ago.
Well, like I say, it's even easier than cross stitch because they have embossed lines. Although, was it Yana? Somebody put out.
Yes, Yana did one where she did like roses. She did some flowers.
She did fancy stitches. I bookmarked
she can
it.
Add stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yana does some incredible cards, man.
She is such a sweetheart.
The stuff that she shows on her YouTube channel, I'm like intimidated. My cards are never gonna look like that. Never.
Hey,
All
Melissa,
it takes
this
is practice.
Christina.
You can do it.
It's Christina. Hi.
Hi, I used to live in Ketchikan for a couple years, and I've got family or good friends up that way.
Really? What's your last name?
It was Rugg, R-U-G-G, Christina.
Huh.
Do you know Heather? Not Heather. Well, Heather's the daughter, Shannon Nelson. I think she changed maybe her last name to something else, though.
Not
Heather
sure.
Heather usually, I think she's always posting stuff online about the one of the marts that's down there. She's like shows the current produce for the week or whatever.
Oh.
And I can't remember the name of the store because a lot of the stores changed since I was there. I left there in 1988 because I had a traumatic head injury. I used to work for the Caterpillar dealership down there.
Uh-huh. Oh,
And,
you probably met my husband then.
What's your husband's name?
David Klepser. We in 88 we had a boat called the Ocean Point.
Well, we had one mechanic and then there was Jim. I tell you, my mind is escaping me. Jim.
I know what it is. It's
Moore. Isn't it Moore? Jim Moore. He used to run the shop down there. That had the cat. It was NC Machinery.
Right. We built a new boat, so we have a different boat now with a Caterpillar still.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I miss that. I still keep in touch with Shannon and Heather, so I get like the updates and stuff that what's going on up there.
Do you guys belong to a website or Facebook group or something like that you guys all share the cards that you make?
Well, Debbie
Is there
J
like
has
a
a really good
community
one,
or
and then there is a one for Maker Forte too. What's it called? Lisa, help me.
Party.
What was it called?
The Crafter Party.
Okay, cool. I'm writing it down.
And that was on what? On Facebook?
On Facebook.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Let me see if I can get the link. Hold on. Doesn't always cooperate for me. Hold on.
Well, this is all new to me, Maker Forte, because I just found out about it like 2 days ago. So I'm loving all this.
Oh, you will go down the big rabbit hole with all of us.
All right.
You'll join us down at the bottom. We're in that dark hole you can't see yet.
Very quickly.
I've already made a shopping list and a wish list.
Yeah.
And if Lisa puts the link in again, you can get a free pad of ink from them to try.
I have never done the free pad yet, but I know you get them for sure. I have every color but the new one, so.
I have them
never-
all.
I have them all plus some multiples.
Me too.
Well, I
I
meant the
started
started
with,
with they just started with Maker Forte, so that would be a place to start.
But
I
it
have
is-
Stampin' Up stuff and I'm not all that happy with some of it, so I'm
Well-
looking for better ink.
Maker
Yeah,
Forte's
it's
ink is
that
awesome. I only have a couple of inks that I have all of, and that's one. I like Simon Hurley ink too, so I have all of those also. But yeah,
I had most of the Catherine Pooler inks, but I don't use them anymore.
I have a ton of those too. I don't have them all. I'm close though. I shouldn't be, but
I'm close to getting them all myself, and that was fairly recent, but I do have a lot of the Tim Holtz oxidized inks.
I
with
have
the-
every one of those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see, I try to collect them all. You know how when they come out the brand new and they give you everything, you
Yeah.
get the
I
full.
don't want everything.
Well, I try, but it's like at some point I have to stop. I'm going to retire in 4 years, so I have to be
I
careful.
just-
And I said, now's
No,
the time to do it.
I just retired. That's why I had to give up my color box. And
Ah.
but I still order the inks, and I order ink pad and a refill. When I order an ink, I order both.
I started doing that too.
Yeah, I didn't when I first started, but there's so many things you can do with refills that, yeah. All right,
Yeah,
I
I
gotta
hear
make
ya.
a card for Deb contest.
Question. Talking about the brick and mortar really going away and how a lot of our bigger stores don't carry things. I was actually thinking about opening a brick and mortar, not to sell products, but remember when I miss archivers and being able to go to a space because I didn't have a craft room to be able to go and create and be amongst the tribe of people who do what I do.
That would be so awesome.
Yeah.
Where are you located?
He say Virginia.
Well, I don't think I could go to Virginia for craft.
Oh.
Yeah, but I mean, before the COVID nonsense happened, I used to go to those crafting convention things, and the
Yep.
classes were like the best part of that.
Yeah.
Where in Virginia? Where in Virginia?
I'm in Fredericksburg.
Okay. I'm actually in Ranson, West Virginia, which is in the panhandle of West Virginia. But I'm about 30 minutes from Leesburg. So
okay.
My dream job is to open a place where people could come and craft it. It would be like a club. And you could actually rent a space to teach a class if you wanted to do that, or have a group of your own group. But you could have lockers and store your stuff if you wanted to. It'd be a place where people could come, just like a gym, but it's a scrapbook place. And somebody wanted to have a store in it, that would be fine. I don't want to sell anything. I just want to have a place to craft with people.
Have a place. Okay,
Yep.
so thank you because I'm gonna do it. I'm like, I think I need to do this. Like,
Well, you probably have your population is probably pretty high down there, so that may be something that would work really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know though. I'm not sure.
You know what you
I'm
can
out-
do is start doing some sort of like a survey or something. People that may be attending any of the craft stores that there are local, say, would you be interested, and kind of feel it out. That way you have a number.
The thing is
I'd have to first do some research and figure out what it would cost. Sorry,
Yeah.
my dog's barking. Figure out what it would cost and what kind of a charge I would have to have.
Yeah,
my cousin in Davis, California has a scrapbook booking shop, but she has a second attachment to it and does just that. They have crop deals almost every weekend that you can pay to go, and they offer classes and everything. Her place is called All About the Scrapbook. And you can probably look it up and maybe ask her some questions about getting started and stuff.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Or you could always start online for local and then do meetups and then bring it to a store.
Well, I actually teach for Michael's.
You would
and I teach the room they have is pretty small. So I was just like, but I could teach anywhere if I have space. So that
they bring in people.
Yeah, you might economically have to attach that to a store, to selling some retail to keep your costs out, your costs down.
Yeah, I did that.
That's what I'm
have
afraid
to
of.
either,
I'd have to find somebody else to do the store because I'm not interested in doing any kind of retail.
You could get a partner
Yeah,
too,
or you'd have to like charge
Oh yeah,
almost
no,
like an annual fee or something.
because when I do class for Michael's, people really do pay. They pay like $25 to $30 per class. But of course, when they come to my class, they get everything, all the things they need. And
Well,
of course,
the only problem I would fear is you wouldn't make enough rent for paying. I mean,
right.
You can't.
That's my
more than
thought
likely, you're
was,
not going to do classes every day.
Business wise, you probably wouldn't stay in business very long.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
you
I
wouldn't.
was going to set it up like I was thinking of setting it up like a gym, so you pay like a membership fee, or you could pay by the hour.
Yeah, you would have to have some kind of member fee or something.
So you have a guaranteed
to take
income.
care of your costs of wherever you're going to have this.
Exactly.
And the membership fee would pay for tools. So like I would have all the die cutting stuff and, tools that aren't expendable that you can reuse and stuff. I would have available for people to use, punches or anything you would need would be something I would have. And
I would wonder if you could do, like here we have a rec center where you could rent a room. I would wonder if you could do that and then just offer classes that way to start.
That's a good idea.
They
do that at the libraries too.
Yeah,
right. If you have a place where you can rent a room, then yeah. I don't know. For me now, I don't even with these online classes, which I've done every Maker Forte one they've had. I don't have any huge desire to go out. Well, there are no crafting places here. There's no big box store for crafting. There's no crafting stores. So there really aren't a lot of crafting people.
The library doesn't even charge a fee to get a room. You just got to schedule it like a couple weeks in advance. And then you can even have it scheduled where it's a monthly meet or something like that for a little while.
And that would be a good small way to start.
Right. Because that's
to
how
see
I
the
go to a
interest grows.
crochet meetup. And that's what they do. We meet every week for 2 hours. But you can even get bigger rooms for longer times.
Okay.
They played Phantom.
I think Alexandra's back. I think I saw her. Here she is. I see her now.
Well, hopefully we gave you some good ideas.
Our libraries do charge to rent rooms for any.
Oh, really? Mine doesn't.
Yes.
Well, it's usually a small fee if it charges.
Yeah, my group meets at the library once a month, and they charge a $25 fee per person. It's a donation, they call it, but it's $25 donation per person.
Yeah, I even went to a quilters guild, and it was a big room that they had gotten, and there was no charge at all. Now there was a charge to join the guild, but no charge for the library room or entrance fee or anything like that. It's for.
All right. Hello, everyone. Lunchtime is over. Hopefully you all got to, I saw lots of you doing some shopping, and I heard lots of you chatting away. I ran and got Chick-fil-A for Maddie and I. It took us 11 minutes. I think we did pretty good. So I just want to go over a couple of questions. I'm going to revisit some housekeeping because some people have asked, and then we're going to dive in because I set out all the ink pads right here. It looks so pretty. I had to take pictures. I actually sent some on Snapchat to my friends. They think I'm absolutely crazy, but it's good. So Bo asked, what's the difference between Ranger Archival and Distress Archival? It's just the colors, Bo. So one, the Archival inks like full size on the whole. There's a couple of mini sets on there. But the Distress ones just happen to match the Tim Holtz colors. That's the only difference. Same formulation. Let's see. That was your question on there. All right, I'm going to revisit housekeeping super quick, just for Lisa's sanity to make sure she's good as well. And then you will beat me to the punch to something over lunch, but I'll tell you about that in a minute. So welcome back. It's 1:05. We're working on Eastern time. We will be here till around 4:30, 5 o'clock, just depending on how much we get done and when we've all had enough and all those kinds of things. We usually say it ends at 4, but then it's always such a rush. So I was like, well, let's say it runs till 5 and we can finish somewhere between 4 and 5. If you are a VIP, Lisa will drop the VIP link both on YouTube and Zoom. If you're a VIP, you get lifetime access to this video. You get a PDF wrap-up of all the info that is in this video. You get 15% off the whole store all day today and tomorrow. And then you also get some extra bonuses on top of that. If you just signed up for VIP, I did send the codes out again at lunchtime. Apologies, you may have had that email before, but because we had quite a few people sign up first thing this morning and during the morning, I sent that back out again, and I will send it out again at the end of the day. Everybody, whether you are VIP or not, you get free shipping on the whole store all weekend long. That goes back to Monday morning. Lisa will turn shipping back on. Free US shipping on any order, any size, and it's free international over $150. So that's that as well. And codes are not good on the Fab 5, which is subscriptions, classes, gift cards, bundles, and Misties. Also, gift cards are only usable on makerforte.com. Codes cannot be added after the fact. If you don't use the code, unfortunately, we can't apply it retrospectively. And please note, Lisa is out Monday and Tuesday. So if you have a question, she'll try to get it answered over the weekend. If she doesn't, it will be Wednesday before you hear back from her, and prizes will be sent out Thursday, Friday. Wrap up PDF end of next week. Amanda needs some time to get it together. There's going to be a lot of information for her to do that as well. Please do not share codes or class links. And internationals, we have no control over duties and customs. I know it sucks. I'm really sorry, but it's not us. It is your country that's imposing it. So there's nothing we can do about that. Let's see. And if you win, you can only win once, apart from at the end where I'll be giving away a Cricut Joy. You also need to be on the Zoom or a VIP to win a prize. Okay, so you either need to be on the Zoom or be a VIP to win a prize. I'm going to pick 2 from lunchtime as well, and I'm going to do a couple of free orders. So while I'm picking the Zoom winners, you've got time to finish checking out your carts. Because it's free shipping, you can check out as many times as you want. You just never know what you might get. And then we're going to dive into some people have been emailing Lisa asking about all of the colors. So I'm going to just do like a quick run through of those. I got them all laid out on my desk, and we'll just throw them in there. Then we're going to talk about cleaning, and we're going to talk about re-inkers. That's my first subject. And then I think we'll move on to alcohol inks, starting at like 2 o'clock. And so some of you beat me to the punch because you know I have surprises all day long, right? So the whole idea was today, I actually have to check my text from Lisa to make sure I can say this. Can I say it, Lisa? We're all waiting on Lisa now. 1:30. Okay. So you're going to have to tell me when it gets to 1:30. I can tell you what the surprise is. Lisa, just say yes. Surprises. What? You? Never. No. All right. 1:30. She says it'll be ready. So sorry, Lisa. It'll be worth the wait. But some of you beat me to the punch at lunchtime. Anyway, all right. So let's just dive in, because on my desktop, what I did was I laid out, I'm going to zoom out. I don't know how far I can zoom out. There we go. You can see my lap. These are all of the Maker Forte colors. I think if I might, whoa, no, we can't do that. Okay, that doesn't work. Hang on. I was hoping if I turn the light off, some of the glare might go away. But anyway, these are all of the Maker Forte colors like this. And I might not have them perfectly in rainbow order, but this should give you a good gist of rainbow order. I did actually take a photo with my phone. I don't know if Amanda can put this in the wrap-up email, but I did take a photo of this with my phone. So we go from everything from roller skates is going to be your bright neon red. You got Independence, Telephone Box, Grand Canyon. Coral Keys is a funny one because you could put it in with the pinks, but I feel like it's more in the orangey family. Red Leicester, Outrageous, California Love. Again, these are going to be your neon colors. English Mustard, Yellowstone, Lemon, Hyde Park, Fresh Prince, which is brand new. That comes out today. I did use it a little bit in Lift Your Spirits earlier in the week, but officially you can now order this and the re-inker today. Limewire, which is another neon. Palm Tree, Cotswold Green, Everglades, British Racing Green, Welsh Dragon, Pop Art, again a neon. Tartan Teal, Lady Liberty, Blue Moon, Blue Raspberry, Neon Lights, Icy Mist, Muscle Car, Neon Acid Wash, Vegas Strip, Coronation Purple, our Neon Purple, Purple Rain, Sugar Plum, Grape, Blueberry Cheesecake, Pit Stop Pink, Bubble Tea, Bubblegum, Flamingo, Tiptree Jam, Raraska, Neon. And then on here, I kind of just put the neutrals. So you've got the Frappe and the Flat White, then you've got your two Remarkables and the Snow Flurries Pigment. So I kind of just put those on the end as well. There is a way to get almost all of the colors. You would be a couple short because we did it before a few of these came out. Before Independence came out, Fresh Prince came out. I think Muscle Car might not be in it. So we'll have to get that updated. But there is a bundle option for that as well. Yes, 45 so far. I think 60 is the plan, but we'll see. So, and you're going to be more filling in these neutrals more than anything. We're going to fill in this neutrally bit over here. So that's that. Something else I was going to say. Okay, so on the neons, clear lids, neons, you're going to have to re-ink those more than anything else. Okay, so you're going to have to re-ink your neons more than anything else. It's just because of the formulation. They do dry out quicker because of that, like the neon, it's something to do with phosphorescence, and I can never think of the exact words that they tell me, but because of the way they're made, just so you know, they are going to need re-inking more often. They're going to dry out faster because the ink is thicker, so it doesn't have as much ink in the pad. You just physically can't get it in there. What else did I want to tell you about them? They do stack. So when you've got lots of them, they stack together nicely for storage. Someone asked about minis. We started with this size of pad. We could do minis, but the order quantity is high. So we'd have to, obviously know that works. So that's why we kind of stuck with this size. There's something else I was thinking when I was putting these out. I was like, oh, I wanted to say. Oh, I was going to talk to you about the names. Okay, so they are all fun names. Okay. Lisa, you can see the cat coming onto the table. Yes. Is there any way we can give them the FOMO bundle information without giving them the funnel link? Can they order it in the store if we give them the link?
No, because it's a separate platform.
No, but it links to the store. I think there's a product in the store. I just don't know if they can order that product.
Oh,
yes,
I should be able to put that in the store. Give me a minute to look.
Okay, we'll do the other thing first, but we'll come back. Okay, yeah. All right, so we might be able to do the bundle for you as well, on that as well. Tiptree Jam is right here. And Tiptree Jam set. So yes, I wanted to talk to you about the names because there is actually some method to the names as well. So all of the neons, and there's actually one other color that doesn't have a neon case, but it's in the neons. So Fresh Prince technically goes in the neon. So by neons, I mean brights. I mean like your really bright, vivid colors. So you've got all of the clear cases, and now we're filling in some others that we can't do like with the same thing. These are retro names. So you've got Fresh Prince, California Love, Outrageous, Lime-Wired, Roller Skate. So they're all things from my like teenage years. Acid Wash, Purple Rain, retro collection, because that's kind of what it reminds me of. Okay, so that's that as well. Then we have our primary colors, which are all American names. So I called them American primaries just because, I don't know, that just stuck in my head as a Brit. We don't have primaries and all the election stuff you have, so it's different. So Independence would go in there. Grand Canyon, Coral Keys, Yellowstone, Palm Tree, Everglades, oh, Neon Lights goes in your Turn Back Time. Missed that one. Blue Raspberry, Lady Liberty, Muscle Car, Vegas Strip, Pit Stop Pink, Flamingo. Let's see if I missed any. I don't think so. So they would be your American primaries. Okay. Then you have your jewel tones. They're like rich, beautiful colors. That's our British banter. So they're all going to have British names. You've got Telephone Box, English Mustard, Red Leicester. If anyone wonders where it comes from, it's the name of a cheese. So that's what it reminded me of. Hyde Park in London, British Racing Green, Welsh Dragon, Cotswold Green, Tartan Teal, Sugar Plum, Coronation Purple, Tiptree Jam, because I grew up near Tiptree and that's where the jam comes from. So they are your British banter colors. And then we have, we'll do it this way. Then we have our pastels or pastel colors. They're all going to be ice cream flavors. So you've got lemon, blue moon, grape, blueberry cheesecake, bubblegum. So they're going to be your pastels. And we just have a few left here. So we have anything that's more into skin tones, and we're going to be building out our skin tones more. They are going to be names of drinks. So we have frappe, flat white, and bubble tea. How those start. And then our neutrals are all named after the weather. So you have eclipse black, snow flurries, fog, and icy mist is the beginning of those as well. Okay, so that's how the color families work. So if you ever wondered what the method to my madness was, now you know. There are all of these different collections. So you have our weather. I'm trying to remember what we call it. With a chance of. That's the collection name. With a chance of. Then we have our Take a Sip, which is our skin tone. So that's going to be those ones. I'm just going to put these like this. Then we have our ice cream flavors, which are our pastels. We have British Banter, which is our rich colors. We have our American primaries, which are our primary colors. And then we have our neons, which are going to be our Turn Back Time. Okay, so that's all that. Will this be in the wrap up PDF? I'm sure. I see Amanda's here. I'm sure she's typing away furiously trying to get everything I said. So I'm going to zoom back in on this a little bit. You can all see better. Okay, any questions on that as well? Just want to make sure I answer everybody's questions as we go. I'm going to put these blocks down here. You can't see the color once they're stacked. I know a lot of people just got stickers and put them on the side. We tried to print stickers, but we just didn't get the colors to match right. Yeah, we tried. But a lot of people just get some skinny stickers and then they just ink them up. Well, I have the skinny stickers. We can't get the colors to match so much. The 45 in a bundle, Lisa is working on right now. I don't know if she sent me a text. Hang on. I'm going to turn it off so I can see. Okay. I text her back. That's what she says. I'm sure she's rolling her eyes at me. I've been pretty good today. I haven't thrown too many curveballs at her. So. Sorry, I'm making sure that we have it right. Okay. All right. Lisa's working on something. We might be able to make something work. Okay. So next up, I want to talk about these two things. Okay. So I know some of you know this, but again, bear with us. We have some newbies on here who want to know things like this as well. So we have Squid Buster and we have Prime Time. They're two different things. And I love them both, but they're both for different reasons. So let's talk about Squid Buster first of all, because this is a simple one. This is my stamp and craft room cleaner. So we just call it a cleaning fluid because you can clean stamps, stencils, your glass mat, everything with it. It doesn't leave any grease. There's nothing in it that's oily. There is a conditioner that conditions your stamp. Lisa, I'll call you in a minute. And we'll figure it out at the next break at 2 o'clock. So yes, we're going to have a bundle for the inks. Just give us a bit. Take us a bit. So anyway, so this is Squid Buster. So it comes either unscented or a cherry blossom scent. And it comes in this size of spray bottle, or it also comes in the option of having an 8 ounce that comes with the big trigger on it like this. And I love the cherry blossom. It smells amazing. And then what you do, normally I have a little microfiber cloth and you can clean your glass mat with it and it's not greasy. You can see it's just no residue on here. You can also clean your stamps with it or clean our inks off. Just note that red ink does stain. You are never going to fully get red ink off. Just an FYI on that one. Black, again, you're never going to fully get black off, just by the nature of it. And if you're using an archival ink, I do recommend using some archival cleaner first, but that stuff is quite aggressive, so I always use Squid Buster afterwards to get that off as well. So I mention each time, but I use Squid Buster to take ballpoint blue pen off white leather. Yeah, this like literally cleans everything. I clean my Misty with this, Michelle. I clean everything in my craft with this, my stencils, my stamps, my rubber stamps, everything, literally everything in the craft room. I also have them all around the house. Everyone uses them to clean the house with as well. Even my cleaner has it in her cleaning bucket. She takes it around and uses it in other houses and people look at her a little bit strangely. And there's no nasties in here. There's nothing like nasty, carcinogenic-y. We literally make it in my kitchen. That's how good for you as well. For those with allergy, for those people who have allergies to scents, we do an unscented version as well. You don't have to have the cherry blossom scent, but that is Squid Buster. As I say, it comes in this 2 ounce and you can also get it in there. I think this is 8 ounces. Yeah, 8 ounce. This is an empty one, but you can fill it with your own stuff, but it comes in that size, same triggers, same everything. And yeah, I really spent a lot of time developing this and we love it. So that's Squid Buster. And this here is Prime Time. So for those of you who haven't seen Prime Time before, I'm going to show you how this works. I don't have any super solid photopolymer stamps, but we're going to do it just with this one. So this is Holiday Borders. So it's a nice detailed stamp. It's a little bit bigger. This works really, really well for your, the background photopolymer stamps. This is really where this will come into its own. So when you've got your stamps, you see they're sticky, like they're coming up with my fingers. And this is the side we're going to apply ink to. We don't want this to be sticky. Okay. We don't want this to be sticky. We want this side, this flat side, to be sticky. So when I first get my stamps, the reason it's sticky is because of the release process. This is a type of epoxy that they make photopolymer stamps out of. And as part of the process, the stamps are naturally sticky, but we like sticky because, well, the back of our stamp, we want it sticky to stick to our MISTI, but we don't want this because it stops the ink getting on there and then we have to clean it off. And I've seen people use their sweater. I've seen them use sand erasers, all kinds of different ways to get it off. But this is actually super easy and it works really well. So this is Prime Time. This again is our own invention. Nobody else has Prime Time. Just spritz it on. This is the cotton candy scent. We also do an unscented version as well. Okay. And we're going to leave it about 30 seconds for some magic to happen. So while that was going on, I was just conferring with Lisa, and so when we started this morning, I had a microfiber cloth. By lunchtime, it was missing. Does anyone else have this issue in their craft room that stuff just like walks off aimlessly? You're not entirely sure where it all went, or is it just my craft? Always. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad it's not just my room. I don't know. Because I really like those microfiber cloths we have, but you know. Craft fairies, yeah. Craft fairies and children, they're usually the two culprits in this place. Okay. Just waiting for it to process. It's been about 30 seconds, I think so. So then all you do, I normally have a microfiber, and I like the microfiber because it gets on all the nooks and crannies. This is just a like flour sack tea towel. I call it a tea towel that I have in the craft room for like cleaning up. But usually like we have a microfiber cloth, and I like that just because it gets in all the nooks and crannies. So what we're going to do is wipe off the majority of the Prime Time, and the Prime Time is going to take that sticky residue with it. And then I take a spritz of Squid Buster and just clean them off. So this is why I have the tea towel in here when it gets like all wet and icky. Usually I do this by the sink, and then once I put the Squid Buster on, I just run it under the tap. And you only ever have to do this once. You never have to do this again. Okay. I'm gonna use a napkin just to dry it off because I want to show you. And now you see they barely pick up with my hands. All of that residue. Yes, you can use the primer without the Squid Buster. And then for those, someone said they have an allergy. If you get the unscented, there's literally nothing in here. There's no soaps or anything. I'm not going to tell you to do it because obviously that would be irresponsible of me. But if you were to drink it, it probably wouldn't kill you. Please don't drink it. Please don't, because it is not FDA approved for human consumption. But I'm just saying that, you know. But yeah, see? All that stickiness is gone. So if you have photopolymer stamps that are super sticky, just spray in the Prime Time, big 30 seconds, clean it off, and off you go. And look at that board, holiday borders. Look at those. Can you imagine you could just start, heat emboss them? This one, I can just, Amanda's amazing at coloring. I can just imagine her doing the coloring on that. How cool is that? Amanda, your cards never turned up. I'm really sad. So that is Prime Time and Squid Buster. All right, let's see. Okay, Lisa's working on that bundle for you. Lisa, can I tell them the secret? It's $129.
You can tell them the secret. It won't be live until the clock actually hits 1:30.
Okay, Bethany says yes. All right. So if you have been around Maker Forte since we started 2 years ago, we always do some fun things. If you don't already know, Christmas is my favorite holiday of them all. Like, I am Christmas obsessed, like full Christmas trees. We do advent calendars for the kids that I fill every day. I make a brand new wreath every year. I am Grinch obsessed. I basically have like a little Grinch shrine from all the Hobby Lobby stuff. Like, Christmas is my jam, and we go crazy. Like, we have 2 Christmas releases minimum. I already snuck some extra stuff into the next Christmas release. So I have 2 things to tell you about Christmas because, like Linda, I am Christmas crazy. Okay, so I love Christmas. However, the one thing I will say is it does not start until December 1st in my house. Like, I put the Christmas trees up then, everything doesn't go up till after Thanksgiving, Christmas 1st. So yes, Rebecca, you got it. The first thing is we have an advent calendar this year. We did it last year. It was so much fun. So what we do is in November, we send you a box of goodies. It's going to be slightly different this year, but in November, we send you a box of goodies. And then every day there's like a little mini tutorial that will get emailed out to those who got the advent calendar. And just a mini tutorial. It's not a full one. It's just like an idea of how to use the product in there. But what is in there, we have stamp sets that you don't get anywhere else and stamps you don't get anywhere else. We only do 50 of them. Okay. And last year they sold out in like the first hour, but we're still only doing 50 because we have to order everything as well. So yeah, Sandy says it was fun last year, and it's fun because you get the tutorial and everything to go with it. And we ask you not to post it because until the next day. So you can't post online what's in it until the next day, so it doesn't spoil it when everyone else comes. And they all come in their own little paper. So when you open the box, there's 25 little paper bags inside, and each bag has something in it. It might be a special stamp, it might be a special stencil, it might be some embellishments, it might be, I don't know, I don't want to spoil the surprises. So all that kind of stuff. So Lisa's going to drop the link because it's now 1:32 and it's available. Can they use their coupon on it, Lisa?
On the item?
Yeah.
Only if you tell me they can.
They can.
It's a bundle, so it wouldn't work. I'd have to take it off a bundle.
The advent?
Yes.
Would you kill me if I said they can use it?
That's your decision, ma'am.
All right, you can use your coupon. You can use your coupon on it as well.
Give me a hot second.
All right. So yes. So you will also be able to use your coupon on it. So if you're a VIP, you'll be able to get 15% off of it, and it's free shipping anyway. So just so you know, you will not get 25 packages in the mail. You will get one big box, and it has all your packages in it, and each one is labeled with the day on it. And again, don't post it till the next day. And then you get a little mini tutorial of what's in your box. So just a little idea, just a little sampler of what's inside, okay? And the stamps you get will be exclusive. So if you have all the Maker Forte stamps, any stamps you get, will be exclusive to the box. Any stencils you get will be exclusive to the box. We will send the boxes to you in November, like mid-November. So they have plenty of time to get to you for the 1st of December. Yes, Vicky, Beth, Lisa's going to drop a link for you in a second. Although you might be able to, here, let me see if I can, not that I'm the expert on this at all. See, when we just search Advent, there you go. I'm going to find it for you too. When I started doing this, I forgot you even made a little logo. Elisa, you are freaking amazing, by the way.
I said give me 5.
Well, I didn't know it would be that fancy, did I? Yeah, we did it last year. As I say, we only do 50 because we put like a ton of care and attention into them, the little bags, the stickers. It's like a whole experience, the tutorials, the whole thing. So yeah, 50 is the most we can handle and that I know we can get in time. because I'm also going to be out for 2 weeks. I have to have a medical thing done. So I don't want to kill Kim and Chris because they would kill me if I killed them. So that doesn't work either. Jen says coupon code isn't working. I'm sure Lisa's working on it. Jen, email me, is what she said. Try refreshing, Jen, just in case. If not, Lisa might just issue with a gift card. That might be the way. The VIP code, Lisa, I'll text it to you. Hang on. I think that's it's the 15% off code. All right, and there, as I say, there's only 50, and it will only, the store will only let 50 people check out. So if you want one, I'll drop the link over on YouTube too, because Lisa's busy. Okay. All right, so that's surprise number one. Before I get to surprise number two, Lisa has done you 2 bundles. Oh, she's done 1 so far. So the first bundle available is all of the inks. So normally, if you want all 45 inks, it's $360. But she's giving you 20% off, and you can stack your 15% off. So when you go to checkout, it'll be $244.50. So it saves you from $7.99 per ink pad. It makes it $5.43 per ink pad on that as well. Helen, you need to check your emails for the code for VIP. We can't give that out in the live because then everyone will have the link. I'm going to find you the the bundle as well. And we still have to talk about alcohol, re-inkers. That's what I really want to talk about. But we're going to get there in a second. But I wanted to give these surprises out. As I say, I gave myself an extra hour so that we could chit chat and talk. Ink bundle.
Yeah, just refresh on the VIP codes because we took them off of bundles, but they should work because I'm seeing it in the grouping.
Oh, the 45 inks bundle, Lisa, is showing out stock.
Oh, I know. Hold on.
It's all right, because we're doing this on the fly, so you have to bear with us for a second, okay? So whilst everyone's sorting that out, and Lisa's also making you a re-inker bundle. As soon as that's available, she'll drop that out as well. Who wants to do something like this but make Christmas cards all day and get ideas to make Christmas cards and tips and tricks, and we'll make a bunch of Christmas cards that by the end of the day, I don't know, you've maybe got like, I don't like to commit to a number, but like 10 to 15 cards, and it would be free. Okay, so it would be totally free. You can come along and okay, so I'm just dropping the link to the ink bundle for everyone. And now I'm going to give you, because you know, like when you get to come to these things, you all get to get stuff first. Like this is why you come. Not only do we give you out tons and tons of information, but we're going to do that too. There is a VIP option again, as always, like if you want the lifetime access, the wrap up PDF, blah, 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 blah. I talked about it all day, and you get extra discounts and all of that kind of stuff. Then I'm going to give it to you. It is on November 13th. I just dropped the link. It's crafterholidayparty.com. Super easy to find. Don't worry, YouTube, I'm coming for you too. I got my stuff together, kind of. So we're going to do exactly like this. We're going to sit together and we're going to make Christmas cards for the day. And the release I will be using, we'll have a few new products on the day, but the release I'm going to use to make the Christmas cards is the one we did for Christmas in July, and this release right here. So if you want to craft along with me, you want to get this release right here. Look at this one. Look, how adorable is this? We can make little scenes with our reindeers and cut them out. How cute are they? Come on. So cute. Lisa, it's just live on the channel. You should just be able to find it. You don't need a secret link yet. We're going to make it secret at 5 o'clock. No, this is not the fourth party, Nicole. This is separate to your weekend events. We'll talk about those a bit later. Yeah, it's the 13th. It just the way it worked out. So I think that is a Sunday. Look how cute that is. It's called What's Up, Dear? And then there's this one, which is the Nutcracker. So for those of you who don't know, I have a collection of nutcrackers. They're all my grandma's. Growing up, I was obsessed with them. They will probably be coming out again this year, as always. And so I always do this because it means a lot to me. I remember going to the German Christmas markets every year, and my grandma used to take me in Germany. It was in Lübeck. That's from Lübeck, where I spent half my childhood. And so we used to get a new nutcracker every single year. So we have the Nutcracker stamp set. So, you know, that's just the way it is. No. Yes, it is a Sunday. There's something happening on that Saturday. I can't remember for life of me what, but when Amanda and I were working out dates, it worked out that it was a Sunday. But there it is. So there you go. All right. Means a lot to me now. So gives me all the feels, you know, all the feels. Keep hearing the cats. They're dry. Oh, hold it up high, please. I'm gonna have to do it so I can see it, Alicia. So you've got 3 nutcrackers up here. 'Tis the season to be nutty. Let's get cracking. The Nutcracker. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Nutty or nice, Nutcracker Squad. You crack me up, Nutcracker Christmas. And then you've got one here with an axe, one with a sword, and one with a cape. Because why not? You know, it's fun. This one kind of looks like a pirate nutcracker. This one's got the drum, and this one's got the lantern. That's that. Yes, Carmen, I will also show you options to do like non-holiday. And it's more, as you know, always about the techniques as well. So come along. You can use your Hanukkah stamps. You know, use the techniques you've got with the Hanukkah stamps we've already got. And Lisa just dropped the link to the 45 re-inkers bundle, which transitions me so nicely into talking about re-inkers. Okay, so I feel like re-inkers get a really bad rep. Okay, people always buy ink pads and then they buy the re-inkers just to re-ink their pads. They're like, I'm never going to need to re-ink my pads, so why do I need any re-inkers? Well, let me tell you, re-inkers are actually super, super cool things. You can do a lot with re-inkers. Now, I'm going to specifically talk about the Color Hive re-inkers because the Archival re-inker is going to be different because it's alcohol based. You were already wondering why I'm taking Monday off. No, Lisa, you should probably take the whole week off. But yes, I want to talk to you. So I'm talking specifically about the Color Hive because a distress re-inker is going to be slightly different. An oxide re-inker is going to be slightly different. The you know, archival re-inkers are different. Pigment re-inkers are different. So I'm specifically talking about the Color Hive ones because otherwise we need a whole day to cover every re-inker in a different hour. Okay, so just so you know, yes, it is all 45 of the colors bow in the re-inkers and in the ink pads as well. Okay, so all of them. And again, the re-inkers for the neons like Purple Rain are going to be thicker than the regular Blue Raspberry. Okay, there's also, of course, the Snow Flurries White re-inker, which is a pigment re-inker. And we're going to cover that separately. It actually has its whole hour. So at 2 o'clock, we're going to move on to alcohol inks. And then at 3 o'clock, I'm going to talk about the Snow Flurries re-inker. And then at 4 o'clock, we're just going to kind of talk about other stuff. So we're going to specifically talk about the water reactive re-inkers. And I'm going to try and remember all the things you can do. Don't worry, it'll be in the wrap-up PDF as well. Are the neons included in the bundle? Yes, all 45 colors I just had laid out. Here, I'll show you the picture. Hang on. Lisa was sending me products last night. So all, oh yeah, 45 colors. So that includes Snow Flurries, Remarkable Fog, Remarkable Black, Flat White, Frappe, Bubble Tea, Bubblegum, Flamingo, Tiptree Jam, Rara Skirt, Pit Stop Pink, Blueberry Cheesecake, Grape, Sugar Plum, Purple Rain, Icy Mist, Muscle Car, Acid Wash, Vegas Strip, Carnation Purple, Neon Lights, Blue Raspberry, Blue Moon, Lady Liberty, Tartan Teal, Cotswold Green, Everglaze, British Racing Green, Welsh Dragon, Pop Art, Palm Tree, Lime Wide, Fresh Prince, Hyde Park, Lemon, Red Leicester, Outrageous, California Love, English Mustard, Yellowstone, Coral Keys, Grand Canyon, Telephone Box, Independence, and Roller Skates. are all included. And that includes Fresh Prints, which is our brand new green color, which is right here. This is Fresh Prints. It's super, super pretty. Okay, so that's also included. All right. So what can we do with a reinker? A lot is the answer. And I feel sorry for Amanda because she's having to try and like type probably as quickly as I'm talking. So I'm sorry, Amanda. That's why I said give her till Friday to make sure to get this one out. So of course you can traditionally re-ink an ink pad like I showed you earlier. You can also take a dot, put it on the side of your mat, and you can paint with it. So just take a paintbrush, water brush, paint with it, use it like a watercolor. Yes, Sally, the advent calendar is posted on there as well. So there is, so you can paint with it. Okay, you can also mix your own colors. So if you want a blue moon that's more purpley, you can then just do that. Mix the two together. You can also make your own custom ink pads. We are working on getting empty ones so that you can create some cool techniques. Stay tuned for info on that one. I'm working on that, and it's so cool when you do stuff like that as well. Being able to make your own things. So MJ, you sent me a message about an email. I don't know if you meant to send it to me or to Lisa, because I don't have another message from you. But anyway, so you can paint with these. You can mix your own custom colors, make your own colors of paints. You can also, when you're making watercolors with these, if you add more water, your color gets lighter. Still paint with it. You can also add in kaleidoscope powder. So you literally can do this. Take a smidge of kaleidoscope powder, sprinkle it in, and mix it together, spritz of water, and you just suddenly made your own metallic watercolor. Okay, I would then hairspray it at the end just to make sure that the kaleidoscope powder stays and it doesn't rub off over time, but you just made your own metallic watercolor. Okay, so you can do that. You can also take any distress medium, crackle paste, collage medium, texture paste, gesso, white acrylic paint, gel medium, grip paste, texture paste, like any range of medium like this, then you can mix in a re-inker and make your own colored paste. Okay, so you can take your blue raspberry, like take some texture paste, put it on the side here like this. I have a spatula to hand, so I'm going to use the end of a blending brush because it happens to be right there. So we're going to take this. So there's a little bit of texture paste. I'm going to take some, what's this one? Blue raspberry. Yeah, who needs a spatula? And now I have a coordinating, excuse me, blue raspberry texture paste. So I can add stuff to this. You can also mix it into any of your Maker's Magics. So your clear, your glitter, your no-show, your white pearl, just take a little bit on the side. Don't worry, the animals will kill each other. Drop a re-ink it in, and you can do it as well. Okay. So you can do the marshmallow paste a couple of different ways. You can mix into the marshmallow paste. So your base will be colored. And then when you heat it, it's going to pop white. So if you make that marshmallow paste black and then pop it, try that for a Halloween card. It looks amazing. You can also put the marshmallow paste on, pop it, and then create your own sprays. So just we do empty ones of these. They're called Mr. Perfects. Take this, put a little bit of re-inker in the bottom, fill it with water, depending on how, concentrated you want it to be. And you can spritz the marshmallow paste afterwards and you'll get a different effect. Okay, different effect again. You can also mix alcohol in with the marshmallow paste and it'll give you a different effect. Please be careful, it's combustible, all of those warnings on there as well. So you can mix that in with it as well. And again, if you want one that's more purpley, because you want a custom color, Now I can make something that's more, reminds me of one of the ice creams the kids have. Look at that pretty like lavender color. Isn't that cool? Like a cornflower blue color. So you can mix those two together. So you can make your own custom colors. You can also, into these texture pastes, put some kaleidoscope powder, and then it'll have color in it. Or mix in some glitter, like what do we got here? Redwoods. So you could mix in some redwoods. Look at that pretty, like it's like a reddy orange color. It's on your glitter. So you could mix some of that in and make your own glitter paste. Carrie did a really cool foiling Friday, and she used Duo gel. No, not Duo, sorry, Blanco gel, the Thermoweb Blanco gel. You can mix re-ink with that, and it becomes like this beautiful, glossy, lustrous texture paste. So basically, you can use Blanco gel as a basis of texture paste. You don't have to foil it if you don't want to. And it only reacts with the heat, in the laminator. So you can absolutely do that as well. So you can do that with re-inkers. You also, so our re-inkers are a little bit different. They have a binder in them because of how much pigment and ink we have inside of them. So because they have that binder inside of them, you can actually take, these are our little maker mixing bottles, which is about to get back into stock, hopefully. These are our maker mixing bottles. So you take like that much, I'm talking like 1/8 of an inch of re-inker, and these are tiny bottles, so we're not talking like you need tons. Look, you can see it's way smaller than one of these. So just a little bit of this, like 1/8 of an inch of re-inker. Again, depends on how much you want, and then fill it up either with 95 to 99% isopropyl alcohol or alcohol blending solution. Again, these are tiny bottles. These are like 1 ounce. I don't think they're in that. Maybe they're 1/2 ounce. And you will make your own alcohol inks. I'm going to show you these in a bit when we get to alcohol inks. These are ones I already made with re-inkers, and they've been sitting here, and you'll see how different these are. Just give them a shake. So you can actually turn all of your Maker Forte re-inkers into alcohol inks, and we're going to use these in the next hour when I talk about alcohol inks and some of the stuff you can do with alcohol inks too. So that's also an option you have as well. So there's another way that you can use your re-inkers. As I said, you can paint with them. Here, I'll show you a couple of things I've made with this was Inktoberfest 19. So this isn't my own paste that I made with re-inkers, and then I just sprinkle glitter on the top. Okay. Here's where I painted with re-inkers. Color bursts, Copics. This one. Oh, this is just layering colors. So you can absolutely do this as well. And wait till I show you, what are we at 3 o'clock when I use the Snow Flurries one. This one's going to be super cool, like super, super cool. That was alcohol markers. This is just painting with them. So I literally just took a wet paintbrush, painted with them, spritzed water. So if I just take, I'm going to take a little bit of this. It's just spritz. This isn't even watercolor cardstock. This is our regular cardstock. And I didn't think I was going to do anything. And that's just, this is frappe. So you can create these like kind of fun backgrounds. I don't know what the blue is going to do, but we're going to throw a bit of blue in. You see, you kind of get these like fun explosions going on. You can move the colors around and create some backgrounds and do kind of fun stuff like that with them as well. Okay. The more water you have down first, the better the effect will be. Just FYI, if you're going to try it, make sure your water, there's lots of water down on your surface. And because the more water, the less of this like the eye droplets you'll see as well. But you can see that on there. Okay. And then What else did we do with reinkers? This was making my own metallic watercolors, which is a slightly different way, but basically the same thing. What's the difference in pigment inks, embossing powder? So you can see, like, this is the kind of thing we're doing every day. No line coloring we did that year. There you go, you can do stuff like spraying them, layering inks together, water reactive stuff, like, you know, all that kind of thing. Like, and this is where I made my own sprays. So I took re-inker, basically kaleidoscope powder, mixed them together in a Mr. Perfect, and created my own kind of cool sprays and stuff. So you can do, yeah, all these videos are there, and there should be playlists for each of the years. This is something we did in a previous class. This was Christmas in July, I think. I stamped, I used water, and then I just added little bits of re-inker to kind of create some fun effects and stuff. You can also stamp with re-inkers. So if you have, hang on, I need to grab something. I forgot about this. Totally forgot about this. Just till I saw something on the side there. I was like, oh my goodness, you're gonna love this. So you can also use your re-inkers on your gel press. If you love to do gel press stuff, you can put your re-inkers on your gel press. Let me just grab something because you're gonna love this. Okay. Okay, if you bought the watercolor kit that was an option with the class, okay, so if you missed this, it's super fun. See, this is one of those stamp sets you really want to prime time, but we're not, because, well, I'm going to use my Misty. Yeah. So you can do this with ink pads, or you can do it with re-inkers. I just think re-inkers is kind of fun. I'm going to use a couple of colors. If you have a brayer is great to have at this point. I'm not sure if I know where my brayers are. They're where they should be. Isn't that a miracle? For those of you who follow me regularly, you'll know that nothing in this room is where it's supposed to be. All right. So when I do this technique, I do 1 spritz of water. I mean, like the lightest little spritz, okay? And then I'm going to put a couple of drops of each of the re-inkers down. Now, you have 2 options. Let's do both so you can see. I'm going to be bold. I don't know what Vegas strip's going to do to this, but we're going to find out. Okay. So if you do it this way, you're going to spritz water until they all start blending together. Like this, you see? Like everything's blending together on there. You even can kind of play with it and go, ooh, look, that looks kind of fun. All right. And then we're going to close it. And we're going to leave it down for a minute because we want all that ink to soak in. We don't want to pick that ink back up onto our stamp. We want it in the cardstock. We want that intensity. We want all of those things on there. Okay. So I'm just going to hold this down. And you can hold it down. It doesn't have to be this long. I just, want to make sure that everything goes on. And I'm going to lift up. Look at that kind of like tie-dye effect we get. So that's one way you can do it. And then you could imagine you could just heat emboss on the top. And then it looks like you're a really good watercolor artist. And you just kind of did this splodge on there and like you're really cool. And I can't paint to save my life. So, but if I can do it, you can do it. That's what I'm going with. All right. So Another way you can do this, and I'm cleaning nothing in between, by the way. So again, I'm going to just do a light spritz of water. There's napkins left something behind. Where did my... Right. This is why I have a black t-shirt on, remember? Yeah. And you're all black for a reason. There we go. All right, so we're going to spritz. This time, I'm going to do, I don't think I want to do this. I'm going to do some neon lights in the middle here, just a couple of drops. I'm going to do some flamingo at the top here. And usually they're not full drops. I'm literally just like dabbing down. And then I'm going to take some Vegas strip. Just a little bit here at the bottom. Two squirts of water, nowhere near as much as before. Now I'm just going to take my brayer. And you see how I just went like, I think someone told me one day to dance with it. That's kind of what I always think. And then there's the cardstock. Really helpful. Now we're going to press down again. Again, I'm just going to hold it down for a second and let all of that stuff soak in, because then you get the really vibrant colors. If you pick it up, it's just not the same, in my opinion. I don't know. So you can see, again, gorgeous, but totally different. So same products, different effect. All right. And on here you have this stamp, and you have, you've got a circle you can make. You've got the big splash down here. You can just underline something or stamp. This looks really cool, as does this one. If you stamp this down like this and then put a sentiment over the top, it looks like you were really like thoughtful with your sentiment. Just saying. This is really good for little ink splatters in the background. If you're like me and you're terrible at splattering, you can make like little mini versions of this in the background, or larger ones. This also looks really cool for Halloween, because it kind of looks creepy, like a spidery, sludgy, bacteria-y, I don't know, something. So all of that is on there as well. Okay. All right. I'm just going to clean this up with my shirt. So that's another idea with reinkers. So you can stamp with them. You can use them on a gel press. You can turn the Maker Forte ones into alcohol inks, which we're going to do in the next hour. I'm going to play with alcohol inks and talk to you lots and lots about alcohol inks and different types of alcohol inks and all that kind of info. What else? Paint with them, metallic watercolors, make your own sprays, turn them into pastes. Mix them in your pastes. I don't know, I probably missed some ideas. Mix them into acrylic paint if you've got white acrylic paint or gesso. Because they're water-based, you can also mix them into that. If you have shimmer powders, like the tonic shimmer powders, if you take a complementary color, turn it into a spray and spray it on top, you'll be amazed what the effect is as well. Yeah, Judy, just put a drop down on your mat and then you just take water and off you go with them. I'm just looking at all the stuff in my craft room if I can think of anything else you can do with them. Probably quite a lot. So hopefully you found that useful to now know that there are a gazillion things you can do with reinkers, as much as you can with your ink pads as well. Of course, you can also refill your ink pads with them, because that's what they were designed to do. And just bear in mind that some of the things I said are unique to the Maker Forte ones, just because I developed them that way as well. So there's that. So it is 2 o'clock. Are we ready for some winners? Who wants to win some gift cards? Should we give away a couple of gift cards? I think so. Lisa says, of course, of course, of course.
You also have 2 free orders from the lunch hour.
Oh, thanks, Lisa. You see, I'm doing so well. I'm talking for England, but I'm not sure my brain's entirely on. Okay, Lisa says there are 9 advent calendars left only. And if I told her I'm doing more than 50, she would kill me. So I'm doing, there are 9 left. if you want one.
We can do
And I
as
haven't
many
emailed
as you
out.
want to do.
Yeah, but Kim and Chris and
well,
Daniel might not agree with that sentiment entirely. So no. I'd still like to have staff on Monday morning, Lisa. Okay. So yes, all right. I just happened to see the text from it because I was checking in on that as well. All right, just replying. I don't tell Kim right now. Anyway, so she was asking how it's going. I said it's great. Everyone's having fun, which we are hopefully as well. All right, so let's do some winners for those of you who are on YouTube. Just to let you know, you do need to be in the Zoom or be a VIP to be entered to win some of the prizes. You can still join us on the Zoom. You just go to allaboutinkparty.com and you'll instantly get the Zoom link and you can sign straight in and come join us and partay with us. Okay. So I'm going to pick the 2 Zoom winners and then I'm going to do 2 free orders and I'll do another 2 free when we get back. So you've got time to check out your carts as well. So our first winner, I did the VIP list this time, is Denise Dixon. So congrats, Denise. You get a $25 gift card. And then the Zoom one's easy. So our second winner is Paula Williams Thomas. So yes, Paula Williams Thomas. Congratulations. All right. Is everyone having fun? I got to pull up the orders, so it's going to take me a hot second to pull those up. And then we'll have a quick break and then we get to talk about alcohol. I love alcohol inks, by the way. So I'm going to do a quick back over. We'll play on some mediums. I'll show you a few different things. I'll talk to you about different brands of alcohol ink as well. And if you have any alcohol ink questions, you can drop them down. Actually, I'm going to grab this out while I think of it. And I'm going to grab this while the orders are loading. Go back. My phone's good, but it's all right. We ready for 2 free orders? You can have another chance after we have this break anyway. All right, so the first one, I always feel bad because I'm just like scrolling, is Christina Rugg. It's order number 22630 for Lisa, because I know you obviously need that bit. Stacey says, I want to win. Pick me. We can't rig it, Stacey. That's not fair. And this one is, just give me an email address, is Anne Hassan. Hopefully I said that right, Anne. It's order 22614, Lisa. So there's that as well. Okay, so we've done the gift cards, we've done the 2 orders. I'm going to grab a couple of things for alcohol inks. It's 2:08, so should we meet here at like 2:15, 2:20? I'm not going to open up the unmute because closing it down takes us some time. So if you want to chat in the comments, you can. Lisa is here and I'll be in and out. I'm just going to go and grab a couple of bits so that we can play with some alcohol inks as well. Okay, who's ready to talk about alcohol inks? So I love alcohol inks, and we've been looking at doing our own alcohol inks, and I've played with ranges. I have pinatas. I've got different ranger ones here. I have marabous. I have all sorts. Then I found out I could turn my re-inkers into alcohol inks. That kind of changed a lot for me. And so we're working on something slightly different that will now work with all your alcohol inks and do that as well. So first of all, I'm going to talk through a couple of things about the different brands. I also want to talk about the differences in the Ranger ones, because I know that's what a lot of you have got, and we also stock them. And then we're going to kind of get down into the nitty gritty of how this works as well. So I don't want to know what the animals are doing. So here I have some of my Pinata alcohol inks. So these are from Jacquard. I love Pinata inks. But there is a secret about alcohol inks I found out when I started getting down and dirty into the chemistry of the whole thing, which I didn't know, and they don't put out into the world, and it kind of sucks that they don't put this out there, is no alcohol ink. I'm not talking about metallics. I'm talking about just the inks, whether it's Jacquard, whether it's Marabou, whether it's Ranger, whatever. They were never designed to be used neat. Everyone uses them neat. And that's when you get, that's the reason we can foil on top of them, because there is a resin inside of here. That same binder that we have in our re-inkers. And because you use it neat, there's so much of that resin and binder in there. That's what builds up and gives you that stickiness that you can foil. So if you ever wonder what it was that meant you could foil alcohol inks, it's because we're all using them wrong. If you go and watch alcohol ink artists and people like that, they all thin them down. And I'm talking like a lot. This is why we started doing the little mixing bottles. I lost where mine went. They're back here somewhere. That's why we started doing these, because I was thinning all my colors down, and I actually have bottles like this of all of my pinatas and almost all of my ranges. And Lisa, can we restock these making mixing bottles in the store? I ordered a ton of them on Friday from our supplier. So you can make these, and they actually come with labels. I don't put the labels on mine, I write with Sharpie, but they come with labels you can stick on, and the labels come flat because I know writing on a small bottle is hard, so you can write on the label and stick it on. So that's as well. Yes, happy early anniversary, Lisa. 25 years. It's amazing.
Oh, thank you. Alex, how many am I restocking?
I don't know. I think I ordered 200 bottles. Would you get 3 in a pack or 4 in a pack?
All right, I'll take care of it.
4, I think. 50. Okay, thanks, Lisa. So yeah, so alcohol inks, particularly the pinatas, these are super pigmented, even compared with the Rangers. So just be warned, these are amazing inks, but you have to thin them down, and thin them down a lot. I actually think we're going to do one of these crafter parties just on alcohol inks, because there is so much to learn about alcohol inks and things you can do with alcohol inks. Like, I mean, I've got what, like 35 minutes to talk to you about alcohol inks, and it is crazy. I could literally talk all day about alcohol inks. Okay, so I'm not going to deep dive onto all of that. Needless to say, the next one will be about Christmas, and then we'll have our January 1st crafter party as well, as we always do. And we also have our weekend retreat one, our big one where we send you a box of goodies coming up. I know lots of you are already involved in that one. And then probably the one that we do in February will be on alcohol inks. Okay, so just so you know it's coming. That also gives me time to sort stuff out. And some of them also have things that you can mix together and different chemistries you can do and all that kind of stuff. And that's why I really need a whole day. It's a Halloween weekend, Melissa. Halloween weekend. You right, Matt? And we have a visitor, peeps. For those of you who don't know, this is Maddie. She's the teenager. You don't get to see her very often. Could you like come and say hello? Could you come and say hello?
Hi. Hi, Miss Maddie.
So yes, what do you need? Why? Because he's cute. The cats are mad. So, yeah, just wreck the place. Anyway, so we will do a whole party in February all about alcoholics, because it's a real deep dive to get like down into the chemistries and all that kind of stuff. Now I know a lot of you probably, there's a cat behind you, Maddie, have some Ranger ones. Let's go back to my desk. Maddie. Well, please do. Don't leave. No, please leave, because you're making noise. Yeah, thank you. All right, so you probably have some Ranger ones, maybe. So here are like the regular colors. This is how they come. So they're the alcohol inks. Then they have an alcohol pearl. Then they have mixatives. And then just to add a little bit of extra, I won't say confusion per se, maybe, and I own them, they have alloys. I'm trying to find one. All my alloys are gone. I have them all in these little cute boxes, but clearly not when you need them. They also have alloys, which kind of look like this. I swear they're in here. Slate, mixative. Maybe they graduated out. There you go, an alloy. Okay, so they have all of these different things, and each one's are different. Okay, now there is a chart on the Ranger website. You can go on there and you can find all the info. And this storage box, I have lots of these. These are essential oils boxes, and they work perfectly. So this one fits all the pearls, all the alloys, all the mixatives. And then I have another one that fits all of my alcohol inks, although I actually have it in a different rack up there now. But yes. So there's the alcohol inks. So alcohol pearls are exactly what you think. You see that there's like a mica in the bottom here. There is a ball inside. I bang it a couple of times, and then everyone shakes like this. I'm kind of trying not to. You actually want to shake it either against your hand or around and around. Same deal with mica sprays. When you shake like this, it clogs up the straw. When you shake these like this, it clogs up the nozzle. So I actually learned this from Tim, and he's like, either bang it on your hand or go around and around. And he says the same with the sprays too. Oxide sprays, all of it. And you see it disperses pretty quickly. And this is now a glittery alcohol ink. Let me get a little bit of Geminio out, and we can just put some down so you can see. I'm going to use the back side of it. So I'm just going to spray some alcohol down. You cannot spray alcohol blending solution. You can only spray isopropyl alcohol. I use 99%. The higher you can get, the better. I know it's not easy to find necessarily, but this is an alcohol pearl. There's my little blower on. Okay. And I'm going to do the same. I'm going to put a little bit of raspberry out. And so you can see this one is full of metallic. You do not want to water this one down. This is exactly how it's meant to be. And then this is just regular alcohol ink. Okay. So that's that. Yeah. So this is Geminio paper, Alexis. We went over the different papers this morning. This is a double-sided paper, 2 different surfaces, and both sides you can use alcohol ink on, and one of them you can also use your regular inks on as well. Now this is where the differences come in. So I'm going to just shake both of these. One is a mixative and one is an alloy. So one is going to react with your alcohol ink, one isn't. Now, spoiler alert, because no one tells you this either. Where's the ball in this one not moving? If the balls don't move, you kind of have to tap them not going down the road of what you might be thinking right now. Not moving as much, but hopefully it's going to shake up in there. There we go. This one really does not want to mix. Okay. All right. So this is gunmetal mixative. This is alloy. I'm going to show you the difference. Going to need a little bit of blending solution for these. So I'm going to put a drop of blending solution on the pink, and then I'm going to put a drop of alloy. And a drop of mixative, because I want you to see the difference. Okay, so mixative at the bottom, alloy at the top. My little blowy blow. Okay, so mixative is going to take on some of that color. Alloy is going to sit on top and create veins. So it's just going to create this like cool silver. Also, mixative tends usually not to move as much. Now, the only way you're going to create movement with these is by using blending solution with them, which is why I put that down. You're going to see when I pick this up, there is a difference. So this one here is taken on the, what did I use? Boysenberry or raspberry. It's taken on some of that raspberry. The alloy has stayed bright silver. Okay, so the mixative, the gunmetal, has taken on some of that color. Now, if I was just to put some alloy down like I normally do and blow it, you see it blows around, and it just gives you that like silver leaf effect. If I put some mixative down, the viscosity of the two, how liquid they are, is different. I'm doing exactly the same technique, but this one's got a lot more air holes and openness in it. Okay, let's see. You can see that. You see the difference? So this one's like super solid. This one has more movement in it. Okay. But this is what I like to do. So I have like real fun with these. So I put a drop of blending solution down. I like doing this with alloys. Drop of alloy. A drop of blending solution. Like really separate out the alloy. This is a lot of experimentation, by the way. Look how wispy and pretty that now looks. Okay. So you can go from this to this. Okay. Stormy night, exactly. Like make a cool background, stamp over the top with some archival ink, and it's absolutely beautiful. But look how pretty that is. You could do this on the black again. So like there's something else you can do with it. This is what the marabou inks look like. They come in these pointy tops. I'm not the biggest fan. They kind of smell a bit weird to me. And I just don't find that they react as well. If you are wanting to buy something, I say go Ranger or Pinata. Ranger have more colors. Pinata are more concentrated. You have to thin them down. They actually sell a solution to thin them down. You don't have to use blending solution as well. You can use alcohol or blending solution, but you will notice a difference whether you use blending solution or whether you use 99% alcohol, because blending solution has a binder in it the same way the inks do. It reacts differently. It binds the inks together. Like when I take my re-inkers, I usually add blending solution and a little bit of the isopropyl alcohol alcohol just to make my blending solution go further. But I want a little bit of the blending because it has that resin in. Okay, so it has that resin in as well. But you can mix and match and make your own things. You can also use Copic Zero as a blending solution. It's not quite the same, but it'll give you a different effect again. So you can do the same thing. Like, let's put this to the side for a second. One moment. Okay, so let's put a little bit of this down. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my own homemade alcohol inks. Whoops, just so you can see. I can't remember what colors we used. But these are my own homemade alcohol inks using reinkers. You can see they still react the same way. How cool this is. You can even mix and match, You see they all mix together. And the more blending solution you put down, or the more you thin out your inks, the more wispy they will be. So for instance, like one of these blues I made, I think it's this one. I put a lot of re-inker in. I'm going to put this to the side to dry for a second. I think it's this blue. And I'll show you why sometimes I do that. So I'm spritzing some isopropyl down. These ones are super thin. But what it means, and you can play around and have real fun, but look how soft and ethereal, and you can get, you know, these little, I love the tendrils. I don't know what the technical term is. I call them tendrils, but like, I love that effect. And so you can get these super wispy effects like this. And then I'm going to dry this one off a little bit. So you see where I used the purple? I'll lift this up so you can see. This one is super thick because I used it straight from the package and it's got all of that resin in it. The other thing you can do is anytime you have alcohol, if you spritz it, it will react. And that wasn't even a full spritz. That was literally just like a small click. Look how cool that looks. Okay. You can even take I don't even want to like squeeze it. I'm just trying to tap it. So you can take this and you can make big pools like that. Okay. So you do all kinds of different things with it, just depending on what you then add afterwards, what you do with it. But this one's going to have all these resin pieces. Once that's like just dried off a little bit, then you can add some foil and you can add some extra color in, or you could add some alloy into that. So we could do, it's where I started this here. And I love the way it does this, like, I look to it. And it like starts to dissipate and dance. And then I put a bit more in the middle. You could even put a dot of alcohol ink in there. Like you could do a whole painting like this, just putting it in the middle. You see how that reacted? And then I'm just going to take my little spritzer here. And then I'll lift this one up so you can see. And so you can see you've now added that little bit of like silver into it too. So cool. Okay. So that's kind of like the basics of alcohol ink on paper. Kind of. All right. But I've got more. Of course I do. Couple of things. So I talked earlier that you can color stuff. Here I have Snow Flurries glitter, which is a matte white. And then I have our Shooting Star glitter. You can color glitter with alcohol ink, okay? So we can take a little bit of glitter. We need something to stir with, because I didn't pick up a paintbrush. What have we got here we can stir with? Our tweezers will work. Okay. Now just bear in mind, you only need a tiny bit of alcohol ink to do this. You can also use your homemade alcohol inks, but do it with the alcohol blending solution ones. I'm going to put all these crystal gels empty, by the way, if you need them. So when you first put it in, it's just going to look clumpy and dried, and you're going to think, oh my God, I just ruined my glitter. Just bear with me. Just keep stirring. And it'll all look, you know, when you make a cake and it's really dry and you're like, oh, I need to add maybe like some milk or some water or something. The pastry is too dry. That's exactly what it's going to feel like, look like. But you're just going to keep stirring. And all that alcohol is going to evaporate off as you're stirring. And it's going to go back to being powdery glitter. They probably could have got away with 2 drops. But just keep whisking, whisking, whisking. Yeah. And now I have matching blue glitter. You can't do it with embossing powder, though. I have tried. You can also take something like Snow Flurries, which has more sparkle in it. Now, of course, if I put it in before I put the blue in, my sparkly one would become a blue sparkly glitter. But this time I'm just taking a matte white and a glittery white. This actually came out super pretty. And I'm mixing the two together. There's probably a little bit of alcohol in there that's still mixing around. But look how cool that looks. Kind of reminds me of the embossing powders we've got. I'm going to use some black so you can really see it. I'm going to tip it out on here. Yeah. So there is my own custom sparkly blue glitter. You cannot do it with embossing powder, no. I've tried. There is a product out there, but it's pretty hit and miss. I wouldn't recommend it to color embossing powders, but yeah, not really a thing. But there is how to make your own custom glitters, though. Isn't that cool? You can also, if you take some of the double-sided red tape, put down Snow Flurries or Snowy Day glitter, then you can paint with your alcohol ink on top and make a rainbow. You can do like a really cool ombre or different colors or a rainbow or any of those kinds of things as well. Alcohol ink will change the color of any glitter, okay? It will also do the same with embellishments. So if you take like if you've got like the pineapple upside down cake, I'm just going to use the lid here. Clay slices. And you don't want them to be pineapples anymore. Maybe you want them to be, I don't know, what slices of purple, like some kind of fruit maybe. Just squirt that in. I usually take like a spritz of alcohol and then just start swirling. And then you're going to need to let them dry for a bit. If I lift it up, you can see. Now I have purple clay slices. Will work on glass and plastic glitter, yes. So you can also change the color of your clay slices. If you've got like the bats, you could put some alloy, like put some blending solution, just a little bit on it, and then put the alloy on it, and then you'd have like silver trimmed bats too. I'm trying to get them out so I can show you. I am the mad scientist. For those you don't know, my undergrad was engineering, so. Yeah. So now I have purple clay slices. So if you needed something, so there you go. I'm just going to wrap these up because I made a bit of a mess, but you get the idea. Comedy night's going to be fun. I think I might be the comedy with all my ink all over me. So you can do that. So you can color glitter, you can color clay slices, we can use paper. We want to use something non-porous. So we're talking Geminio, Yupo, alcohol ink cardstock, glossy cardstock, some photo papers will disintegrate when you put this on there. Let me just warn you because I found that out the hard way. But I do want to show you something else. We need some Yupo paper. I'm going to grab out my own stash up here. Let's see. I have every kind of Yupo paper going. Of course, it's in the bottom down here. So here we got. There's Yupo. Okay, so I'm going to use some Yupo. Also know if you paint anything with acrylic paint, like white acrylic paint, or if you go and buy the, what's it called, Kilz, K-I-L-Z, paint at Home Depot, Lowe's, wherever you go. If you go there and you paint any surface with that, you can alcohol ink on it. You just need that Kilz 2. It's like a blue can, but you can literally paint anything with that. And you can alcohol ink on the top of it. Just saying, if you don't want to buy those expensive panels from Ranger, that works really well. Have done experiments, would recommend. Okay. So earlier on, I said I wasn't going to go down this rabbit hole, but I kind of like feel compelled to just show you the possibilities of what you can do. Oh, I grabbed a blank slate because if you want to stamp with Remarkable, you can stamp with Remarkable and heat emboss it on Yupo, or you can stamp.
Alex, your video's out.
Oh, what happened? There we go. Thanks, Lisa. If you stamp with Remarkable on Yupo, you can heat emboss it, and then you can paint with alcohol inks. Or if you freehand, which I don't, if you do, you can paint with alcohol inks freehand, and I use the blank slate as my palette because it's non-porous, so it will work for you as a palette. You can also use an ice cube tray. Ranger do sell a palette too if you want to use it, but I just use a blank slate. Just to let you know. Does anyone know? I don't know where I put my alcohol lifting pad earlier. No, me neither. Just in front of me. So I'm going to just make a couple of quick alcohol ink backgrounds. I'm not going to water my inks down, and I am not using alloys, and I am not using pearls, and I am not using mixatives for this technique, okay? And I'm just going to spritz isopropyl down like that. I swear it was up there. And we're going to throw down a little bit of color. Probably is on the floor, Lisa, but I really just want some backgrounds. And I'm going to throw in a bit of blending solution because it's going to give me a different effect on top. And then we're going to use our little blower. I'm going to have to let them dry for a second. And at this point, I'm not adding any foil or really anything. I just want a background. And I'm just like, normally I'd let some of these thicker areas just dry, but because I obviously want to show you some techniques, I have something in mind. Need a bit more coverage on this one. Can I just say I love how many of us have FOMO? Like when we go, I was looking at the orders at lunchtime and so many of you had ordered the gotta have it all bundle. Like, I love the fact I'm not the only one with FOMO who does this. Like, has to order a whole release. And I'd still order from all sorts of companies. All right, we're going to give it a second to ruminate and dry. Also gives me a second to see. If I can find the thing I want. If not, I'll be fine. So we had to grab kitchen towel and all of my lamps are on the floor. If anyone can figure out what animal that was, that would be awesome. Okay. I'm also going to show you a hack when the same thing that's just happened to me happens to you. All right, so we're going to do this one first, I think, because it looks the dry. Excuse me, the driest. And you want to choose a stencil. What we got too many already. I'm going to use this one. This is a Christmas quilt. Isn't it pretty? It actually comes in a bigger panel, but this is my little tester. So we're going to use this one. I'm going to take some kitchen towel. Now you can use one of these, but I actually like using my kitchen towel as part of this as well. So we'll start off. Bear in mind, you want one of these just for lift ink. Okay. So I'm going to take some lift ink re-inker onto my thing. And you don't want too much, which is why I like having the kitchen towel there. And I'm literally just going to kind of like go like that. I'm going to dab very gently, just because I want to lift up anything that's left. And then look how cool that is. So you can take any also just put it on the edge of a kitchen towel and blot, but just, I find the foamy does help a little bit. Okay. Look how cool that is. Right. And then you just clean this off with a spritz of isopropyl alcohol, which will take the alcohol ink off for you. And that's that. So that's idea number 1. Okay. You also, alcohol lifting is available in an ink pad, which I showed you this morning. And I said, we're not going down that rabbit hole until I realized that we're talking about alcohol inks. We probably should maybe go down it a little bit. Not sure I put the ink pad, but I'm going to make my own ink pad. Because also, maybe you only have the re-inker. You can do the same technique. Okay. Same way. And I'm going to use the new dictionary page stamp, which if you were in the crafter party, this was in your box. We just had so many people ask for it that we have released it. So don't worry about the fact that there is a little bit of purple on here. It's fine. I just need a little bit more ink. Okay. But I really love this dictionary page. There's also a crackle background, which looks like gator skin, snake skin, like all that kind of stuff. It's super cool. That's also in the release. Oh no, these are all, there she goes. See? And you should put it down. So I'm going to just take this and take my stamp. And you could use a Misty, don't get me wrong. But I'm just going to take my stamp and press it down. Leave it down for a few seconds because you really want that ink to like eat in. I'm kind of going for the distress. That's why I'm kind of like letting it have some fun. And you see there's all of that ink on there. Grab a piece of Geminio out while it's still wet and stamp it down. Either side. Look at that. I just made a super cool background piece. Okay. And if you want to, I just spritzed it with isopropyl alcohol. Okay, I'll talk about that in a second, JK, because we're coming to the end of alcohol ink. Is that? Now we're ready to just go in. And you want to just keep moving your kitchen towel because it will pick up the lift ink and do not rub, pat. Okay, that's my biggest tip with alcohol lifting is don't rub, pat. Like, can you see that? I can, in person, it looks so cool because you can like see these words in, I think you can see it. There you go. Can you see the words inside my alcohol ink? So it looks like it's got this super cool texture in there. But then you also get 2 extra prints. Okay. So that's another thing you can do with alcohol inks. You also, you know how I showed you with the watercolor stamp set and I showed you with the re-inkers? You can do the same with alcohol inks. You just spritz isopropyl alcohol on rather than water. Just to let you know. To clean it, this is why I like rubber stamps in particular with this technique because they can stand up, put a little bit of isopropyl alcohol on them. I just, there's a lot of alcohol around here. Well ventilated place, obviously, please follow all safety precautions on the back. And you know, that overrides anything I say. And then I just used my microfiber, clean it up. Look, clean as the day it was pressed. Just like that. Okay. So that's that. So we can use alcohol ink on Yupo. We can use it on Geminio. Anything non-porous, we can make our own glitter. We can color embellishments. We can paint with it. We talked about alloys. We talked about mixatives. We talked about alcohol lift ink. We talked about using the kilts paint, kilts, however you pronounce it, paint. That's probably about it. I mean, for the whirlwind tour that we're doing here on alcohol inks. As I say, we will do a party in February that will be all day about alcohol inks, and we'll really deep dive into different techniques and ways you can use them as well. But for now, that's kind of where we are on these ones. All right. Any other questions here on alcohol inks just before we move on? I want to make sure I've covered everyone's questions. If you have a question, you can drop it in the comments below. What's the proportions for making your own ink? So it's about 1/8 of an inch of alcohol, of re-inker rather, and then fill out with blending solution and or isopropyl. And obviously the more re-ink you put in, the stronger the color. So you can just kind of play around with what you like and things like that. Ink bundle discount. So yeah, the 45 ink pads and the 45 re-inkers, that's only going to be today. And you can use your 15% VIP code on it as well if you've got one. And we will take that down at midnight. Okay, so just so you know. Excuse me. The VIP option will also come down at midnight. So you need to sign up to be a VIP by midnight as well. That's that. Let's see. Okay, I see lots of you signing up for the Christmas class as well. Whoop, 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 whoop. So, all right. So somebody asked about this crafter party box. So we have a couple of different crafter parties. Next year, we might split the names up a little bit differently. It's just because we've added the 1 days in this year. But what we have is a weekend retreat. So there's one more left this year. It's Halloween weekend. And we craft on an all day Saturday, all day Sunday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Every hour is a different video. A different blogger comes on and they do a 30-minute video. And then I do like a 20-minute demonstration of maybe different ways. It's kaleidoscope powders or I don't know, whatever it happens to be that day. So I show you lots of things as well. I don't know what this is giddy about, but anyway. So yeah, so the crafter party is that. And what we do for that weekend is we send you a box of goodies and our teachers will be using things from the store, but also always something that's in that box. So you have a way to follow along as well. Everything in the box is exclusive. There may be something really cool in this one that we, that Lisa is very, very excited about. So if you want to come and join us for the 31st and 1st, I think it is, the boxes get shipped usually about 10 to 14 days before the class. So you'll get that, and everything in it, as I say, is pretty much an exclusive. Last time we did these really cool notebooks, and I still want to say what's in it, Lisa. I'm trying to keep my mouth shut. It's here, I'm going to drop the link. It's jointhecrafterparty.com. So you can join. Yes, I don't know how many. Lisa, do you know how many are left? I don't know, because we only do a certain amount. But Lisa will tell us. No idea. Okay, well, I'm gonna have a minor panic probably at some point. Where's the YouTube? So jointhecrafterparty.com. So you can come join us. And the idea is we do it for 2 days. And we do it for 2 days with different bloggers. So it's not just me talking at you like this all day. We have the lunch breaks the same. We mix it all in. So if you do want to come along, you absolutely can. We'd love to have you. We send you a box of goodies. We send them worldwide, so there's no limitation in there. There is no way to know what is in the box. It is a surprise when it arrives. We try to make it that everyone would enjoy the contents of the box in some way as well. No, Mary Jo. Snow ink is coming up next. I actually overran a little bit on alcohol inks, which I kind of figured I might because it's super cool. So yeah, we'll be doing the white re-inker techniques next, but I need to reset, go and get some stuff and get all my stuff here that I need because this is a fun one. It's a little bit messy, so be warned, it is a little bit messy, and I don't usually a messy crafter, as lots of you know, but I'm working on that. And the fun things about this is that also I'm trying to thought for a second. Oh, this is really cool because basically what I'm going to show you how to do is create your own oxides, and also how you can basically paint pour on paper. So if that piques your interest, that's what we're going to be doing next. It's 3:06. Oh, we need winners first. So it's going to be 3:10 by the time we're done. All right, so let me pick out a couple of winners. When we come back, we'll do free orders again. And then Michelle says, love this, pick me. Sometimes they're a paper, it'd be nice to know what they are. So we always have papers in the box, and then we have them as part of the release, so you can always add them in as well. All right, so my first one is Jen Dijkstra. So she's from our VIP list. So congratulations, Jen. And I'm going to do a Zoom one. My Zoom one is Nina Stringham. So congratulations, Nina, as well. And congrats, Jan. Well, we send you lots of orders, so I'm sure you're going to have fun spending your gift card on that as well. So does anyone else have any questions about alcohol ink? Because it is a fun technique. You want some kind of surface you can smush on. I'm using a glass mat. If you've got blank canvas, you can use that. If you've got a piece of acetate, you can use that. I'm going to use the Snow Flurries re-inker, and I'm going to use just other regular re-inker, Maker Forte re-inkers. So you'll want some of those as well, and a spray bottle with water and black and white cardstock. Okay, you can use Geminio. I'm going to try one with Geminio so you can see. I'm going to try one with regular white cardstock. I'll just do some bigger pieces, I think. And then I got a couple of pieces of black here as well, so we can play around with that as well. So you'll be able to do that too. All right, so it is basically 3:10. So should I see you back here, ladies and gents, at 3:20 Eastern? Again, if you want to chat in the chat, if you've got any questions, we'll be around. But I got to grab a couple of things, and I just need to clean up my alcohol ink because we don't want to mix those two together. So be happy. Hey everyone, I wanted to talk about the post stuff quickly, just because I see lots of comments. So we, during the storm, actually shipped over 200 packages. That's all because Kim moved in with me. She was forcibly evacuated because she lives on the river. So we shipped packages, and as of last night, we were down to like double digits of orders outstanding, just like the Lift Your Spirits ones and stuff like that. So we did all of that. But the thing is, UPS, obviously, we're like 30 minutes from Fort Myers and about 45 minutes from Naples, those kinds of things, and they're heavily impacted. And Fort Myers and Tampa are two major like depots. So even though UPS are picking up all the packages and you get shipping notification when I generate a label here, then that's the one thing I just want to let you know. So you get shipping notification when a label is generated. UPS either pick up the same day or the next day, just depending what time of the day it is. And then that's what kind of happens. So then it's just in the hands of USPS. So hopefully they're getting back to normal, but I just, you know, I've got two friends in Naples who lost their houses completely. Here there is like more linemen than I know what to do with, construction workers, like our local dive bar that's usually like on a Friday night, it's dead. I go and play pool with my 8-year-old pool partner. Like it is heaving. There are people everywhere. It's constantly busy. So it's kind of crazy. So just to let you know, we are shipping. Everything was shipped out up to date. It's the hands of USPS, and obviously they are national, global, all that stuff. So, you know, just to give you a heads up. So we're shipping, we're on time right now. We were doing really good, but we are in the hands of the post office. So just kind of where we are, unfortunately. So Mary Jo said, are all the pad foams the same as the Remarkable? Yes, they are all silicone foam as well. Yeah, and sometimes like we had someone who we'd ship the package on the 20th of September, which is obviously pre-storm, and then it literally nothing happened, and then it goes out for delivery. So it didn't get scanned on any of its things. And I think that literally is just maybe because of what's going on with disruption and things, because it didn't just hit us, it then hit further up the coast and things as well. So yeah, this is kind of where we are. So bear with us. We're doing our best. We ship it out, then it's in the hands of the post office. And honestly, there's nothing we can do once we give it to them. It's just kind of where it goes. And, you know, that's it as well. But yeah, they are all still turning up. It's just taking a little bit longer than any of us would like. Unfortunately, we're not Amazon. We can't just, you know, have our own delivery network and whatever. So, so that's where that is. And I also want to let you know, if you ordered an advent calendar, okay, you are going to see a label generated for it on probably Monday, Tuesday. It is not shipping Monday, Tuesday. It's not going to ship to you until November. But I don't know whether we'll generate the labels or just fulfill it. But you will see that order close down, just because otherwise every time we go to print orders, those orders print and print and print, and that doesn't help. The team here keep on top of stuff. So just to let you know, if you ordered an advent calendar, it's going to show as fulfilled as of early next week, but it will not ship to you until November. So I just want to put that out there as well. Fairy floss is... This is a polyester special fiber. You can make paper with it. You can adhere it to stuff and you put it through the laminator. This is a special kind. You put it out on parchment and put it through the laminator. It's something we'll cover probably in the crafted party again. Probably in the Christmas one, because I have some Christmassy colors coming out. Okay. Yes. And nobody else knows about advent calendar. So if they sell out before the end of this live, we won't be emailing out to anyone. If there's 1 or 2 left, I will send out an email probably early next week that advent calendars are out. I think as when Lisa last looked, there was maybe 3 left. So I don't know. We'll see.
One
maybe.
One is left.
But does that count the ones that are in people's carts that aren't checked out though? Probably too.
I don't know.
Yeah. So if you haven't checked out your advent calendar, you might want to just say, because it does reserve it, I think, for an hour and then it drops off again. So just saying. let's see, what's the difference between the turtley cloth and the microfiber cloth? So the turtley cloth, I think currently is out of stock because we're waiting for some more to come in. But it's a biodegradable, it has a scrubby side. It's kind of like, it's a version of like the stamp chamois, but it doesn't smell. It's completely natural. It's biodegradable, compostable, and doesn't get that like musty mildew smell. You can just leave it out. And then the microfiber cloth is like this. I actually went and just grabbed one because I need it for this. So this is our microfiber cloth. And I like this for using like the prime time and stuff. I find it really cleans up nicely. And then I use my turtley usually to clean my stamps and stuff like that. Oh, which cat's back there? Oh, that's Jensen. Oh, and you see, if I lean back, that's Gray in the chair. And then Jensen's on the top there. And then Bentley's down here, the dog. And then Elise is Maddie's cat. That's the one that she came in for earlier, so. Okay. Okay, so everyone ready to learn about the Snow Flurries re-inker? Oh, pre-orders. I already picked them in the break so that I didn't have to keep scrolling. Hang on. I wrote them in my notepad. Lisa, I was organized. You should be proud of me.
I am so proud.
She's like, what on earth happened? The apocalypse is going on. So the first one was Shelley Anderson, which is 22714 was the first one. And then the second one, Lisa, and for the winner is Linda Sheridan, and that's 22699. Okay. We're really close to order 23,000. I wonder if we'll make it today. Whoever is order 23,000, I'm going to give you $100 Maker Forte gift card. So there's your incentive to get to 23,000, because I think that would just be really cool to see that. And I'll do something else. At 25,000, we'll do $250. So, okay. So Snow Flurries, we talked earlier this morning. Here, let me flip down again with my Coke so I don't spill it everywhere. I am losing my voice, so bear with me. You probably all have brain overload too, so I apologize for that. I'm glad that you're getting a wrap up PDF. Lots of you. Oh, and who signed up for the holiday crafter party on the 13th of November? Because I see there's lots of you are on here who haven't signed up yet. Lots of you have, but lots of you also haven't. See, I can see how many people have signed up, and I can see how many people are on the Zoom. So if you sign up, yes, it's free, Stacy. Here, I'll drop a link for you. Hang on. I have to go back here. Yep, I'm getting a link. Hang on. I can't copy and paste that fast. If you are VIPs, and you do, I'm putting it in YouTube too tomorrow. If you do VIPs and you do it by the end of today, midnight tonight, we'll do the cutoff. Midnight EST, because I'm on EST. Sorry, Melissa. I know you're not. Sorry, Alicia. But if you do it by midnight EST, then I will send you an extra $10 gift card as well. So I wish you something fun if you sign up on the day. You all know that. So sweet, yay. Yeah, I think VIP is worth it. We tried to make it something that's really worth it. We tried to give you more back than you pay for it as well. And you know, you get the PDF, you get the lifetime access, you get extra gift cards, you get extra savings. And if you buy anything during the party, then you can more than make back everything you spent anyway too. So all right, so let's talk about the Snow Flurries re-inker. This thing is super cool. So we talked about this morning that Snow Flurries ink is a pigment ink. Okay, it is still as in a re-inker form. it's still water reactive to a degree. And we played around with this. I think it was at the last crafter party we discovered this technique. So some of you have seen some of this, but it should be a fun refresher because we had so much fun. I think we played for like nearly an hour once we found out the stuff you could do with this, and we had like a ton of fun. VIP discount code is too many letters and does not work. Sure, if you message Lisa, she'll help because it's not that long. Yeah, so we played around with this. So Lisa goes, it was awesome in caps. It really was. It was one of those things where we just did an experiment. And I was like, I wonder if this will work. And we did, and it looked freaking amazing. So there are a few different ways you can do this technique. And by a few, I mean, obviously a lot. We played around with doing this technique with reinkers, which is another reason why we just did the reinker bundle. You can get all 45 reinkers, and it includes the Snow Flurries reinker. Or you can, but you cannot do this with alcohol ink. We tried the blending solution with isopropyl alcohol. It just didn't work. You have to use a water-based, and we found that this was best. Okay, so we did all the hard work there for you as well. Please post the link for the holiday party. There you go. Yes, you can add VIP on later. It is on an early bird discount right now, but yes, you'll be able to add it on later. So we're going to start off with just doing it the basic way. So I'm going to take regular cardstock. This is our regular 110 pounds. Lisa will be right there. You go. So I'm going to give this a shake. Remember, this is a pigment re-inker. There is something water-based in the top. I don't know the exact chemistry. That's someone else's job. I'm not a chemist, I'm an engineer. And then there is pigment, and that will settle in the bottom. And it is thick, okay? It is thick. So give it a second, give it a good shake. If you don't want to do that, someone said earlier, roll it on the table. I thought that was kind of a neat idea. I've never heard that before, but I bet it works really well. So we'll do that, because sometimes I don't need to do an arms workout on top of my regular workout. I sent some of my friends at lunch the pictures, the ink pads, and they're all messaging me back going, what on earth do you actually do? I don't think any of them realize what I do as a job. And now I think they think it's not even a real job, but you know. So we're going to put this down, and you can either do dots or stringy bits. And it looks like I put down a lot, but actually it's really not. It's super fine. And so we found to give it a couple of spritz. You can also put water down first. We'll do some different orders, and you can kind of see the differences you get. Now we're going to start putting down some reinkers. So this is Flamingo, and this is Neon Lights. And this is Purple Rain. And I'm probably going to stick with the same kind of colors-ish, just so we can, you know, compare and contrast. Then we're going to add some more water in. And if you want to, you can use your blower to move stuff around. Look how cool this looks. And then we just put our cardstock on top. Wait a second, you see it starts to show through. And I'm going to lift up. Look how cool that is. And you can get multiple impressions. You can also like create a little bit of movement in there. Okay. So that's just like the basic way. And the reason it's super cool, yes, I could just, okay, so let me show you. I'm going to go through a lot of paper here because this is just one of those techniques. This is where the microfiber is great, and I can throw it in the washing machine and it keeps everything nice and clean. And if I need to clean in between, I've got my squid buster right here as well. So if I just do it plain, yeah, this is just the Tim Holtz glass mat. Yeah, I saved the best for last. For anyone who's seen this, they know that I've saved the best till last. And they probably now have the re-inker and they can play around with it. So same deal. Notice I put a neon in, so it's giving me a different effect. Again, if I want to, I can just, disperse that neon up a little bit. So if you find your neon goes a bit blobby, for those who are British will know Mr. Blobby, you can just disperse it up with your spray bottle. So you kind of see, you still get those like unique blobs, unless you add a ton of water. Whereas when you add the snow flurries, it all marbles together. But look how much more muted it is. Maybe it reminds us of an oxide, okay? So it's more of like, this is how we're going to make our own oxide. So you can actually take Snow Flurries re-inker, mix it with like a flamingo, and you can take an empty ink pad and put it in there, or you can paint with it and you basically create like an oxide spray paint type deal. Okay, just FYI, if you mix these together, you basically make something a little bit like a distress oxide. Like, not exactly, just like, kind of like that too. Okay. So that's putting just the white down first. If you put water down first, then put your white down. Do you already see it's different? Just kind of keeping it a little bit quiet too. Again, I'm just going to kind of move stuff around. I'm going to stick with white cardstock for a minute, and then we'll move on to other stuff. Look how cool that looks. Or really water it out. You could also build up layers. So if you now want to, you've still got quite a lot of white on there. Don't be afraid to add some movement in. And there's something about adding the white that means you can layer colors that would normally make mud. I don't know what it is about the white that does it, but colors like this pink and this blue moon usually go a little bit like greeny brown just because of the way they muddle together. Whereas when I add the white, it creates this. So it looks like alcohol ink backgrounds. Like this one to me looks really alcohol inky, but it's on regular cardstock. And you know, regular cardstock's way cheaper than using alcohol ink stuff. Okay. But we can keep going. Linda remembers Mr. Blobby. Yeah. You can also use Geminio cardstock and you'll get a different effect. So I like putting water down first. It's just the way I like the effect to go. I love how it looks and it separates. I feel like it looks like graffiti art. You can also kind of just have fun and move it around now. And basically what's happening is the pigment and the water-based solution it's suspended in, that's all I know. That's literally the extent of my knowledge, is separating. So the pigment is staying there. And what this reminds me of, if any of you did paint pouring when it was super trendy, this kind of reminds me of that look. Okay. And I'm going to just, you see how the water just helps you break it all up too, because all this wants to move. This is Geminio paper. I'm using the glossy side, not the matte side. Oh, I liked it before that. Let's see what's that. I can't wait to see my friends tonight and them to wonder what on earth I've been doing all day. Hey, look at that. I'm going to put these up here to dry because they'll take a hot minute. So it kind of looks like you've been marbling. Now you can do it as direct to paper, but it's pretty hard. I'll show you what I mean. This is either going to come out terribly or amazingly. I guess we'll find out. I did do it on the live and I think it came out so I'm going to make this paper pretty wet. And this is the one thing about the Geminio, is you can make it pretty wet and it'll be okay. Then I'm going to put some Snow Flurries re-inker down. I'm going to spray again. I'm actually going to try this a slightly different way to how we did it last time. Now I'm going to put our re-inkers on top. I mean, look at that. How cool is that? Now, I mean, you could just leave that and let it dry. Geminio is not great at being heat stable, so I would almost let it just dry on its own. I'm just going to do it on half. So really like this half, so we're going to go on this half. Was what happens if I put one sheet on top of the other. Kind of cool. Just what's the worst that can happen? Okay. So I think this is a pretty cool technique. And it will dry on the Geminio paper. It's just going to take a little bit of time because you've got to wait for that water to evaporate. Just FYI. Or if you're not very patient, I don't know what happens if we try and pick some of this color up with kitchen towel. I haven't tried that one. Let's see. What do we think? Yeah, kind of liked it before. It's also kind of cool with the sketch in the background. I guess if you're artistic, you could do some kind of pattern in the background. Okay. This is stuck down now. Try and pick it up. Come on. There we go. All right. But this was where we got adventurous, and yeah, they wash up great. I throw some bleach in with mine and it comes out great. And these are all water-based inks. I mean, it's not going to come out perfectly, but look how pretty my towel now looks. I mean, you know, maybe I should tie-dye it. So the next thing, we went on our little Snow Flurry spree. Water. Just want to show you first something. So I just put water down, re-inker. Black cardstock. Okay. And nothing happens. So I just want to give you a baseline. Okay. So you do this technique and we emit the snow flurries. This is our baseline. Okay. Just ooh, that one came out good. Bear in mind, this is the same re-inker I was using at the last crafter party and it's still going. So if you're thinking like I'm using up a ton of ink, I'm really not. And I'm really just sticking with, I think I've got 5 colors, but really I've only used 4 of them. So I'm putting this down. This time, the first time I'm not going to move it. I'm just going to spritz it because I need the water, but we're not going to move anything around. Okay, so we're going to put it down, pick it up. Look at that. That might actually be my favorite one so far that we've done. And that will dry like that. We'll leave it like that and it'll dry, you'll see. You also can play around. Don't be afraid to just kind of like swirl. Add textures. And this one I think I'm going to layer because I kind of mixed the colors more than I wanted to. But we'll layer something on top of that in a minute. Actually, what happens if we spritz? Now we've got this on here. If you haven't joined me before, you'll find out that I'm very much a what happens if I and some of those what happens if I's are good, like we had some earlier that were kind of good, and some kind of go a little bit meh. Like that's kind of dark, not a fan. That's okay. Just cardstock. I can use the other side of it. Look how this one's drying up, like a stormy day. Imagine using that in the back of a thing. If you throw in a little bit of kaleidoscope powder, this would be all shimmery too. Just put it out there. If you sprinkle a little bit of kaleidoscope powder in here, we still have quite a lot of white down. Break those up a little bit. I'm going to use that first piece of cardstock because I'm not wasting it. And I'm even going to take, you could use your brush and tap it in, or you can do an Alex and just sprinkle it in like that. If you spritz some water, it'll break itself up. Seriously, can you imagine the comedy night tonight? It's going to be funny. Yeah, it kind of looks like the Northern Lights, but my hands are all covered in kaleidoscope powder, so I'm just basically like dipping them on and then letting it drip down. And I feel like that's like a Northern Lights one. It's hard. I wish the camera would pick up how bright they are, because at this end, once you do it, it's super, super bright. And you don't have to keep cleaning it up like I've been. You can just go like, oh, I like that, but I've run out of enough white for it to pop. So we'll dribble a bit more white on. Glitter, you would have to use some adhesive in there. I think Bo asked already. Yeah, Bo. Again, I'm going to take that piece of cardstock. I didn't like what it made. So let's see what we get this time. Put that. And these are all going to dry like this. Wow. Look at how you can move. So this is why I called it paint pouring on paper, because if you ever paint poured, you know you can kind of like manipulate it and have fun with it. And you can absolutely do the same thing with this, like this. Like I just want to now hold this till it's dry. If you don't have the Ranger heat gun, you just have a regular heat gun, we're going to dry it like this. I don't need 2 hands. It's okay. But you can see how it dries with all that as well. Now, another way we discovered you could do this, and this is the fun thing, is you just sit and play. Like you can also use all that ink up. You don't have to just wipe it out like that. Is you can either paint the whole panel with snow flurries and water, like just mix some snow flurries and water together. And I don't want messages from husbands being like, what on earth did you teach my wife to do? Now all I see is white ink everywhere because, you know. But I do want to see all of your experiments in the Crafter Party Facebook group. So you can start off by creating a base. Just kind of having fun with it. Use up what's here. I mean, most of it comes out, Teresa. I'm not going to say all of it, but you can get it pretty clean again. So I'm just laying down some ink first, and I'm using up what's there. Like even just that, maybe use then like take root on top, or use some of the ocean stamps on top, or, you know, like create something like moody. Right. So let's just dry these off just a smidge because they need to be dry. I really love how all of these came out. I really don't want to ruin them, but I'm going to do it anyway. Look how shimmery that is. Now it's all dry. I like this one. And this one. I love this one. That might be my favorite. So the Ranger heat gun is the same temperature as the other heat guns. It has a lower airflow. So it means it doesn't move the water or whatever medium you've got down around as much. So I was going to do something on top of these two, but I actually really, really like them. Like really like them. So I'm just going to do it on this one. Okay. So again, white. Color. Pretty easy, but to me it really looks like that paint pouring effect. That's why I like it, because I love paint pouring, but I hated that it took like 2 days to dry, and you know, all that fun stuff. I don't know what this one's gonna look like. There's gonna be more purple in here than I want, but we'll see. So because I already had a foundation down, those colors pop even more. So if you do a white foundation and then you do the same technique on top, kind of like that bit, and kind of like that bit. There we go. You see how much stronger it looks? And when you dry, it does change color when you dry. You see this one's now dry. So it does lighten up a little bit. Once you dry, it goes more pastel-y. But also try it on before the storm cardstock. It will look different. Try it on sugar plum. It will look different. Every time you try a different color cardstock, you could do it on like scrunchy, anything that's bright, like Independence, any of those cardstocks. And as I say, literally depending on the color of the cardstock and whether you put a white layer down first, just play around with it. Honestly, it's so much fun to do. And you can add some to your sprays and your paints, and it will turn them into an oxidized look. So you don't necessarily have to go out and buy an oxide reinker or whatever for something. Or say, for instance, you're coloring something in and you're using, I don't know, like Tiptree Jam. Take the Tiptree Jam reinker, add a bit of snow flurries on your glass mat or on a palette or your blank slate. And then you can, you know, kind of really have fun with that as well. So that's that as well. Let's see. Okay, so what is the difference between embossing powder crystal clear and embossing powder medium? I don't think I have the medium here. Yes, I do. Yeah. So I think that's the medium. I don't know where my crystal clear went. Let me grab out one of the new embossing powders. It'll work just the same. We have two new ones. We have sedimentary and cranberry sauce here. So there are different grinds when it comes to embossing powders. So these are our embossing powders here. This one is sedimentary. This one is redwoods. So sedimentary is like a copper and redwoods is exactly as you expect. It's a reddy wood kind of color. And I'm trying to get this open without making a mess here. I mean, at this point, I think we're past that. But. Okay. So this is a super fine grind. Can you see like how fine that is? Hopefully it's in focus. So that's the fine grind. Then we move to a medium grind, and our clear is exactly the same grind. So I'm just showing you this as comparison. It's like a fine, I'm trying to think, it's even finer than like coffee powder. The medium is what you're going to consider like a coffee powder. It's hard to see, I know. I'm trying to tilt it so that the shadows like get into it a little bit. So this is a, I don't know if it'll work, like sugar crystals. See? Imagine this is confectioner's sugar. This is regular sugar. And then the chunky ones we have, they would be like raw sugar. Is that, I think that's probably a good analogy actually. Look at me making a mess. I'm a messy crafter. Okay. So the chunkies and the mediums come in a bigger tin just because the way the weight works. And they have a clear lid so you can see. So you have our regular embossing powders, they're all going to be ultra fine. So we're talking confectioner's sugar. Okay, confectioner's sugar. And then we're talking sugar crystals in the medium, and then we're talking raw sugar, you know, that like chunky brown sugar, raw sugar in the chunky. Can you explain alloy colors? Like which one is silver, gold, etc.? I don't know if I have them all. There should be pictures on the website. I don't think many of mine are in here. Yeah. I don't know what most of mine are. So I would say, Mary Jo, if we, see if I can find you a link. Okay, so there are 5 alloys. So there's gilded, which is going to be your bright gold. Statue is a bronze, so it's a dark gold bronze. Mind is going to be your copper. Foundry, I think, is the one I used earlier. I can't remember the difference. Let me see which one I had here. Okay, so sterling is your bright silver. And then foundry is going to be your more dull silver. Okay. So that's that one. Can I show those samples? Yeah. Let me have a look at what I can. All right, I'll show you the last few things in the release that people are asking about. I don't think I have all the stencils here. I have a couple of stamp sets I don't actually have, but kaleidoscope powder, ink pad, cardstock. Okay, these are all the things I have in my box that we haven't got to today. So I'll go through those. So the chunky embossing powders, they're more for like a mixed media grungy effect. We did, as you can go back, Stacey, check the last crafter party. I showed some techniques with them, and you can also use them to mix in and do some like fun stuff. You can also use them with your rubber stamps to stamp into them as well. So there's that as well. And if anyone's got any more ink questions, drop them in the comments. I'm going to try and get through as many as I can. As I said, we'll finish like 4:30-ish, but I want to have this time to answer your questions. So if I haven't answered a question, or you've got a question about a specific type of ink, if I can answer it, I absolutely will try to. So these are the things from the release that you might not have seen yet. This is Gingerbread Hugs. Isn't it adorable? So you've got 2 little gingerbreads, you've got the house, the tree, so you can create all these little gingerbread cookie things, and it coordinates perfectly with Christmas cookies that we had a couple of years ago as well. Gingerbread kisses, baked with love for you, sprinkled with love, gingerbread hugs, super cute one on there. I'm smitten. I love this. I love anything that's punny. I'm a sucker for punny. So you've got 3 mittens and you have a little mini version of one of the borders. I'm quite smitten with you, smitten feeling, I'm feeling smitten, blah, blah, blah. But we also added, because I can't give up a little face. So these mittens, when I designed them, all had faces on, and girls convinced me that we should have the face separately. So you can add the face to your mittens if you want to as well. Just as an idea. This is our new color of cardstock. It's Old Hickory. It's perfect for like birch trees and stuff. We talked about using that new birch tree stencil with some white. This would be super cool on here. And you could create some birch trees. It's that lovely like deep wood color. So great for fall, great for winter. If you want to make a forest scene, there might be a stamp for that in a second. You can kind of see the color on there. So that's Old Hickory. And all of our gems, ink pads, re-inkers, cardstocks, anything that has a color name, if it has the same color name, it's going to match as perfectly as we can physically make it match. That's the whole idea, is it all goes together. Yes, solid core, 100-pound, milled in America cardstock, all of our colors are. This is our silhouette this month. Double toil and trouble. There's a picture on the back so you can see, and you also get the mask stencil inside of here. Like this goes over the top. Maybe pull it the right way around. I don't know. Apparently I'm not with it today. There you go. So you can put that over the top, and then you can blend your background as well. So there's that one. Fresh Prints is our new ink. I'm going to open this one. And I'll smush it out for you so you can see the color. I love this color. It's like a spring green, but you can also use it. So I kind of feel like it fits with palm tree. This is Hyde Park, which is more on like the yellowy spectrum. This is lime wired, maybe. And then kind of palm tree. Yeah. Just to give you, an idea. So that's kind of how it fits in with the other greens, just to give you a little bit of an idea on that one. This is, okay, Lisa's gonna have to help me. I'm gonna have to stamp this out so you can see it. So
Silent
pretty.
Snowy Night.
Thanks, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Yeah, let's use Fresh Prints. I mean, it might not be the perfect color, but oh my goodness, what is wrong with me? So this is the reason we do the white rubber, is because you can see what you put on it. I'm not even using an acrylic block, so we're just gonna have to see how this goes. So there you go. So that's that one. Then we have, oh, Window to Winter. So this is the snow globe one. A lot of stores have picked this one up. So you've got the snow globe and all of this fits in, and then you can add the snow at the top here. So you can add a little gingerbread house. You can add the cat wrapped in the lights, Lisa. You can add the nativity. You can add trees. You can add snowmen behind the trees or an angel. Like, you can literally build your whole scene inside of your snow globe. So that's Window to Winter. Then there is Christmas Sweater, I think it's called. Although I was trying to find red. I literally found every color, but so we'll just do Vegas strip. So there's your holiday sweater. And again, you could use re-inkers and do ombre, or you could do different things. You could mask off each line and do a different color. But we did it in the thing because you can see like the different stitches in each of the backgrounds. So I love how that one comes out. So that's Christmas jumper, sweater, same thing. There is also a snowy tree line. So when you're doing your old hickory, you can add this super cute little tree line in the back with maybe like some British racing green. There is so much detail in this, it's unreal. It reminds me of the pinecone background we had last year that was like that hyper-realism stamp. Like, look how detailed that is. So detailed. And that's why it's in white rubber, is because it's so detailed, it has to be in white rubber. Okay. And then here is your kaleidoscope powder. It's Grand Canyon. So I'll be your white cardstock. You see? And then if I put a little bit on black here. Look at that. You know, on white or on black. That was that one. And then this one is Walking in a Winter Wonderland. It actually comes with a stencil. I didn't get that memo until we'd already started the Zoom. And I said to Lisa, I'm like, oh, what goes with this? She said, oh, there's a stencil. Yes. So it comes with a stencil that has footprints in the snow. Is that right, Lisa?
Yes. And it fits on an A2 and a slimline that's sentiment.
Yes. Thank you. So yes, it fits perfectly. The red color is called Grand Canyon, JK. So it says walking in a winter wonderland. I'll ink it up so you can see the text, but just know it also comes with a stencil. I just apparently didn't. Look at that. And bear in mind, I'm not using, she made us a ton of really beautiful cards. I have all the pictures. They're probably on the website. If not, they'll be there soon. Yeah, they didn't arrive. Thanks, UPS. Love you lots. So just know it's not just your packages that get held up. It's ours too. This is moon phases. It is a layering stencil. So you take each of the phases of the moon and you can layer it up to create your moon. So you can have a little bit of the moon, you can have a lot of the moon, you can do the different phases, you know, any of those kinds of things. So that's moon phases. And Tilly loves that stencil too, Lisa. As you know, she's a big moon girl. And then I just have a couple of stamp sets that didn't arrive. So this is holiday seals. It is full 8.5 by 11 on here, but yours will be 6 by 8. So it'll be the regular 6 by 8 stamp size. So it'll just be slightly smaller than this. But special Christmas gift from Santa Claus, seasons, greetings, wishing you a joyous Christmas. Merry Christmas, O Christmas tree. Merry Christmas from our home to yours. Merry Christmas with love this festive season and all year long. Silent night, holy night, seasons, greetings, warmest thoughts and best wishes. Christmas, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Seasons, greetings, may your days be merry and bright. Merry Christmas to someone special. Happy Christmas, let it snow. Special Christmas gift from Rudolph. Isn't that cute?
Excuse me, Alex.
Yes.
On those, approximately how big are those round seals?
I don't know, because I printed it full 8.5 by 11, not 6 by 8 size.
Oh, okay.
So I would imagine like, I don't know, an inch maybe just a bit more, like an inch and a half. I would guess.
Okay.
I don't know. Sorry. And then again, same deal. It's going to be slightly smaller than this, but this is Mountain Builder. So these are all separate stamps. So you have the edge. This edge fits on this edge. This edge fits on this edge if you want it to. Or you can just have mountains in the background. We did it separately. You can add a tree line at the front. You can add a tree line in the back. You can add clouds. You can add sunshine. You can add birds. So this is really a foundation set. There is a whole thing of this coming. This is just like dipping your toe in the water as it goes. You can also layer these with, you know, some of the other stamps you've got here. They all coordinate perfectly together. That's why we got it coming out with this as well. FedEx guy hadn't been on the doorstep. I just went and checked at the last break. Twice somehow. And then this is your vintage Christmas postage ephemera. I think it's super pretty. Amanda did this. And so it's easy that you can just guillotine off this and this and this and this and this. And off you go, and you can cut them out however you want to. And I adore these. She's an awesome job. I don't know where she finds all this stuff, but we love her. Yes, and it goes with the vintage Santa papers. Okay. So any more ink questions? I've been trying to, yes, there will be demonstrations, Lee. Same. Yes, Diane. So they were all our own stamps, Maker Forte. The white rubber we actually literally make out there in my garage. We've vulcanized it. We have our own special compound of rubber so that you have the white as well. Wondering about the heat gun. What's your question about the heat gun, Ninja? Sorry, I must have missed it. Vicky, did I show Snow Lane? Is that the one I did this morning, Lisa? On the purple. Is that Snowy Lane?
I believe so.
I might have lost it. I thought this was everything from this morning, but it might not be. Yes, here it is. We did it as a watermark technique, so I have one right here. That's Snowy Lane. It reminds me of, I don't know if there's any other Roald Dahl geeks out there. I loved Roald Dahl. I read every single Roald Dahl book growing up, and I bought them all for Maddie as well. But it reminds me of Quentin Blake. He does all the did all the illustrations for Roald Dahl. He wrote Matilda and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, if you don't know that as well. See. Does the heat gun have variable speeds? Yes, the new version of the one I was using today has 2 different speeds. So this is the super old one. Somewhere I have a new version of it. It's smaller and it has a stand. So like, you know, when I was trying to hold the 2 things and have 2 hands on the paper, you'd have to do that. It actually stands up on its own and you go like that. And it has 2 speeds. You can get it on Amazon. What color is Grand Canyon? That's the one I showed you just now, Chris. That's I still have a bit on my hand here. Like this reddy brown, and on black. Where I threw it. I threw it in here. Somewhere. That's what it looks like on black. It's really pretty. Like a coppery red. Can you explain Remarkable ink again? Yeah, so Remarkable ink is designed to use, it's instantly alcohol marker friendly. So if you use Copics and stuff, you do not have to heat set it. If you work quickly, you can heat emboss it. But I mean, work super fast. And then also, if you heat set it, you can use it with water-based products as well. If you use lots and lots of water, I still recommend Archival. But if you're just doing like a little bit, then you can definitely just do that as well. What do the swatch stamps look like? Don't know, Jane. I don't think I wouldn't know where to lay my hands on them. If you send Lisa an email though, she can help us with a picture. Roald Dahl is the best, yes. Stamp reminds me of a Robert Frost poem. I think I know the poem you mean too. I remember having that when I was growing up too. I know you talked about glue today, but I was wondering what the difference is between the no-show, the crystal, and the crystal clear. So no-show is our go-to liquid glue. So you're gonna be able to glue fabric, leather, chipboard, cardstock, like all that kind of stuff together on it. And it's no-show because it will work with vellum. And also, once it's dry, it's completely clear. The crystal clear Maker's Magic glue is raised. It's a bit like a Nouveau drop. So you can make it Nouveau droppy. You can use it as an adhesive. It's an extra strong. So if you're sticking a metal embellishment on, I would use the crystal clear Maker's Magic. It's going to be a stronger adhesive. There's like a little bit of like an epoxy type thing in there. I don't know chemistry, but our chemist is awesome. So he put that in there and then that was there as well. So your no-show is going to be your day-to-day glue and your crystal glue is going to be for those embellishments. So you can put drops on and for your heavy duty stuff as well. You can also mix any of the Maker's Magics with re-inker and change the color, or mix them with glitter and change them out that way as well. So you can use them that way too. Kathy remembers Roald Dahl. What does the chunky embossing powder look? It's just going to be super thick. So you're not going to use it for sentiments or anything. You're going to be using it for more mixed media grungy techniques. Maybe we'll have a day on embossing powders at some point because I could probably do a whole day. Maybe we'll do it powders, like embossing powders in the morning and kaleidoscopes in the afternoon. Will you be able to sign up for VIP for the November? Yes. Registration is now open for the Christmas one, but midnight tonight is when the gift card incentive will end. James and the Giant Peach Feather. I forgot that one. That movie scared me. I loved the book, but the movie scared me. Yeah, all of the products, I think pretty much all the new stuff has pictures on the website. They might be mock-ups while we're pending stuff, but all of that is on there as well. Lisa says yes. So that was that as well. All right, any other ink questions before we get to final winners? Because I have 3 till 4 winners, 4 till 5 winners, and a Cricut Joy to give away. Kathy says that movie was scary. It really was. Was it Tim Burton? Probably. For non-VIP, is there a discount code today? It's just free shipping, SPC. SPC fan. There you go. One is awesome. What color is sedimentary? It's copper. Sedimentary is like a reddy copper. Matches really well actually with the Grand Canyon. So we kind of went for the fully Christmas thing as well. How soon will the outstock items return? It depends what it is, Carol. If you want to know something specifically, email Lisa. You can sign up, I think, Lisa, still to email alerts when stuff comes back into stock. Is that still on there? Is that an option? Maybe. Okay. I'm pretty sure you can. If not, email us. We can let you know on specific items. It just depends on the item itself. VIP discounts for today. I will email them out once more this evening. I'm going to go and clean up and have a shower and make myself, a little less inky than I am. And yeah, we'll send you an email out just to remind you of them. But please know, if you unsubscribed from our emails, we legally cannot send you that email. Like, our email service goes, this person unsubscribed, and we can't resend it. So if you do not get the email and you signed up for VIP and you don't have that email by 6 o'clock, if you email Lisa, she may not respond to you till Wednesday, but we will honor it if you did not get the email. And bear in mind, just know we can see if you got the email and opened it as well. So please don't abuse the fact that we will honor it if you had opted out and something happened on there as well. Okay. Whew. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Lola and Kathy. And Lisa says, I'll do my best to get you. Okay. And Blair reminded, she is off Monday, Tuesday, and she's an enforced no work. I know she says she's lurking, but she's not allowed. I might change her password so she can't. Yeah, so there's that as well. So I am going to pick the final winners for the day. Just give me one hot second to get everything loaded up, because this just takes a mo, just a mo. And I appreciate all of you. Can I just tell you that? How much we appreciate all of you, how much we love all of you who come. It is so much fun. I love doing these parties. They are a lot of work. Lisa and Amanda put in so much work up front to this. They are the unsung heroes. Like, you get to see me and it looks great and everything's here and I just show you it all. But I have to tell you how amazing Lisa and Amanda are. Like, they do all the work in the background. Amanda does your PDFs. She creates all the VIPs. She creates all the websites and everything. And Lisa makes it all tick. So without the two of them, there would be none of this. So can I just tell you, like, kudos to them. They're amazing. I love them both and I couldn't do it without them. So, all right. I'm going to do 4 and make it 5 $25 gift card winners. How's that? 5 winners? You ready, Lisa?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay. Our first one is RPERR iPad. RPERR iPad. I don't know who that is, but you need to let Lisa know who you are. Message her or email her on that as well. Okay, number 2 is Jane Erickson. Congratulations, Jane. I'm also giving Lisa time to just write it down as well. So, you know. And everyone's like, pick me, pick me. I don't look, and wherever my mouse ends, that's it. The next one is LMBAI. LMBAI. Okay. But don't go anywhere because I still have a Cricut Joy to give away. So just hold your horses. Next one is Juliana Harris. Was that 4, Lisa? I lost count already.
Yes, that was 4.
Can you tell it's 4:30? Okay. And Marilyn Schott, SCHODT. Okay. All right, before I do the Cricut, any more questions? Anything I haven't covered, Lisa? Anything I should say that we need to know?
I'm not in on Monday and Tuesday. I will do my best to take care of everybody. Please be patient. I love you.
Yes, and just remember, there is a real person at the end of your emails. I know you get frustrated. We all get frustrated when we do it too. but please know we are real people and we're doing our best that we can. Yeah. And Lisa is out Monday, Tuesday. She will not reply, will you, Lisa?
No, the only thing I'm working on stuff that I have to do for work to get things going. Particular emails I need to be attended to for things to be created.
Well, we'll discuss that on Monday. No,
I'm not in on Monday.
Yeah, right. So I can wait till Wednesday. All right. Who's ready for the cricket winner? I just did a Wheel of Fortune thing. I just threw all the names in from the signups. And this person is here. I checked. That's why I was checking on. That's why I kept talking for a little bit. All right. So the winner is Diana Dean, Dianna Dean. So congratulations, Diana. Lisa will be in touch with you on how to claim that. And also, all right, few housekeeping things before you all disappear on me. Hang on. Don't forget, free party, November 13th. We'll be working on holiday and Hanukkah cards using this release. There might be a few extra goodies in there, but pretty much we'll be using this release. So that will be on November 13th. You can go sign up at the holidayparty.com. Okay, so go get your tickets for those. Make sure you get the secret Zoom link for that one as well. VIP access, we're giving you an extra gift card until midnight tonight. Free shipping is on until midnight on Sunday, EST, because that's where we are. VIP codes, midnight Sunday, EST. I will send them out again around about 6 o'clock-ish tonight, just as a reminder. And trying to think if there's anything else. Anything else, Lisa?
Nope, not that I can think of.
Awesome. And then we'll send you a wrap-up email this week as well. If there are any advent calendars left, we'll send that out as well. If you, I will also put in the email info about the long crafter party as well, if there's any tickets left as well. So thank you so much for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed this event. I have so much fun, as I say, doing them. And thank you to Lisa and Amanda so much as well. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. I'm going to go, I think, and drink a cup of coffee and hang out with Maddie for a little bit. And hopefully Tilly will be back from the beach soon. And yeah, so much fun. So thank you, everyone. Have an amazing rest of your weekend. Thanks for hanging with me. And